Yes, Congressman Defensor.
Mr. Chairman, I move to dispense with the reading and approval of the minutes dated June 8 and June 11, 2020. I so move, Mr. Chairman.
Second the motion.
There's a motion, duly seconded. Hearing no objections, motion is carried.
Good afternoon. We are on our 7th joint meeting with the Committee on Good Government and Public Accountability. Again, andito pa rin po ako sa Zoom at habang aking co-chair naman ay nasa session hall. Sa bahagi po ng Committee on Legislative Franchises, binabati ko po ang lahat ng members at authors na kasama natin sa plenaryo at sa Zoom. Gayon din po ang mga House members na nakikiisa sa ating pagpupulong. Hindi na po natin isa-isahin lahat ng members, pero atin na pong i-record ang attendance ng lahat ng dumalo sa araw na ito. Comsec, paki-recognize po ang ating mga bisita at resource persons.
Good afternoon. We want to recognize the presence of NTC Commissioner Gamaliel Cordoba via Zoom, and in the plenary, Deputy Commissioner Edgardo Cabarrios and Engineer Alvin Blanco. From DOJ, we have ASEC Nicholas T. and State Counsel Charles Romulus Cambaliza. From FITTAP, we have Mrs. Estrelita Neng Juliano Tamano and Attorney Stanley Cabrera. From PCTA, we have Mr. Ralph D. Casino and Mr. Jose Luis Dabao. We also have, via Zoom, former Senator Juan Ponce Enrile and Attorney Belsi C. from the Arbitration Board. From ABS-CBN, we have Mr. Martin Lopez, Chairman, Mr. Carlo Katigbak, President and CEO, Ms. Socorro Bidanes, COO for Broadcast, Mr. Raymond Miranda, Chief Strategy Officer, Attorney Enrique Quiazon, Corporate Secretary, Attorney Cherry Cruz, and Attorney Cesar Poblador. Via Zoom, we have Attorney Augusto Almeida Lopez, Attorney Aresio Rendor, Attorney Mario Ayo Bautista, and Ms. Consuelo Lopez.
Maraming salamat, Comsec. Nais ko pong ipaabot sa lahat ang aming pasasalamat, kasama po ni Chairman Chikoy, sa mga members at resource persons po na umattend nung nakaraang hearing at uma-attend ngayong hearing na ito. Sa lahat po ng mga members na nagdaos ng mahaba ngunit makabuluhang hearing nung nakaraang Lunes, maraming salamat po muli. At ngayon po kasama ang mga miyembro ng Blue Ribbon Committee o ng Committee on Good Government and Public Accountability, ang atin pong mga resource person na nasa plenaryo at nasa Zoom ay pagpapatuloy sa ating pagpapatanungan ngayong hapon. At tayo nga rin po pala ay napapanood sa live stream sa Facebook ng ating Facebook page ng House of Representatives, gayon din po Facebook page ng inyong Kuya Jonathan C. Alvarado.
Atin pong ipagpapatuloy ngayong hapon ang pagtatalakay at pagtatanong sa paksa pa rin po ng pag-transfer ng ABS-CBN sa Lopez family matapos ang EDSA Revolution na naayon sa konstitusyon. Pangalawa, kung ang aplikasyon ba ng ABS-CBN sa prangkisa ay lumalabag sa 50-year limit sa term ng franchise ayon sa konstitusyon. At pangatlo, kung may paglabag ba sa dating prangkisa ng ABS-CBN paggamit ng multiple channels sa iisang prangkisa na walang permit galing sa NTC. Marami pong mga tanong ang inaasahan nating masasagot ngayong hapon. Lalo't higit na kasama po natin ang ilang resource persons na may kaalaman po sa mga issue ng aking nabanggit. Muli, susundin po natin ang sequence ng paglalahad ng ABS-CBN, susundan po ng oppositor kung meron po. Kung wala naman po, ay didiretso na po tayo sa interpellation ng members.
Maraming salamat, Chairman Chikoy. Layunin ng komiting ito na mabigyan ng lahat ng kalahok ng pantay-pantay na pagkakataon na mailabas ang katotohanan. Kaya atin pong balikan ang paksa sa paglipat ng ABS-CBN sa Lopez family matapos ang EDSA Revolution, bunsod ng katanungang hindi nasagot ng ABS-CBN noong Lunes. Napagkasunduan po na isusulat ng Secretariat ang mga tanong na hindi po nasagot ng ABS-CBN at ibibigay naman po ng chairman ang katanungan nito sa ABS-CBN. Ngunit atin pong pinagbigyan ang pakiusap ni Honorable PD Barsaga na siya ay unang makapagtanong kay Attorney Augusto Jake Almeda Lopez. Atin pong napagkaalaman na ninais ni Attorney Jake Lopez na pumunta dito sa ating kapulungan upang maka-attend sa ating pagdinig ngayong hapon. Subalit tayo po ay hindi pumayag at minarapat po ng Joint Committee na sa Zoom na lamang makadalo si Attorney Jake Almeda dahil po siya ay 95 years old na. Medyo lumagpas na po sa pagiging senior, super senior na si Attorney Jake. Kaya po ipinapakiusap po natin sa ating mga membro na magtatanong na siya po ay bigyan ng respeto at kung maaari ay iklian lamang ang mga katanungan. Atin pong pinagbibigay alam rin naman sa ating mga members na hindi natin diretsahang matatanong kaagad si Attorney Jake dahil kinakailangan niya ng tulong sa kanyang assistant upang ipaliwanag sa kanya o iparinig ng mas malakas yung katanungan dahil nga po sa kanyang edad. Hinihingi ko po ang pangunawa ng ating mga kasapi sa sitwasyong ito. Nais rin po naming iparating kay Attorney Almeda na kung mahihirapan po kayo, agad po kayong magpagbigay alam sa komiting ito ang inyong kalagayan upang makagawa po kami ng kaukulang hakbang para po sa inyo. Nagpapasalamat din po kami sa pagpapaunlak ng ating Senator Juan Ponce Enrile na dumalo sa ating pagdinig via Zoom. Nawa po ay mabigyan ninyo ng linaw ang mga issue na tinatalakay po natin sa panahong ito. Muli po ang pagpapaalala na iwasan po natin ang pagulit-ulit ng mga usapin na tinalakay na at sundin po natin ang takdang oras ng pagtatanong na ibinigay po sa atin ng Joint Committee Chairman ng mga komiting ito. Muli, maraming salamat po.
Maraming salamat, Co-Chair Jonathan. Ngayon po, dadako na po tayo sa pagsisimula ng interpellation. Atin pong tinatawag muli si Congressman PD Barzaga na kung saan binigyan ng additional na oras ni Congressman Bambol Tolentino at ni Congressman Advin Pula para po sa total na 15 minutes po. Congressman Barzaga.
Maraming salamat sa ating mga chairman, mga chairmen, sa ating mga kasama dito sa Kongreso, sa mga kinatawan ng ABS-CBN, at higit sa lahat, kay Attorney Jake Lopez Almeda. Unang-una, humingi ako ng paumanhin kay Attorney Jake Lopez Almeda sapagkat kinakailangan kong magtanong at ang pagbabasihan ko naman sa pagtatanong ay yung kanyang sinumpaang salaysay na kanyang isinagawa noong 8 ng Agosto, 1994 na nagsilbi na kanyang direct testimony doon sa arbitration proceedings. Magandang hapon po, Kompanyero Almeda Lopez Almeda.
Congressman Barsaga, bago po payagan ng chairman ng committee ito na sumagot si Attorney Jake Almeda Lopez, ay payagan po muna natin na sila ay makapanumpa. Isasabay na po natin ang panunumpa ni Senator Juan Ponce Enrile kasama na po ng ating mga new guest ngayong araw na ito. The committee secretary is directed to execute the oath of our distinguished guest before this body.
May I invite the personalities mentioned by Chairperson Jonathan C. Alvarado to please raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? before this joint congressional inquiry, so help you God?
Yes.
Thank you.
Congressman Barsaga, you may continue.
Ang una ko pong katanungan ay yung napapaloob sa pahina 8, ika-25 talata ng sinumpaang salaysay ni Attorney Jake Lopez Almeda. Nakalagay po rito sa paragraph 25, in July 1986, the Office of the President officially cleared ABS request to resume its broadcast operations, which was interrupted by martial law and hence was issued by a provisional authority by the National Telecommunications Commission to operate television channel 2 and radio station DCMM, open parenthesis AM, close parenthesis, and DWRRR, open parenthesis FM, close parenthesis. Sa talata pong ito na nasa saad sa paragraph 25, ay binigyan ng clearance ng ating Pangulong President Cory Aquino ang request ng ABS-CBN o ng Lopez family para ipagpatuloy ang kanilang broadcast operations. Ang tanong ko po, yung bang clearance na binigay ni Ginang Cory Aquino ay oral or in writing?
Maraming salamat po sa pagkakataon na marinig ang panig ng ABS-CBN. No? Alam nyo, umpisahan ko na po ito, na ang ABS-CBN nag-ooperate ng radio television since 1953. In 1972, nag-declare ng martial law, sinara ng aming stasyon, at for 14 years, pinalakad ng mga Marcos. Yung nagkaroon ng EDSA Revolution, hindi naman sa ng sarili kong bangko. Alam nyo, kinuha sa amin ng Marcos ang ABS-CBN. Sasabihin ko sa inyo na hindi sinoli sa amin. Kinuha namin, binalik namin sa sarili namin. Ikikwento ko sa inyo, yung araw na nagkakaroon ng putukan doon sa Bohol Avenue na pinadala ng forces ng Ponce Enrile Ramos para kunin yung istasyon. Nandun po kami, mga ABS people, si Jimmy Navarro, si Princesito Pascual Castillo at ako. Sabay kami pumasok sa loob ng ABS-CBN. Kasi yung panahon na yun, nagkakaroon ng putukan, sinara nag-shut out yung operations ng television. Nagtago lahat ng mga tao. Kaya madilim na madilim yan. Napilitan kami yung lumusob. Tapos nagsisigaw kami doon. Lumabas kayo mga kasama namin. Paandarin natin itong stasyon. Sa madaling salita, lumabas sila. Within 1 hour na paandar namin yung television. Kaya sinasabi ko, hindi sinoli sa amin ng Marcos ang stasyon. Nakuha namin sa aming sariling sikat. Kasama, of course, yung forces ni Enrile at ni Ramos. Pero ako hindi ko naiisip yung mga consequences ng pag-ooperate namin because we went on the air right away. In about 1 hour, 2 hours. Nakwento sa amin ng mga journalist doon na sa Malacanang na yung bumalik ang TV4 at iba na ang humahawak, ang rebelde na humahawak, talagang na-discourage na talaga yung mga Marcos Party. Ako hindi pumapasok sa aking ulo yung mga legal technicalities. Pero meron akong kasamahan si Attorney Quezon, Serafin Quezon. Siya mismo ang nagsasabi, "Uy, kailangan ma-clear natin ito." Kaya gumawa siya ng kasulatan na sinasabi niya, ang Lopez family nakuha ulit itong ABS-CBN. Pero pumapayag kaming gamitin ng forces ni Cory Aquino at ni Ponce Enrile. During the crisis period, ganyan po nangyari niyan. Tapos ang nangyari niyan pati, biglang dumating si Joker Arroyo para sabihin sa akin, yan, stasyon na yan, huwag mo pa mabigay sa kanino yan. Sabi ko pa, hindi mo pwede yan. Sabi ko, bigyan mo kami ng authority. Alam nyo, ang nangyari niyan, binigyan ako ng officer in charge of the station. Maybe I was the first officer in charge appointed by the Cory government. So pinaandar namin yan. Pero sinasabi ni Justice Quezon, yan pinahiram lang namin yan sa gobyerno. Yung gabi dumating yung representative ng Ponce Enrile Ramos, si Colonel Ermita, para sabihin sa akin na inutusan siyang kunin na yung istasyon at palalakarin na sa kanilang, para sa sila na magpapalakad. Sabi ko kay Colonel Ermita, paano ito? Meron akong kasulatan dito na ito kay Cory. Alam mo yung panahon yun, hindi naman lumalabas sa publiko yan. Pero nagkakaroon ng konting rivalry yung Marcos, yung Cory government at yung pumapasok na Ramos and Enrile government. Ayaw ko bang bumitna na doon. Kaya sabi ko kay Colonel Ermita, bigyan mo lang ako ng papel at ibibigay ko sa iyo. Hindi na bumalik ang Colonel Ermita. Buhay pa si Colonel Ermita. Siguro kung naaalala niya yan, may kikwento niya yan. Ganun po ang pangyayari niyan. Hindi po sinoli sa amin ng Cory government ang stasyon. Kami ang nagpahiram sa Cory government.
Nakalagay din po sa inyong affidavit sa paragraph 27 at babasahin ko po. The Office of the President suggested that for the sake of complete transparency, the question be submitted to an arbitration committee where ABS could present its torrents titles to all the properties being claimed and also proof of ownership over the broadcast equipment which were then in the premises of the Bohol Broadcast Center in Quezon City and our radio and television stations in the province. Malacanang wanted the process public and formal with the proceedings properly recorded. Sa madaling sabi po, base sa paragraph na ito, ang gusto ng pamahalaang Cory Aquino ay maging transparent at public ang maging proceedings para sa pagsasaoli ng ABS-CBN facilities sa Lopez family. Tama po ba ang impresyon na nakuha ko base dito sa paragraph 27 ng inyong sinumpaang salaysay?
Tama po yan.
Marami pong salamat. Kaya ang sumunod na pangyayari, sapagkat ang gusto ng pamahalang Cory Aquino ay maging transparent ang usapan noong ika-6 ng Enero 1987 ayon sa inyong talata numero 28 na nasa pahina 10, nagpirmahan ang ABS-CBN pati na ang Cory government ng arbitration agreement na ang kinatawan ng ating pamahalaan at the time ay si Attorney Catalino Macaraig Jr. at ang sa ABS naman ay si Pastor Del Rosario at ang chairperson, ang ating chairman at the time ay walang iba kundi ang dating maestrado ng Korte Suprema na si Justice Vicente Abad Santos. Tama po ba yon?
Tama po.
Okay. Pagkatapos nagkaroon ng konting problema, hindi natapos ang unang arbitration proceedings sapagkat kinwestiyon ni Constitutional Convention Delegate Gascon yung pagkakatayo ng Arbitration Committee. Pero ang sabi ng Supreme Court, sapagkat meron tayong Freedom Constitution, may karapatan ang ating Pangulo si Cory Aquino na magawa ng Arbitration Committee. Sumasang-ayon po ba kayo doon?
Opo.
Okay. Pagkatapos, nakalagay din doon sa arbitration agreement. At babasahin ko po. Whereas ABS-CBN has filed a request with the Office of the President on April 18, 1986 and reiterated in a letter dated October 18, 1986. At yung pong susunod na paragraph, ito po ang nakasaad. For the return of all its television and radio stations, together with the operating equipment and frequencies which were closed down upon the declaration of martial law and sequestered by former President Ferdinand E. Marcos on September 21, 1972. Dito po sa agreement to arbitrate nakasaad na ang pag-uusapan ay yung pagsasauli ng television at lahat ng equipment ng ABS-CBN na sinara noong idineklara ang batas militar. Tama po ba ang pagkakaintindi ko dito sa paragraph A?
Tama po.
Okay. At ang naging resulta, ang final result ng arbitration agreement ay yung sinasabi nating compromise agreement na isinagawa ni Ginoong Chopisto Gingona Jr. bilang kinatawan ng Republika ng Pilipinas at ang kinatawan naman ay yung ng ABS-CBN ay walang iba kundi kayo, Attorney Augusto Almeida Lopez. Tama ho?
Tama po yan.
Tama. At binabasa namin yung compromise agreement. At doon sa compromise agreement, nakalagay na ang pamahalaang ni Ginang Cory Aquino ay magbabayad sa ABS-CBN ng 97,500,000 although ang sinasabing pagbabayad ay non-monetary items. Walang perang ibibigay ang pamahalaan ng Republika ng Pilipinas sa halip. Meron tayong mga set-off sa mga taxes ng ABS-CBN, pati na sa rentals, at yung natitira ay to be applied to future taxes. Tama po ba?
Tama po.
At base sa una kong pagtatanong, kaya tayo nagkaroon ng arbitration agreement ay para pag-usapan ang pagsasaoli ng television and radio stations together with the operating equipment and frequencies which were closed down upon the declaration of martial law and sequestered by former President Ferdinand E. Marcos on September 21, 1972. Ito po ang kauna-unahan or the first whereas clause ng agreement to arbitrate. Pero doon sa compromise agreement na naging bunga o resulta ng arbitration, ng agreement to arbitrate, walang na-mention tungkol sa pagsasauli ng mga pag-aari ng ABS-CBN. Sumasangayon po ba kayo?
Opo.
Okay. Pagkatapos, akin din pong tiningnan na yung 97,500,000 pesos ay yun ang pagbabayad sa ABS-CBN ng pamahalaan ng Republika ng Pilipinas sa paggamit ng kanilang facilities mula noong March 1, 1986 up to November 6, 1992. Yun po ang rental sa mga equipment ng ABS-CBN na ginamit ng pamahalaang Presidente Cory Aquino mula noong March 1, 1986 hanggang November 6, 1992. Tama po ba?
Tama po.
Pero sa mga dokumentong nakita namin, wala namang sinasaad kung ano ang mga specific equipment na binayad ng ating pamahalaan, na ginamit ng ating pamahalaan mula noong March 1, 1986 up to March 6, 1992. Totoo po na walang nakasaad ng mga equipment.
Malamang na tama po yung sinasabi nyo.
Okay. Pagkatapos, mula po noong March 1, 1986 hanggang November 6, 1982 ay umaabot ng 6 na taon at 8 buwan. Sa madaling sabi, 72 months para sa 6 na taon at 8 buwan mula Marso hanggang Nobyembre. Kung ibinayad po ng ating pamahalaan ay 97,500,000, ang lumalabas po ang renta na binayaran ng ating pamahalaan sa ABS-CBN ay 1,218,750 pesos kada isang buwan. Yun lang po ang nakasad. I will not discuss whether this is proper, the amount, whether it is high. It depends upon the circumstances, and perhaps the committee will be the one to decide if that amount would be reasonable during that period. Hindi ko po sinasabi na hindi reasonable ito. At dito na po natatapos ang pagtatanong ko sa inyo unless meron po kayong idagdag. At kung wala na po, taos pusong pasasalamat mula sa kinatawan ng lungsod ng Dasmariñas.
Pwede mo bang explain to sa inyo ang
Hindi po,
background?
kaya nga po nandito tayo, due process, para naman ang marinig namin at ng ating sambayanan ang nais niyong iparinig sa ating mga kababayan.
Okay. Alam niyo po, yung inagaw na nga ng Marcos, yung broadcast center, nagkaroon ng maraming samahan na oppositionists sa Marcos. One of them was the Lopez Group, made up of Raul Manlapos, Sinakis, marami, lahat-lahat yan, napakarami niyan. Marami niyan sa Maynila at sa United States. Yung bumalik na yung nakuha na ng Ramos and really yung gobyerno. E paano na may sosoli sa amin yung broadcast center na walang usapan na klaro? Sasabihin nila, niluto nyo yan. Kaya sabi ng, alam niyo po, si Joker Arroyo, abogado ko, nung Yung nakakulong ako, mahigit na 2 taon, siya ang abogado ko. At siya pa rin yung kausap namin sa Malacanang. Sinasabi ka ni Joker, paano ito? Magkaibigan tayo. Hindi pa pwede ba sa isusoli namin sa inyo yan? Tama ka ako. Alam mo yung mga kasamahan ni Joker Roy, sinasabi, pakita nyo sa amin ng resibo ng inyong mga karyerian. Sabi ko kay Joker, paano naman yan? Mahigit na 20 years old na yan mga equipment na yan. Paano? Wala na kaming resibo niya. Sabi ko sa kanya, sabihin mo sa kay Kaiko Lutwanan, bigyan niya ako ng resibo na kanyang sapatos. At isusoli namin sa kanila yung ABCM. Parang mga impossible conditions. Kaya sabi ni Joker, okay, let us set this up for arbitration. Para maliwanag na maliwanag, publiko ito, walang magkasama tayo, huwag tayo magsasariling magnanegosasyon. Kaya ganun ang nangyayari niyan. We had 2 basic claims. One is the return of all of our properties. That is the broadcast center and all of the provincial stations. Marami ho kami stasyon. The second was, let us liquidate the amounts that the proper amount that the government should more or less recognize as acknowledge the payment of some amounts. Ang sinasabi niyo, Mr. Barrasaga, that comes out to 1,200,000 a month. Alam niyo ho, ang kasama dyan, siguro mga, hindi ko na mabilang talaga, mga 20 radio stations sa probinsya. Siguro mga 5-6 na television stations sa probinsya. At sa Maynila, yung buong broadcast center. Yung 1,200,000, that is just a token amount. Kaya, bukod pa doon sa hindi na maliit yung sinulat namin, pumayag na lang kami. Kung anong gusto nyo, papayag na lang kami. Pero walang cash, hindi sila magbabayad. Sabi namin, okay, alam naman namin na walang ibabayad ang Cory government, bagong pasok lang. Kaya ganyan ang background niyan, Mr. Barsaga. Hindi kami if we went into arbitration, it was because the desire of both parties, of the Malacanang group and the Lopez group, that let us present this to a neutral body and let them be the ones to tell us what to do, how to resolve this problem. Ganun ang pangyayari.
Maraming salamat po, Attorney Jake Almeida Lopez. Attorney Jake Lopez Almeida. Baliktad ba? Nagkamali ata ako. It should be Attorney Augusto Lopez Almeida. Maraming salamat po. Because
Salamat
you have
din po.
still a very retentive memory.
Siguro, Mr. Barsaga, mabanggit natin sa mga nanonood. Ako po ay sakop nyo. Ako po ay nagpa-farm sa Dasmariñas, Cavite. Kaya I am under your constituency.
At siguro, Attorney Jake, inyong natatandaan nang ako ay mabigyan ng pagkakataon para maging punong bayan ng Dasmariñas, nagpatayo po ako ng isang pedestrian overpass doon sa merong Villa Verde subdivision at nakiusap ako sa inyo na yung landing area o hagdan ng aming pedestrian overpass ay babaksak sa inyong pag-aaring lupa. Maraming salamat po.
Salamat din po.
Okay?
Maraming
Meron lang
salamat
po thank you na. Meron lang akong paglilinaw mula sa NTC.
Sige
At
po.
PCGG along this point. Very short lamang, Mr. Chairman.
Sige po. Congressman P.D. Barsaga, nasa inyo po ang floor.
Well, of course, ang pagtatanong ko ay kay Commissioner Cordoba. Commissioner Cordova, please.
Opo, good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, honorable members of the
Okay.
two committees. Magandang hapon po sa inyong lahat.
Maraming salamat, Commissioner Cordova. Nagbigay ang National Telecommunications Commission ng mga dokumento dito sa aming committee noong ika-16 ng Hunyo 2020. At ang unang dokumento ay isang order na pirmado ng dating Commissioner Ruel Canovas, Deputy Commissioner George Sarmiento at Jaime Portes na mayroong petsang June 11, 2008. Pwede po bang pakitingnan sa inyong file yung nasabing dokumento sapagkat ang isusunod kong pong tanong ay yung nasa saad sa dokumento?
Meron po akong kopya ng
Okay. Ang
dokumento.
aking pong
Your Honor.
babanggitin ay yung pangalawang paragraph o pangalawang talata na nasa unang pahina ng order. Case number 87-006, ABS-CBN Broadcasting Corporation. Nakikita niyo ba yung pahinang yan?
Opo, ito pong first page po ba ito, Your Honor?
Yes,
Tama po.
first page.
Opo, nakikita
Sa
ko.
second paragraph, and I will read for the record. Quotation, open quotation. The Office of the Solicitor General, PTB4, and the kapisanan ng mga broadcaster sa Pilipinas appeared and opposed this application. Ino-oppose daw ang application ng ABS-CBN on the ground that among others, the assets of the petitioner, yun daw assets ng ABS-CBN, are under sequestration by the PCGG, and its use of the frequencies which is now operating is subject to final determination by the appropriate authority on the ownership of the property, unquote. Ito pong dokumentong to or order ay mayroong petsang June 11, 2008. Base ba sa records ng NTC, noong June 11, 2008, yung assets ng ABS-CBN are still under sequestration by the PCGG. Based on your records. O hindi nyo alam?
Wala po, personally, Your Honor, wala po akong knowledge on that. But what I can do po is kukunin po namin ang opposition na final ng Office of the Solgen, PTB4 at KBP, at ito po ay aming isasubmit sa committee para po mabasa po ng committee.
For that manifestation, pwede bang itanong natin sa PCGG kung totoo na noong 2008 still under sequestration ang assets ng ABS-CBN? Mr. Chairman?
Sige po, maaari po niyong itanong.
Representative of PCGG, please.
Kasama po natin ngayon si Attorney C. Attorney C. PCGG, si Attorney John Agbayani, kasama rin po natin ngayon. Attorney John Agbayani.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, Your Honors, good afternoon.
Pakisagot po yung katanungan po ni Congressman P.D. Barsaga.
Noong 2008 po, yung equipments at mga sequestered asset ng BBC, IBC at saka ng RPN9 hindi na po sila sequestered during that time because noong October 2, 1992, na-approve na po yung compromise agreement between Roberto S. Benedicto and the Presidential Commission on Good Government, vesting ownership of these assets to the government. So noong 1992, effectively lifted na po yung sequestration.
Meron bang sequestration order na na-issue ang Presidential Commission on Good Government laban sa mga pag-aari ng ABS-CBN? Kung inyong matatandaan.
Yung Ministry Order number 3 na in-issue po ni then Minister Juan Ponce Enrile, yun po yung sequestration order but it only covers BBC, RPN, and IBC, including of course their funds and properties. Pero hindi po sinequester ng ABS-CBN. Nangyari lang po coincidentally, nung sinequester po yung BBC, RPN, and IBC, ang mga assets na yan na nasa possession ng Benedicto Group of Companies, naka-list po yan sa kanila in a lease agreement entered into by ABS-CBN earlier nung pagpasok po ni Attorney Almeda, no, sa ABS-CBN premises, nag-enter po sila ng lease agreement. Kaya po nung sinequester po yung Benedicto Group of Companies, coincidentally, pati po yung mga lease properties na pag-aari ng ABS-CBN na mga equipment, yun po nasama sa sequestration. Pero yung mga real properties ng ABS-CBN, hindi po na-sequester yun. Dahil wala naman yung sequestration order laban sa ABS-CBN at saka sa mga Lopezes.
Maraming salamat, Commissioner. So, base sa iyong pagkakasabi, mayroong writ of sequestration na na-issue tungkol sa mga properties ng ano-anong kumpanya.
BBC, yung Banahaw Broadcasting Company, RPN 9, at saka IBC 13.
Broadcasting Company.
Mga broadcast, ito yung mga TV stations.
Sige, paki-kumpleto. Yung RPN 9 na ginagamit at nagte-telecast noong panahon ng batas militar, yung ba ay kasama sa sequestration?
Kasama po yun sa
Okay.
sequestration noong 1986.
Matatandaan mo ba? O base sa inyong record, kailan in-issue ang sequestration order?
March 1, 1986.
March 1, 1986.
Ministry Order number A-003.
Ano
By
ang
Minister
number,
Ponce.
Panyero?
A-003.
Okay. So, sa madaling sabi, mabibigyan mo kami ng kopya ng sequestration order na inisyu noong March 18,
March 1 po.
March 1, 1986. Okay. At syempre, ngayon, wala nang sequestration order.
Wala na po.
Wala. Kailan nalip yung sequestration order?
Ang sequestration order was lifted from the time that the compromise agreement between Roberto S. Benedicto and the Presidential Commission on Good Government was approved by the Sandigan Bayan on 2 October 1992.
October
2, 1992.
1992.
92. Opo.
Okay. Sapagkat ang trabaho ng PCGG ay mag-issue ng sequestration order, pag merong in-issue na sequestration order, ang PCGG, ano ang epekto doon sa pag-ari o property na sinequester?
Ang effect po ng sequestration order ay parang writ of attachment. Parang writ of attachment.
Okay. Parang writ of attachment.
Opo, it is preservatory and conservatory in nature. And it is temporary and in nature until the main case of sequestration
Okay.
is finally decided.
So, parang merong writ of attachment. Pag
Opo,
merong writ of sequestration, as a lawyer, at base na rin sa inyong expertise sa sequestration order, legally, sino ang may possession ng property?
the possession is on the PCGG as the conservator of the
PCGG.
asset.
Sa madaling sabi, kung PCGG ang mayroong possession at assuming na mayroong kita yung property, to whom will the income of the property belong noong mga sequestered property?
The income derived from the sequestered property is placed in escrow and remitted to the National Treasury.
It will be remitted to the National Treasury.
Yes, yes, sir.
It belongs to the national government.
In trust, that is in trust.
In trust.
Yes.
Next question. Ito ang hindi ako sigurado kung ano ang prinsipyo base sa mga doktrina ng PCGG at saka ng kaso na dinecide ng Supreme Court. Mula noong March 1 nagkaroon ang national government, the Cory government, ay nagbayad ng renta sa paggamit ng mga facilities ng RPN 9 mula March 1, 1986 hanggang November 6, 1992. Yun po ang nasa compromise agreement. Actually, yun ang resulta ng arbitration proceeding. Tama po ba?
Wala ho kasi kaming kopya nung
Wala kang
compromise
kopya?
agreement na yan.
Pero alam mo ang provision ng compromise agreement.
Wala ho kaming idea
Okay.
ng compromise
Nakalagay
agreement.
doon sa compromise agreement, magbabayad ang national government ng 97,500,000 sa paggamit ng mga properties ng ABS-CBN katulad ng RPN 9 Banahaw Broadcasting.
Opo.
Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay. At base sa iyong sagot kanina, mula noong March 1, 1986 hanggang noong October 1992, October 1996, merong writ of sequestration. Tama po ba?
Hanggang October 1992 po.
Okay.
Yung,
Mula noong
sequestration.
March 1, 1986 hanggang October 2,
1992.
92, may writ of sequestration over the properties of Banahaw, RPN 9, IBC 13. Tama po ba?
Yes, Your Honor. Yes, Your Honor.
Kung ito ba ay gagamitin ng ating pamahalaan, considering that these are sequestered properties, obligasyon ba ng national government na magbayad ng renta kahit na ito ay under sequestration?
Ganito po nangyari dyan. Noong September 1986, meron pong lease contract ang TCGG through the Board of Administrators with ABS-CBN, wherein this equipment belonging to BBC, RPN, and IBC 13 was leased to ABS-CBN. And there was an agreement na dapat ang magbabayad ng renta sa gobyerno dahil sa paggamit ng equipment na yan ng ABS-CBN from 1987 to 1992, ang magbabayad po dyan ay yung ABS-CBN na sa halagang 1.2 million pesos per month. Pero hindi po natuluyan dahil nagkaroon ng sulat si Eugenio Lopez noong 19 November 1996 kung saan tumatawad po siya dun sa 1.2 million per month na renta niya sa gobyerno dahil hindi niya kaya during that time. And this negotiation on the lease agreement stalled until nagkaroon na ho ng compromise agreement si Benedicto noong 2 October 1992. So sa makatwid po, wala hong binayad ang ABS-CBN dun sa lease contract na yon. Ngayon, sa tanong ninyo kung dapat bang magbayad ang gobyerno sa Lopezes sa panahon ng March 1, 1986 to October 1992, sa tingin ko po hindi. Dahil dapat ang ABS-CBN po ang magbabayad sa gobyerno ng 1.2 million a month because of the lease contract which they executed in 7 September 1986.
Mr. Chairman,
Tama po ba ang pagkakaintindi
Mr. Chairman,
ko?
i-klaro ko lang po,
Sige po,
Congressman
Vice Chairman Defensor.
Congressman PD, namimix po kasi ano po. Yung pong RPN 9, may utang po sa ABS. 1.2 million, ang total po noon 54 million. Yung po ang nandoon sa arbitration agreement. Ang sinasabi po ni Commissioner Agbayani, yung equipment naman ni BBC na nirenta ni ABS-CBN, 1.2 million, ang sinasabi po ni Commissioner Agbayani, hindi binayaran magmula 1986 hanggang 1992, which totals to about 72 million pesos. So dalawa po yun, ABS, RPN 9, ang may utang po, RPN 9 kay ABS. ABS, BBC, ang may utang po ay ang ABS sa BBC na siya naman pong nasa PCGG ng panahon yun. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Nililinaw lamang
Maraming
natin,
salamat
Commissioner.
sa interjection, Vice Chairman Mike Defensor. Muntikan mo na namang masabi yung Agbayani mo. Sige po, Congressman PD, pakituloy po.
Pakiulit lamang po ang inyong sagot na sa tingin nyo hindi dapat magbayad ang pamahalaan sa ABS-CBN? Tama
Opo.
po ba ang pagkakaintindi ko?
Kung based po sa record namin, meron hong lease contract noong September 7, 1986 kung saan naka-lease sa ABS-CBN yung equipment ng BBC at merong rental consideration na 1.2 million per month.
Simple lamang po ang tanong ko. Yung bang mga equipment na subject ng lease contract, yung bang equipment na yon ay under sequestration?
Opo.
Okay. Follow-up question. Kung yung mga properties ay under sequestration at ginamit ng national government, base sa inyong batas at doktrina, kinakailangan bang magbayad ang national government sa paggamit ng mga properties under sequestration?
I-qualify ko lang po yan. If the purpose of using the equipment is for the purpose of preserving the asset from deterioration, hindi na po kailangan kasi that is just an incident of its preservative power. Pero kung ang purpose po ng paggamit ng gobyerno dun sa sequestered asset pagnenegosyo at kikita ang gobyerno, well, under the doctrine of fairness, then the excess from the preservatory expenses should be deposited to the National Treasury until the final adjudication of the true ownership of the sequestered asset is determined.
Since the properties are under sequestration, ang talagang government agency involved dyan will be the Presidential Commission on Good Government. Tama po ba?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. At base sa inyong mga records, yung bang paggamit ng gobyerno doon sa mga facilities ng RPN9, Banahaw Broadcasting, ay naging profitable o hindi?
Honestly, Your Honor, hindi ko po nakita yung financials niya.
O hindi ba obligasyon?
At based po sa record namin, wala po kaming pumasok na pera arising out of that sequestered asset. Wala ho kaming collection dyan.
Hingin na lang namin yung lease contract.
Opo.
Okay. Pangalawa, bukod ba sa properties under sequestration na nasa ABS-CBN, napakarami yung sequestered properties, tama po ba?
Opo. Yes,
Sa
Your Honor.
katunayan, hanggang ngayon, pagkalipas ng 12,520 araw, hindi pa tapos ang inyong trabaho. Tama po ba?
Hindi pa po. Tama po kayo.
Okay. Bukod ba roon sa rental na binayad ng government sa ABS-CBN, mayroon pa bang sequestered properties na ang national government ay nagbayad sa may-ari ng sequestered properties? As far as
Wala.
you know and based on your records.
Wala po akong natatandaan na kami po nagbabayad.
Okay. Maraming salamat, Commissioner. Thank you very much.
Thank you po.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, Congressman Defensor.
yeah, I would like to reserve the right to also ask the Commissioner Agbayani, but Mr. Chair, I understand, well, first we'd like to thank the Attorney Almeda. Maraming salamat po sa inyong presentasyon. Kung gusto pa ni Attorney Meldang makinig at pakinggan nyo yung mga sinasabi, maganda rin po siguro dahil siya talaga may first-hand information sa mga nangyari. Pero nandiyan din po ang ating Senator Enrile, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Maraming salamat, Congressman Defensor. Sa kalaman po ng lahat, kasama natin ngayon si former Senator at former Senate President Juan Ponce Enrile. Siya po ang Minister ng Ministry of National Defense na nag-issue ng order, ng Ministry Order number A, letter A, number 003, ordering the sequestration of RPN9, IBC-13, and BBC-2. At siguro po, marapat lamang na pagsalitain natin si Senador Enrile para po malaman natin na mas malinaw kung ano ba ang sakop ng Ministry Order A003 at kung paano po ba ginawa ang implementasyon ng Ministry Order na ito. Former Senator Enrile, you're now recognized. Magandang tanghali po, Senator.
Magandang tanghali po.
Sana
Ano
po
po
ay
bang
maayos
gusto
po ang inyong kalusugan, ngunit hihingi lang po kami sa inyo ng ilang paglilinaw tungkol po doon sa Ministry Order A003 at kung paano po nagawa ang implementasyon po nito.
Salamat po. Alam po ninyo, nung 1972, September 21, dineklara ni Presidente Marcos. President Marcos declared martial law. And in the planning of martial law, it was the agreement of the government that to prevent bloodshed in the country. And so therefore, when we declared martial law, an order was issued to sequester all television stations, all radio stations, all communication facilities, both domestic and international, in the country. We closed PLDT, both the local operation as well as the international operation. We closed Channel 2, the entire facilities of ABS-CBN, Channel 5, Channel 4, Canlaon Broadcasting Station, Channel 7 of Bob Stewart, Channel 9 Channel 13, Channel 11 of Elizalde, 13 is Soriano, Channel 5 is the channel of the Roseses, and all the radio stations throughout the land, in order to control the situation so that there will be no reaction or opposition to the declaration of martial law. And so therefore, the facilities of the entire ABS-CBN complex, broadcast complex, was placed under the control of the government. The title of all of these facilities were never transferred to the government. They remained with the owners. Hindi po tatama yung sinabi ni Jake Almeida Lopez na inagaw ni Presidente Marcos yung ABS-CBN. It was a part of the national policy to immobilize and control the communication system and the outlets for information in the entire nation, and that is what we did. Now, after that, I think it was in 1973, I'm not sure of the exact date and period, ABS-CBN was reopened for purposes of being used by the government to broadcast information throughout the country. And it was placed under the management and control of Canlaon Broadcasting, or the Benedicto group of companies. And it was from then on until 1986, that was the situation. Now, in 1986, to be exact, it was February 26, I think it was, 1986, I, as Secretary of National Defense and Sequestrator of ABS-CBN and all the other television, radio, and communication facilities in the country, I issued an order to lift the sequestration of ABS-CBN. And that was the last time that I had any contact or involvement with ABS-CBN.
Maraming salamat po, former Senator Juan Ponce Enrile, at kami po ay natutuwa sapagkat parang bagong-bago pa po sa inyong isipan ang mga nangyari nung panahon po ng martial law hanggang po nung panahong ito. Maraming salamat po, former Senator and Senate President Juan Ponce Enrile.
Incidentally, I would like to tell you that I think it was about the middle of 1973 when Henny Lopez, the father of Gabi, asked a meeting with me, and we met at the coffee shop of Intercontinental Hotel here in Makati. And Henny Lopez said that they wanted the government to take over ABS-CBN and transfer the ownership and control of ABS-CBN because they could not service their loans. That was the situation. Now, but President Marcos rejected the offer. And because of that, it was, as I said, it was placed under the management and control of Bobby Benedicto. And I think Bobby Benedicto provided new equipment for the television organization of the Lopezes. And that was used throughout the period of martial law until I lifted the sequestration in February of 1986.
Tama po ba yung pagkakaintindi po namin na gustong ipasalba ng mga Lopezes nung panahon pong iyon, nung 1973, yung ABS-CBN mula sa pagkakalugi? Tama po ba, Senator Enrile?
Tama yun. At nauna yan na offer ng mga Lopezes sa gobyerno. Ang sumunod na offer nila yung tungkol sa Meralco. At yung record noon ay nasa isang report na ginawa ni Chairman Emilio Adelio ng Meralco noon at linagdaan din ni President Senen Gabaldon ng Meralco noon. Yung report na yon at hinihiling ni Don Eugenio Lopez na kunin na ng gobyerno yung Meralco sapagkat hindi nila kayang i-service yung kanilang mga loans noong mga panahon na yun.
Maraming salamat po, Senator Juan Ponce Enrile. Sa madaling salita po, pati yung Meralco ay pinasasalba rin po ng mga Lopez noong panahong iyon?
Yun ang katotohanan. Dahil nahihirapan sila na mabayaran. I think if I remember correctly, ang utang ng Meralco noon na hindi nila nahihirapan sila na bayaran is a little more than 100 million pesos.
Maraming salamat po, Senator Juan Ponce Enrile. Meron pa po bang nais magtanong kay Senator JPE? Yes, Congressman Remulla.
Magandang hapon po, Senator Enrile.
Magandang hapon na Congressman Remulla. Huwaying, kumusta ka?
Okay naman po. Ito po ang aking katanungan kasi nagkaroon nga ng compromise agreement ang gobyerno at ang ABS-CBN sa korte upang mapawalang halaga na lahat ng mga issue tungkol sa gobyerno at ABS-CBN. Ngunit ang mahalaga po, yung kasaysayan nga pinag-uusapan, totoo ba ho na malaki ang pagkakautang ng ABS-CBN at ng Meralco bago po dumating ang martial law?
Mukhang ganun nga sapagkat early on or ang negotiation ng mga Lopezes sa gobyerno ay nag-umpisa bago yata magdeklara ang martial law. Dahil nga hindi nila nasa-service yung kanilang mga utang sa mga bangko ng mga panahon na yon. Kung matutukan ninyo yung report ni Don Emilio Adelio at pinirmahan din ni President Senen Gabaldon ng Meralco. Ang may hawak nun ng Meralco nun ay mga Lopezes. Nandun lahat ang istorya at nandun lahat ang mga dokumento na kailangan ninyong mabasa.
At meron hong dumating na balita sa akin, may naghayag po sa akin, na bago ho dumating ang martial law, todo ho ang pagkakautang, sabi nga sa Ingles, highly leveraged na po ang ABS-CBN bago ho dumating ang martial law. Meron ho kayong alam sa bagay na ito?
Siguro makikita ninyo yan sa mga sa record ng ABS-CBN, ng Development Bank of the Philippines. At naka-record naman lahat ng mga transaksyon na yan, mga utang na yan. Nasa libro nila yan.
Sa ano ho ba, sa pagkakaalam nyo ba, sa settlement ho between the government of the Republic of the Philippines at ng Lopez family, pati ho yung pagkakautang nila ay wala na hong bagay at ito po lahat ay nakondone na ho ng gobyerno. Kasama ba ho ito sa naging usapan?
Hindi ko alam po yung usapan ng Tory government at ng mga Lopezes doon sa mga bagay na yan. Kasi nangyari yata yan noong pagkatapos ng 1986. Umalis ako sa kabinete ni Tory noong November of 1986. So wala na ako doon at nasa kabila na ako ng politika.
So ang best evidence po, kayo po ay isang ginagalang na abogado, ang pinakamagandang ebidensya po rito, yung records po ng DBP para magkaalaman sa mga katanungan ito, Mr. Senator.
The best evidence is always the books of record, financial records of the banks, the corporations, lahat yan. Nakikita ninyo ito. Hindi naman mabubura yun eh.
Maraming salamat po, Senator Enrile.
Salamat din po sa inyo.
Mr. Chair.
Mr.
Yes, Attorney
I
Katigbak.
just want to make one clarification.
Sige po,
Narinig ko-
Senator Enrile.
Narinig ko kanina na sinabi ni Jake Almeida Lopez. Kaibigan ko yan eh, sapagkat magkasama kami sa law office ng papa ko nung bago pa lang siya na naging abogado. Sinasabi niya na nandun sila sa ABS-CBN. Siguro nga nandun sila, pero ako ang nagpadala ng mga militar doon para isara yung ABS-CBN noon. Pati Channel 9, Channel 13. Kaya, kung nandun man sila, salamat. Pero sa totoo lang, kami ang nagpasara nun. Yung grupo ng mga sa rebel soldiers ang nagpasara nun.
Yes, Attorney Katigbak.
Hindi po ako attorney, Mr. Chair.
Mr. President, CEO Katigbak. Sige po.
Attorney Almeida Lopez would like to be recognized po.
Sige po, pakinggan po natin si Attorney Almeida Lopez. You're now recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, this is a very happy occasion also because we have been colleagues before of Johnny Ponce Enrile. He was talking about 70 years ago, probably thereabouts. And we have not had the chance to really socialize anymore. Anyway, I would like to respond to some of the questions, not really completely abrogating whatever he's saying. The first one was the declaration of martial law. Assume already that that was valid and legal during the period of crisis, as they mentioned it. But the truth of the matter is that not long after, the Benedicto companies took over ABS-CBN, and the Benedicto companies were called RPN and KBS. They were owned by Marcos. The name of the company of Marcos was FEMI, Far Eastern Management Inc. But everybody knew it was owned by Marcos. They took it. And the truth of the matter is that, tama si Johnny, we were concerned about the obligations. ABS had heavy obligations because it put up the broadcast center. And I'll tell you, we had to go outside of the Philippines because the local banking community were very, very adamant about lending money to broadcast companies because they knew that it was relatively fragile. Anyway, we went to abroad and we obtained loans from First City Bank of New York, then from Croker's Bank, then from Philadelphia Bank, and a slew of other banks. When Marcos declared martial law and they took over, FEMI took over ABS-CBN, the bankers came to request from President Marcos a program of payment for the loans that were obtained by ABS-CBN. Ang sagot ng Marcos wala naman ako utang sa inyo. Bakit ako ang kinokobra nyo? Kung merong nagpautang sa inyo, doon kayo magsumingil. Singilin nyo ang Lopez. Yun ang sagot ng Marcos sa mga abogado. Na-stand ang mga abogado. Kasi sila na may hawak ng ABS. Pero ayaw nila bayaran. Hindi sila nagbayad sa bangko, hindi sila nagbayad sa Lopez. So gano'n ang mga pangyayari niya. So, it's just a clarification of what John is saying. Now, as far as the debts with the DBP are concerned, let me give you the background of that. This was long time ago. You know, the father of television in this country was Antonio Quirino, the brother of Elpidio Quirino. He set up the company in 1950. No, he bought the company from two Americans, Bolinao Electronics Company. And he was the one who started television. He went abroad, brought home 500 sets, of which only 50 were operational. In the process, well, anyway, let me put it this way. He borrowed money from government institutions. One way or another, he was able to get money from the institute. Hoping that Elpidio Quirino would win. Unfortunately for Antonio Quirino, Elpidio Quirino lost to Ramon Magsaysay. So, he could not pay the obligations with DBP. And the people who were really concerned were not Antonio Quirino. It were the officials of DBP and the other financial institutions. Because masisisi sila, bakit yung pinautang yun si Antonio Quirino? By the way, Antonio Quirino's group of companies was called Alto. Aleli, the name of his wife, and Tony, that's his name, Alto. We still carry that name. ABS-CBN is Alto Broadcasting Corporation. We carry that name because we acknowledge that Mr. Quirino...
Jake, it is Alto Broadcasting Station, ABS.
Yes. Alto Broadcasting System. Alto Broadcasting System. Yan ang pangalan. Inutang niya yung kwarta sa DBP. Worried na worried yung mga opisyal ng DBP. Masisisi sila bakit pinautang yung kapatid ng presidente. Pumunta si Mr. Orosa, the head of DBP. Pumunta kay Chino Roses. Umayaw si Chino Roses. Bakit ako papasok dyan? Napakahirap na trabaho niya. Why will we pioneer there? Pumunta sila kay Elizalde, DCRH, the dominant radio station at the time. Umayaw din ng Elizalde. Pumunta ngayon reluctantly pumunta kay Lopez. I say reluctant because in that elections, the Lopezes went for Magsaysay against the brother of Elpidio Quirino. But Eugenio Lopez was interested because of Henny Lopez. You know, Henny Lopez took his master's in Harvard. He brought his wife there, that is why diyan pinanganak yung Gabi Lopez. While he was there in Boston, he was exposed to television. Alam mo, television hindi kilala din sa Pilipinas yan. In 1950s, hindi kilala yan. For that matter, the whole of Southeast Asia, walang television. If only the only one country that had television was Japan. China did not have it. So anyway, na-expose si Henny dyan sa television. Ang sinabi niya, sa isip niya, ito bagay na bagay ito para sa Pilipinas. And you know, at that time, it was the feeling that if you were in media, you're in paper, newspaper, you should also be in broadcast. Well, anyway, he came back to the country, Henny Lopez, and in informal talks with his father, he explained that, boy, maganda yan. They applied for a franchise to operate television. But in the meantime, there was this offer from Elpidio Quirino. The truth of the matter, ang gusto ng Orosa, ma-assume lang yung obligation ni Elpidio Quirino. Ang katotohanan yun, ang kwento mismo ni Antonio Quirino, pumasa na lang ang kwento sa akin. Ngayon nag-uusap sila gano'n. Sinulat ni Mr. Lopez kung makano ang babayad niya yung over and above assuming the obligation of...
Mr. Chair, may I interrupt, please?
Yes, Congressman Marcoleta.
I don't think we are getting anywhere, Mr. Chair. I don't know the question. And are we interested in narratives or we are more interested on records? I think we already agreed yesterday that the narratives are okay. And for purposes of hearing them, I think we have two distinguished grand old men who would like to revisit the past. It's almost a good hearing time, Mr. Chair, but the records are indispensable because even the sworn statement of Attorney Almeida Lopez is all about arbitration. He started about agreements to arbitrate. 2 documents have been presented. But yesterday, when we were asking for records, I don't think ABS-CBN was so determined and they were so sure to be able to get the records. Mr. Chair, the best evidence are the records. We can hear all these narratives. For example, we talk about the loans in DVP. They're so persistent. About $600 million in the 70s. And when our peso was devalued, the government pays them because of the sovereign guarantee. But this is another record. Today, we are, I think, settling a particular statement sworn before us by Attorney Almeida Lopez. This representation yesterday demanded the submission of the records of the arbitration proceedings ordered and initiated by no less than the Office of the President. This is all recorded in his affidavit. The President was unflinching. She said, for the sake of total transparency, she suggested an arbitration committee where ABS-CBN will be given all the opportunity in this world to present their evidence. She even mentioned about Torrens titles and any proof of evidence for the claim of ABS-CBN, not only in Bohol Avenue, but also those that are cited in the other provinces. And I can almost memorize the statement that Malacanang wanted that the proceeding be made public, formal, and properly recorded. Mr. Chair, I think we gained our right to demand those records. I'd like to have a categorical answer from ABS-CBN, when will the records be submitted? Because there is no substitute for the arbitral award, Mr. Chair. They started with an agreement to arbitrate. I think we have all the reasons to believe that the arbitration was completed.
Mr. Chairman.
That is the only document, Mr. Chair, that we can rely upon in order to see once and for all whether the documents sought by the arbitration committee in presenting all the evidence of ownership were presented properly. The arbitral award will tell us all those proceedings, Mr. Chair. That is why
Yes,
there is no substitute for the best evidence.
Thank you,
the records themselves.
Deputy Speaker Marcoleta. Vice Chairman Defensor, you're now recognized.
Mr. Chairman, kagabi po na tanong po din ni Congressman Marcoleta yung punto pong yun tungkol doon sa ebidensya. Nais ko lang po unang bigyan ng pagsaludo at respeto si Attorney Jake Almeida, Senator Juan Ponce Enrile. Yung po lang kasing pagkikwentuhan nung ating po mga guest ngayong hapon, nagsimula po kasi doon sinabing may utang ang DBP at doon po nagpaliwanag si Attorney Almeida kung ano po yung pinanggalingan ng pagkakautang yun. Una po, nagpapasalamat ulit ako sa dalawa nating guest ngayon at yun nga po binabanggit ng ating Honorable Marcoleta, batay na po doon sa pagkakaayos ng arbitration agreement, ano pong dokumento ang nagsasabi o nagpatunay na ito po'y kanila. Yun po ang hinahanap niya nung kagabi pa ho, nung tayo nag-hearing. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, respects and salute to Attorney Almeida and Senator Juan Ponce Enrile. Thank you po.
Thank you.
Okay. Maraming salamat, Congressman Mike Defensor. Bago ko po kayo kilalanin, Senator Juan Ponce Enrile, ay ipapasagot ko lang po sa ABS-CBN muna kung kailan po ninyo mabibigay yung mga dokumentong hinahanap ni Congressman Marcoleta, sapagkat kayo po ay binigyan na ng direksyon na isubmit yung mga dokumento na hinahanap sa inyo bago po mag-umpisa ang hearing na ito.
Mr. Chair.
ABS-CBN.
Mr. Chair, before
Yes,
ABS-CBN
Congressman
answer,
Sarate.
point of information, Mr. Chair. Nabanggit ko na rin ito kahapon, and I think yung Secretary ng Board of Arbitration is on Zoom, no? Si Attorney C. No? And probably she's in the best position to also tell these joint committees kung ano ang nangyari sa proceedings na yon at saan na ang records ng proceedings na yon ng Board of Arbitrators.
Hearing suspended. Hearing resumed. ABS-CBN, kanina po ay may pending tayong katanungan kung kailan nyo maisusumite yung minutes po ng arbitration court. At yung pwera po sa arbitration ruling ay yung minutes at yung procedures po ng arbitration court. Meron po ba kayong maibibigay na kasagutan, Mr. Carlo Katigbak?
Mr. Chair, I'd just like to request the committee to recognize that these documents are over 30 years old at nahirapan po kaming hanapin ang kompletong proceedings. We will continue to exercise diligence to try and secure whatever documents we can find and submit that to the committee at the soonest time possible po.
Maraming salamat po, Attorney Katigbak. Sa madaling salita po ba, kung bibigyan namin kayo hanggang bukas, kasi bukas po yung unang napagkasunduan natin, hindi nyo pa maibibigay bukas?
Malamang hindi po.
Sige po. Hindi daw po maibibigay ng ABS-CBN yung hinahanap nating dokumento, pero meron naman po tayong imbitadong guest ngayong araw na ito na mismong miyembro ng arbitration court o arbitration committee. The chairman hears the presence of Attorney C. Attorney C, nandyan po ba kayo? Nandyan po ba si Attorney C? Isa sa mga original na membro ng 30-year-old na arbitration court. Attorney C? Paki-unmute po yung inyo pong mikropono. Ayan, umikot-ikot na si Attorney C. Magandang tanghali po, ma'am. Attorney C, pwede po ba kayo magpakilala po sa harapan ng committee ito? Attorney C, hindi po namin kayo marinig. Pwede po bang isenyas nyo na lang pagka po kayo nag-approve ay ibig sabihin ay kaya nyong maibigay. Pagka po kayo ay nag-thumbs down ay hindi nyo po kayang maibigay yung dokumentong hinihingi po namin. Naiintindihan nyo po, Attorney C? Hearing suspended.
Mr. Chairman.
should have. Ikot nga daw ako.
Hearing resumed. Attorney C, naririnig po namin kayo dyan ngayon.
Yes,
Kami po ba'y
yes.
naririnig nyo po ng maayos dyan sa inyong bahay?
Naririnig po ng maayos.
Okay, Attorney C, pwede po bang magpakilala po kayo sa committee ito?
Yes, ako po si Attorney Bel C. Ako po yung former secretary ng Board of Arbitrators. But I would like to respectfully request for the committee to give me more time to refresh my memory dun po sa nangyari because I just received the invitation an hour ago before the start of the committee hearing. So, actually po, ang participation ko lang talaga dito sa
Attorney
Board
C,
of
excuse me po. Tinanong ko lang po kayo kung pwede po kayo magpakilala sa committee ito. At ang susunod ko pong katanungan para po hindi po kayo masyadong mahirapan, ay pwede nyo po bang mabigyan ang joint committee na ito ng lahat ng minutes noong pong nangyaring arbitration procedures or proceeding? Attorney C?
Sa totoo lang po, wala akong kopya ng records because that was how many decades ago, Your Honors. So actually, ang meron lang po akong kopya which was given to me by Angel, the staff of the House Committee, was a photocopy po noong yung kopya ng decision. Actually, it could hardly be read kasi ang labo pa. So actually, I'm requesting for a copy of yung decision from Attorney Dong Rendor, and then I would like to just authenticate it kasi ako po ang nag-authenticate as certified true copy nung decision. So, yun po yun.
Mr. Chair, may I...
Yes, Deputy Speaker Marcoleta.
Attorney C, kayo po yung secretary nung nag-arbitrate na pinag-uusapan namin dito?
Yes, Your Honor.
Kabisado po rin naman ninyo yung proceedings kung ano yung arbitration, hindi po ba?
Sa totoo lang po, yung if I recall it correctly, meron pong a board of arbitrators was formed with the attorney Oscar Garcia representing the government and former Justice Amorfina Melencio Herrera as the chair and Mr. Andres Bautista as the nominee of ABS-CBN.
Sino po yung nagte-take po ng mga minutes kapag ka po nagko-conduct ng arbitration proceedings?
Ako po yung nag-take down ng minutes.
Nasa inyo po yung mga record ng transcript of stenographic notes. Nasa inyo pa po.
Wala na po, Your Honors, because hindi na po ako connected with the Office of the Government Corporate
Hindi po,
Counsel.
nung kayo po yung secretary, natapos po ba yung arbitration?
Natapos po siya.
Okay. Nasa inyo po ba yung record? Ganito na lang po, kasi karaniwan po, pagkatapos na maihayag yung rules ng arbitration, nung arbiter, kung sino man yun, i-require po niya yung partido, karaniwan po para mapadali, either position paper o kaya memorandum. So, nag-submit po ba yung dalawang panig ng either position paper or a memorandum? Pagkaraan po ng ilang panahon, yun po ang titingnan ng arbiter at mula dun sa dalawang pleadings na yon, gagawa po siya ng desisyon. Yun po ang tinatawag na arbitral award. Dahil po yung proceedings na yan ay napaka-importante, yan po ay in-initiate ng dating Pangulong Cory Aquino para mapag-alaman talaga o malaman ng sino man kung talagang nakapag-present ng evidence ang ABS-CBN. Ito po kasi yung nakalatag doon sa statement ni Attorney Almeda Lopez na kinailangan pala yung arbitration. Yun lamang po kasing record na yon ang makapagpapatunay kung talagang na-establish po ng ABS-CBN ang kanilang pagmimay-ari. Nandun po yun dun sa arbitral award. So, meron po ba kayong hawak nung pleadings ng dalawang partido? Mula doon ay nagkaroon ng ruling na arbitral award para yun po ang isubmit niyo sa amin Para naman makita namin. Meron po ba kayong ganong record?
Unfortunately, Your Honor, wala po.
Salamat po.
Although
Mr.
meron
Chair.
po ay position paper, pero wala po akong hawak na document.
Maraming salamat po, Attorney C. Yes, Vice Chairman Mike Defensor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, again, ulitin ko lang po yung binabanggit ni Deputy Speaker Marcoleta. Bukod po dun sa pag-establish ng ownership, which she was asking last night, gusto niya makita yung mismo mga dokumento kung ano yung naging pamamaraan ng arbitration. Ito rin po yung tinanong ko kanina. And in line with the questions of Congressman Barsaga, Attorney Almeda is still here. Ulit po, magandang hapon po sa inyo. Doon po sa, papaliwanag ko lang po yung nangyayari. Kasi po doon sa binabanggit na usapin, nagkaroon ng arbitration agreement. Ang lumalabas po, matapos ang pagbalik ng ABS-CBN, gobyerno pa ho ang nagkaroon ng utang. Batay po diyan doon sa renta ng RPN 9 na binabanggit. At pagkatapos po diyan, merong kailangan din bayaran yung ABS-CBN based on doon sa agreement nila. Ang naging suma total, of course, non-cash po to, ito po yung nagkaroon ng pagbayad ang gobyerno pa sa ABS-CBN. Kaya po kahapon tinanong ko, sabi ko, hindi ho ba tiningnan yung mga pasilidades, yung mga broadcast equipment tungkol dito? Ang lumalabas, sinasabi ni SEC, is SEC, nandito po ba ang SEC? I'm sorry, PCGG, Commissioner John Agbayani. Kanina ho, binanggit nyo, Commissioner John, na hindi kayo binayaran ng renta magmula 1986 hanggang 1992. Tama po ba?
Based po sa, Your Honor, based po sa records ng PCGG, wala pong pumasok na payment arising out of that September 15, 1986 contract of lease.
Okay, pero kayo po yung nagmamayari ng mga properties na yan, ng mga panahon na yan. Bakit to hindi nyo ipinaglaban, bigla na lang na turn over itong mga equipment?
Ang pagkaalam ko po, based on record, meron hong negotiation on the amount of the lease rental of 1.2 million pesos per month. That was a stalled negotiation, and then it was overtaken by the compromise agreement of Roberto Benedicto in 1992. So mula po nung nagkaroon na po ng compromise agreement, nagkasabay din ata po yung compromise agreement sa arbitration, at ang based on my investigation from the old people in PCGG a week ago, ABS-CBN was not mentioned or was not an issue. All they know is there is a compromise agreement between the government and ABS-CBN, and it is not an issue in PCGG anymore. And since then, hindi na po nag-surface po yung ABS-CBN assets na yan.
Okay. Ito pong equipment na ito, nung nasa inyo pa, kasi para lang maliwanagan yung mga nanonood, yung equipment po na ito, sinequester ninyo. Equipment po yan ng BBC, yung Banahaw Broadcasting Corporation. Ito pong equipment na to, ginagamit ng ABS-CBN at batay po dyan, nagkaroon ng renta. Yung renta from 86 to 92, hindi binayaran. Kasi po, kaya yung cut-off date is 92. Was it because of the compromise agreement?
There was no compromise agreement yet during that time because it was entered into in 1986. Coincidental lang na nagkaroon ng compromise agreement si Mr. Benedicto noong October 2, 1992. Yung term ng lease is 1987 to 1992.
Okay pero kung nagkaroon man pa kayo ng compromise agreement, yung pong compromise agreement na yun, hindi po sa ABS-CBN at BBC, kundi BBC, Benedicto, with PCGG.
Correct, Your Honor.
Nagkaroon po kayo ng compromise agreement.
Yes, Your Honor.
So, sinurrender po sa inyo itong mga equipment.
Hindi ho equipment, kundi it vested ownership on BBC. Parang sinurrender ho ang BBC, IBC, at saka RPN in favor of the government. General lang po yung surrender of these assets to the government.
At yung po mga asset na yan, kasama rin po yan. Kasi at that time, state of the art ang asset ng BBC. Tama po ba?
Yes po. Kasama
Okay.
dapat lahat ng pag-aari ng BBC. So, logically, if Benedicto surrendered BBC in favor of the national government, then all its properties, assets are included in that surrender.
Ito pong equipment na to napunta sa ABS-CBN.
Opo. Yes, Your Honor.
Binayaran po ba kayo?
It was a lease contract in favor of ABS-CBN.
Yes.
Pero
So,
ngayon, wala pa pong bayad sa record po namin sa PCGG. Wala pong bayad sa amin na ang ABS-CBN.
so magmula po sa lease contract at saka yung actual purchase of agreement, hindi po kayo nabayaran.
Sa record po namin, wala po.
Yung po ba ay mali?
Based on records po, tama po kayo na walang bayad sa amin.
Oho, pero yung pong ganun bang biglang nawala na lang sa inyo, sa inyong proseso at batas, meron po kayong Proclamation number 50. Yan po ba'y pumasok sa regulasyon ng batas?
Yung pag-dispose po ng equipment na yan, kung inaamin po ng ABS-CBN na yan po ay part ng agreement nila na binalik sa kanila ng gobyerno, based dun sa Proclamation number 50, which regulates the disposal of assets of government, hindi po nasunod yon. Hindi po dumaan yung disposal ng assets na yan through a regular procedure, at the assets were disposed of through the executive secretary during that time. Normally po sa PCGG, pag yung sequestered asset na lift and then the ownership of the sequestered asset is transferred to the national government, to PCGG for example, we will sell and dispose this asset through the Committee on Privatization. Centralized po kasi ang disposal ng asset eh. So, yung mga na-recover naming asset, binibenta po namin yan through the Committee on Privatization. Now, in the case of ABS-CBN in 1992, ang the law that governs the disposal during that time was yung Committee on Privatization ang nagbebenta. Sa ngayon, ang nagbebenta ay yung Privatization Council.
Kaya nga po, so, Commissioner Agbayani, ang nangyari po sa inyo, yung po mga equipment na to, bigla na lang nawala sa inyo na hindi nyo sinusundan yung proseso na gumagabay sa inyong ahensya at ibinalik lang sa ABS-CBN nang hindi dumaan sa tamang proseso.
Based po sa record namin, hindi ho na-record yung proseso na yan. Bigla lang nawala. Wala hong record sa amin na yan binenta at ang proceeds binigay sa amin. Hindi ho dumaan sa regular procedure na yan.
And do you assert that hanggang ngayon dapat bayaran yung utang na yan? Yung renta ng equipment?
Kung unless we are refuted by contrary evidence, the only evidence that we had and document is the lease agreement up to the present, and these rentals coming from that contract has never been paid based on our record.
Thank you for that, Commissioner Agbayani. Ngayon po, ito yung medyo critical po na tanong ko dito, dagdag dun sa equipment. Meron po akong letter ni Commissioner Doromal na ang sinasabi niya sa Banao Broadcasting Corporation, please be advised by the authority of the President of the Philippines, decided at its regular meeting, June 10, 1986, to allow ABS-CBN Broadcasting the use of the following sequestered assets. And Commissioner Agbayani, I hope you can listen with what I'm going to say. Ito pong radio frequencies, DWOK 630 kHz Metro Manila and DWW 101 MHz Metro Manila. Tama po ba yan?
Opo. 101.9.
Ang ibig niyo pong sabihin, to date, kayo nagmamay-ari, kasi ito po yung DCMM na radio signal, na ito po yung pagmamay-ari ng gobyerno at hindi pribado? Commissioner Agbayani, ang question ko po is, based on this letter, ang sinasabi po nito is that you are allowing, because sequestered asset to ng Banahaw Broadcasting Corporation, ABS-CBN, no, the sequestered assets to be used by ABS-CBN, DWOK 630 kHz Metro Manila and DWW 101 MHz Metro Manila. Yan po ba dito sa batay sa sulat na ito, kayo po nagmamay-ari?
Based po dun sa compromise agreement ng October 2, 1992, when Roberto S. Benedicto vested ownership of BBC to the government, logically, all assets and frequencies should belong to the
Yes, I agree. But you allowed ABS-CBN in 1986 to use DWOK 630 and DWW 101. Are you saying therefore that based on the records of PCGG, that in fact you are the owners of these radio frequencies? Kayo may-ari ng, particular dito kasi 630 MHz is DCMM. Yun po ba ang sinasabi ninyo dito? Commissioner Agbayani? Nakamute po ata si Commissioner Agbayani, si Attorney Siyang nakikita po natin.
Yes, Your Honor. In 1986, there was that letter to allow the temporary use of these frequencies and I think TB2 in favor of ABS-CBN. That was still sequestered during that time.
Mr. Chairman, very critical po to our ABS-CBN friends na ilabas niyo po yung dokumento na hinihingi ni Congressman Marcoleta. Because based on record, yung binabasa po natin sa ngayon at kung ito'y pagbabatayan natin, number one, kung doon po sa compromise agreement, hindi isinama ang renta ng ABS-CBN sa Banahaw Broadcasting Corporation ng equipment, lumalabas po may utang pa kayong hindi nabayaran. Kung hindi po, kasi ito pong compromise agreement, hindi po nakasaad doon yan. Pangalawa po, kung hindi po nakasaad sa inyong compromise agreement or sa arbitration agreement na in-uphold ng korte na yung DWOK 630 kHz and DWW 101 MHz, hindi po nakasama yan sa pagbabalik o ibinigay sa ABS-CBN as kasamahan sa pag-uusap ng kompromiso or compromise agreement, ako po'y naniniwala na ito din po'y dapat bumalik sa gobyerno. Wala po akong sinasabi, yan po'y batay sa, maraming salamat Commissioner Agbayani sa iyong mga pagsagot at yan po'y na-sign nyo po na po sa ABS-CBN para patunayan na ito po ang katotohanan at kung ano man po yung assertion tungkol sa utang at sa radio frequencies ay totoong sa inyo nagmamay-ari. Salamat po, Mr. Chairman.
Maraming
Mr. Chair.
salamat, Vice Chairman Mike Defensor. Yes, ABS-CBN.
Kung pwede lang pong sagutin ang tanong
Sige po,
ni Congressman Mike. Unang-una po yung frequency po, a frequency cannot be owned by a private company. It can merely be assigned by the NTC for your use. And dito po sa provisional authority na which was granted by the NTC on June 11, 2008. With your permission, Mr. Chair, I'll just read a quick summary. Wherefore, there appears to be no pending case or proceeding which puts in issue the ownership of petitioner, ABS-CBN po. A provisional authority to operate and maintain DWXS-TV using the frequency of channel 2, 101.9 megahertz and 630 kilohertz, all serving Metro Manila area, predicated on its franchise under Republic Act 7966, was granted for use by ABS-CBN po. So that's contained under the provisional authority granted by the NTC. Doon naman po sa rentals, I think it's quite clear in the arbitration agreement that the compromise agreement shall constitute the full and final settlement of any and all claims which the parties may have against each other. Not only in this case, but also in, there's another case being referred to, the lease agreement with RPN and BBC referred to herein.
Maraming
Mr. Chair.
salamat, ABS-CBN.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Katibak,
Yes,
Mr. Chairman.
Vice Chairman Defensor.
Yes, Mr. Katibak, just mabilis lang po na pagsagot dahil tama ho kayo, wala namang may-ari ng frequency kundi ang gobyerno pa rin. Pero based on this 1986 letter, iyon po'y pinapagamit hindi sa ABS-CBN kundi sa Banahaw Broadcasting Corporation as clarified by PCGG. At batay po sa sulat na to, ipinapahiram lamang sa ABS-CBN. Kaya yun po yung kailangan nating iklaro. Kahit na po sabihin ng ABS, pinayagan kami, pag nag-assert po ang PCGG, batay dito sa dokumentong to, baka humatanggal sa ABS-CBN. So, kailangan po natin makita yung papel tungkol doon. Doon naman po sa mga litigation, doon na rin po sa pagsalita ng pananalita ng ating PCGG, they were never part of the compromise agreement. Ibig pong sabihin, doon po sa proseso nilang sarili, hindi nagkaroon ng maayos na pamamaraan para mailabas yung pagmamay-ari ng kanilang mga equipment o ng kanilang mga gamit. Again, pwede pong magkaroon ng problema doon sa, although it's the Republic of the Philippines, but the PCGG process, kung saan kinuha itong mga gamit at binigay sa ABS-CBN, baka po lang magka-problema. Kaya lang po iningi ko, Mr. Katigbak, again, I would like to assert na ito naman po hindi galing sa aking sariling pananaw, kundi ito po'y nanggaling na rin doon sa pananalita at mga dokumento ng PCGG. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman.
Maraming salamat, Congressman Defensor. Yes, Congressman Barsaga.
Base po sa mga asunto na aking nabasa at ikukumpirma naman to ni Commissioner Agbayani, nagkaroon ng compromise agreement ang PCGG at si Mr. Roberto Benedicto tungkol sa kanyang mga ari-arian na sinequester ng PCGG. Tama po ba yun?
ABS-CBN?
No.
PCGG?
PCGG.
Yes, Your Honor.
As a matter of fact, that compromise agreement was submitted to the Sandigan Bayan, which paved the way for the dismissal of the criminal cases for sequestration against Roberto Benedicto. Tama po ba yun?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mabibigyan niyo po kami ng kopya ng inyong compromise agreement para makita namin kung ano ang mga properties na binalik sa national government at baka kasama riyan yung mga Banahaw Broadcasting at iba pang pinag-uusapan natin ngayon.
Opo.
Okay? So, we will expect a copy of that compromise agreement. Anyway, this is a public record. This is a public document submitted in the proceedings before the Sandigan Bayan.
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Congressman Sarate.
May be allowed also to propound clarificatory questions.
Sige po.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Kay Commissioner Agbayani, nabanggit niyo po na merong compromise agreement ang PCGG at si Mr. Benedicto. Tama po ba yun?
Opo, Your Honor.
ito po ba ay the same compromise agreement na ang subject po ba nito ay the same doon sa compromise agreement na pinasok ng ABS-CBN under doon sa arbitration proceedings headed by then Attorney Amorfina Melencio Herrera na inapprove ng Korte?
Mr. Chair,
Yes, Congressman Marcoleta.
the best evidence are the records.
Mr. Chair, I'm
Opo.
interpolating here. This is my time.
Pinaniniwalaan po natin na the best evidence are the records.
Mr. Chair,
Ngunit payagan po natin na ipagpatuloy ni Congressman Sarati ang kanyang
Hindi
pagtatanong.
po kasi ganito eh.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So kung alam po ng Commissioner ng PCGG, ito po ba ay magkapareho ang pinag-uusapan sa compromise agreement na ito?
Sinabi ko po kahapon na we were not privy to the compromise agreement in the arbitration proceedings. In fact, kinukuha pa po namin yung kopya kung ano yung laman ng compromise agreement na yon. At definitely, it is not the same as the compromise agreement entered into by PCGG and Roberto S. Benedicto.
Salamat po, Commissioner. As we speak now, nakita nyo na po yung compromise agreement na naging arbitral award ng arbitration board na na-create between the government of the Philippines and ABS-CBN. Nakita nyo na po ang kopya nun?
Hindi ko pa po nakita. Pero more or less alam ko yung laman, yung
Salamat po.
base
Salamat po.
information.
Salamat po, Commissioner. So, ibig pong sabihin, dahil hindi nyo pa nakita, lahat na sinabi nyo kanina, na opinion ninyo related dito sa compromise agreement na ito, ay isang opinion lamang at base lamang doon sa kung ano ang iintindihan ninyo na pinag-iusapan dito dahil hindi nyo po nabasa ang buong dokumento. Tama po ba yon, Commissioner?
Wala ho akong judgment sa compromise agreement na yan dahil hindi ko pa po nabasa.
Kanina po, by the way, kailan po ba nabuo ang Presidential Commission on Good Government? Just for the record, Commissioner.
Noong February 28, 1986.
February 28,
1986.
1986. At meron ho kayong nabanggit kanina na kapangyarihan na mag-sequester. Kailan po na i-issue itong kapangyarihang ito ng PCGG na pwede sila makapag-sequester ng gamit ng mga pinagdududahang nakaw na yaman or mga kaduda-dudang mga properties ng kapanahunan ng rehimen ni Marcos?
Batay po yun sa Executive Order number 1 na in-issue po ni Pangulong Corazon Aquino noong February 28, 1986.
Thank you, Commissioner. Kanina po, nasa Zoom na kayo at naging resource person natin si dating Senate President Juan Ponce Enrile. At siguro po ay malinaw na narinig ninyo na noong February 26, no? Dahil siya rin yung nag-issue ng siya nag-implement ng sequestration ata nung panahon ng martial law. Sinabi niya kanina noong February 26, 1986, he issued an order lifting the sequestration of the assets of ABS-CBN. Narinig niyo po ba yun, Commissioner?
Opo.
At batay po doon, malinaw na isinaad niya na by that time, no, kasi February 28 po yung sinabi ninyong pagkabuo ng PCGG. February 26, sinabi niya na by that time, na-lift yung sequestration ng assets ng ABS-CBN.
Your Honor, hindi po naman na-sequester yung assets ng ABS-CBN eh. Ang sinabi ko nga kanina, yung Ministry Order number A-003 na in-issue po ni dating Minister Juan Ponce Enrile ang sakop po lamang noong sequestration order na yon ay BBC, RPN, at IBC. Kaya po, sa tingin ko, hindi na siguro kailangan na i-lift niya yung sequestration dahil hindi naman na-sequester ho yung ABS-CBN.
Salamat po. But nonetheless, yun po ang malinaw na binanggit ng dating Senate President Enrile. At kayo na rin po ang nagsabi na hindi naman na-sequester ang assets ng ABS-CBN. Katunayan, sabi ninyo kanina, ang na-sequester ay ang assets ng BBC, IBC, and RPN. Nagkataon lamang na mayroong mga properties doon, no, na nakalist sa BBC, properties ng ABS-CBN, no, na in the course of the sequestration of the Benedicto assets, dahil nasa posisyon nila yon nung panahon na yon, ay naisama yung properties ng ABS-CBN. Tama po ba ang pagkaintindi ko doon sa nabanggit ninyo kanina, Commissioner Agbayani?
Opo.
Tama po. So, effectively, kayo po ay sumasang-ayon na by February of 1986, ay may mga properties na, ang mga properties ng ABS-CBN ay naibalik na sa kanilang possession and control bilang mga may-ari po ng mga properties na ito na na-sequester nga noong panahon or kinuha at kinontrol ng rehimen ni Marcos noong panahon ng martial law, Mr. Commissioner Agbayani.
Congressman, medyo hindi ko po narinig yung tanong. Pakiulit lang po.
Uulitin ko po. Sumasang-ayon po kayo kung sasabihin ko na noong February 1986, ang mga ari-arian ng mga Lopezes, no? Kasama na ang mga ari-arian sa ABS-CBN na kinuha at kinontrol ng administrasyon ng rehimen ni Marcos noong panahon ng martial law ay naibalik na sa kanila noong February of 1986. Tama po ba ang statement na yon? Dahil kayo na rin po ang nagsabi, they were not even sequestered.
Nung hindi na sequester yung ABS-CBN po, pero yung possession po kasi ng mga equipment na yan, nandun sa BBC, RPN, and IBC 13. Kaya lahat ng mga assets na yon na under BBC, RPN, IBC 13 were subject of sequestration. And pending the determination as to the rightful owner of these assets, hindi ho makuha ng ABS-CBN yon. Kasi wala pa pong final resolution or adjudication on the ownership of these assets which were subject of sequestration.
Yes, but kayo na rin po ang nagsabi na there is no need, in fact, for Senator Enrile or then Minister Enrile to lift the order of sequestration dahil hindi naman na sequester yung mga assets ng ABS-CBN. Tama po ba yung statement ninyo kanina?
Tama po yun in the sense na hindi nga na-sequester yung ABS-CBN, but let's consider the consequences of the sequestration order as requested by PCGG. It subjected all equipment under BBC, RPN, and IBC 13. And as directed by PCGG on the board of administrators, no, of the BBC, dapat magkaroon ng final adjudication doon sa mga assets na yon as to ownership before we can actually return to the rightful owner of these assets.
Thank you, Commissioner Agbayani. In June of 1995, ang PCGG po ba ay existing pa or disbanded na?
Hanggang ngayon po, buhay pa po kami.
Yes, tama po. Hanggang ngayon, there were attempts na kayo ay buwagin na sa pamamagitan ng pagpapasa ng batas, ay hindi ho na ituloy yun. No? Dahil katunayan, isa ako doon sa tumututol na buwagin na ang PCGG. So, also in April 1995, no? Para po sa kaalaman ng ating mga kababayan at sa kay Commissioner Agbayani, ang desisyon po ng Board of Arbitrators na binubuo ng dating naging maestrado rin, no? Amerpina Melencio Herrera, Oscar Garcia at Andres Bautista, nilabas po nila ang kanilang desisyon, no, noong May 23, 1995. At I suppose, alam ng PCGG ito nung panahon na yon that there is already a compromise agreement, and that compromise agreement was adopted by the Board of Arbitrators as its decision. Would you confirm that, Mr. Commissioner Agbayani?
I cannot, Your Honor, because I was not around during that time.
Of course, no? Dahil bago kayo. But at that time, aktibo pa rin ang PCGG sa kanyang function and duties sa usapin ng mga assets na under sequestration. Tama po ba yun?
Opo.
Yes.
But, as I have said a while ago, there is no record about it in the PCGG.
And Mr. Commissioner, you mentioned na nireview nyo naman yung records ng ninyo. As per your record, nakapaghain ba ng kahit na anong pleading, motion, or kaso ang PCGG para i-contest itong naging compromise agreement, no, or at desisyon ng Board of Arbitrators, which on June 23 of 1995 was also approved by Judge Salvador Abad Santos of RTC Makati. Sa inyong record po ba merong any pleading, any motion, any paper document contesting this decision of the Board of Arbitrators?
Wala po kaming nakita sa library namin,
I see.
Your Honor.
And dahil sa inyong pong pagkakaalam, meron po bang ibang mga entities, personalities, or grupo na kinontest itong compromise agreement na ito, entered into by ABS-CBN and the government, which, among others, as already mentioned kanina, shall constitute full and final settlement of any and all claims, whether present, future, or contingent, that ABS-CBN and MBS may have against the Republic, its instrumentalities or agencies, etc., etc.
Wala po ho akong alam dyan, Your Honor.
Salamat po, Commissioner Agbayani. So, Mr. Chair, yun lang po ang gusto kong linawin, no? Yung punto na yan, na itong compromise agreement na ito ay naging final and executory na. There was no appeal, or it was not contested to by the government or any of its agencies or instrumentalities. And it was the then Minister Enrile himself, and now former Senate President Juan Ponce Enrile, also affirmed here in this hearing na kahit na siya, he issued, no, an order lifting the sequestration. But that's his, what was he said, no? The sequestration of the assets or the properties of ABS-CBN in February of 1986. Yun lang po ang gusto kong malinaw. Maraming salamat, Mr. Chair.
Maraming salamat, Congressman Zarate. Yes, Deputy Speaker Marcoleta.
Mr. Chair, mga ilang tanong po sa official po ng PCGG. Magandang hapon po sa inyo.
Magandang hapon po.
Attorney Agbayani, tinatanong po kayo kanina ni Congressman Zarate, at isa po sa mga naisagot ninyo yung ilang mga kasangkapan o mga pasilidades ng ABS-CBN, nasama po dun sa BBC Channel 2 at nandun nga rin po yung RPN at saka IBC Television. Dito po sa Executive Order number 11, lumilitaw po na yung PCGG na po ang nag-request sa temporary sequestration ng mga facilities na ito sapagkat ang sinasabi po rito, marami ring puhunan ang naibigay ng gobyerno rito, lalong-lalo na yung mga finance and institutions, at kinakailangang hindi lamang masinop yung mga gamit, kung hindi mas importante, matukoy po kung sino yung tunay na pagmimay-ari. Ito po yung nilalaman ng Executive Order number 11, hindi po ba?
Opo.
At kung nasama po ang mga mahalagang mga gamit pa ng ABS-CBN, kasama po yun, nasama po yun doon sa executive order na yun, kailangan po masama sila sa proseso sa pagtutukoy ng tunay na pagmimay-ari. Tama po ba?
Opo. Your Honor.
Ngayon po, kanina po tinatanong din kayo ni Congressman Zarate kung meron kayong kinalaman dun sa arbitration proceedings, at tama naman po yung sinabi ninyo, wala naman kayong personal knowledge doon, kaya ang sabi nyo, wala po kayong may bibigay na paghatol doon sa mga tinatanong niya. Tama po ba?
Opo, Your Honor.
Dito po kasi sa salaysay ni Attorney Almeda Lopez, binagbanggit po niya kasi ang kahalagahan ng isang arbitration proceedings. Kasi po ito ay nagmula mismo sa opisina ng dating Pangulong Cory Aquino. Ang katunayan po, gumawa nga po sila ng dalawang agreement to arbitrate. Yung una po, doon nakasalalay po yung lahat ng pagmimay-ari ng ABS-CBN. 1987 po yon. Nagkaroon po ng pagbabago yon 1993 sapagkat sinama po nila yung mga iba pang claims, financial claims. Sa makatwid po, para sa amin, dahil yun ay kautusan ng Pangulo at nabigyan naman ng pagkakataon ang ABS-CBN, para sa ganun ipakita nila talaga ang mga katibayan ng pagmimay-ari, kami po dito, inaasahan namin na may pipresenta nila yung records ng proceedings sapagkat ang sabi po sa salaysay, ang prosesong ito kailangan maging public, maging formal, and properly recorded. Kayo po ba sa opisya ninyo nagkaroon ng pagkakataon na makatanggap man lang ng records na ito kung sakasakali po?
Sa aming halungkat po ng records in order to serve the needs of these proceedings, wala ho kaming nakitang mga dokumento hinggil ho sa arbitration. Hinahanap ko na po yun.
Salamat po. Salamat po.
Opo. Salamat.
Ang katunayan nga po, pati yung sekretaryo o sekretary po nung arbitration, si Attorney C. ata po ang pangalan, sa pagtatanong ko kanina, wala rin po siyang record palang may bibigay sa amin. Sa makatwid, yun pong compromise agreement, baka sakali nga pong merong ganun eh. Pero po, ang amin pong hinahanap ay yung arbitral award sapagkat yun po ay kautusan na nanggaling sa Pangulo. Maaari pong masabi doon, among others, na yung mga will enter into a compromise agreement. Malinaw po na yung disposition po ng arbitration, which will be a part of the arbitration award, maring sinasabi po nito dyan na ang partido pwedeng mag-compromise agreement. But unless and until they produce that particular document formalizing the need of a compromise agreement, the compromise agreement cannot be a substitute for the arbitral award. Tama po ba yun, Attorney?
Hindi ko po masyadong kabisado ang arbitration eh. Kaya, sorry po, hindi ko po masasagot sa procedure tungkol sa arbitration.
Pero naniniwala po ba kayo na yung compromise agreement should follow after the award? Kasi doon po natin makikita kung bakit nagkaroon ng compromise agreement. Kung wala naman pong nakalagay doon sa award mismo na magko-compromise agreement, ano pong pinagmulan noon? Yun lang po kasi yung hinahanap namin, yung tungkol sa record na yun. Napaka-importante po, the records will guide us. If ABS-CBN was able to convincingly, without any doubt, prove its ownership over the facilities claimed at that time. They have been given that opportunity. The arbitration should be there. The records should speak for themselves. Sa amin po, tatanggapin namin yon as basis for our judgment. But as it stands today, Attorney, not even ABS-CBN is in a position to categorically state for the record that they can present the records of the proceedings. Salamat po sa inyo, Attorney. May I continue another aspect?
Thank you.
Kahapon po kasi, Mr. Chair, nabanggit pa po yung yung kaso dito. Kung maalala po ninyo, yung pinagbatayan po ng mga timelines, 2 pong kaso, yung ABS-CBN versus Ombudsman, and then Gascon versus Arroyo. Lumilitaw pa nga po ron na may sinabi si Attorney Rendon kahapon na sinabi pa nga po, natalo pa raw si chairman na yata ng Human Rights Committee ngayon, si Attorney Gascon. Ang issue po kasi doon, ang pagkakaalam ko po, Attorney Gascon was not questioning yung initiative na maibalik ang ABS-CBN. What was being questioned there, kung bakit gustong kunin ng ABS-CBN yung Channel 4. Hindi po kasi po pwede yun, Mr. Chair, in the light of Presidential Decree 576-A. Ang title po nito, Regulating the Ownership and Operation of Radio and Television Stations and for Other Purposes. Ang sabi po kasi doon, Mr. Chair, hindi po kasi pwedeng magmay-ari o mag-operate o mamalakad ng higit sa isa na radio o television sa isang locality. May I ask ABS-CBN if they are familiar with Presidential Decree 576-A?
ABS-CBN.
Mr. Chair, can the question be repeated?
Are you familiar with Presidential Decree 576-A?
That's the Presidential Decree 576-A. I've read it, Your Honor.
And if you read this, under Section 3, it says, no person or corporation may own, operate, or manage more than one radio or television station in one municipality or city. Bakit po gusto pang kunin ng ABS-CBN noon ng Channel 4, di po ba magiging dalawa ang pag-aari ninyo pagka nagkataon? Ito po ay ipinagbabawal ng Presidential Decree. Ang punto po nito ayaw po ni dating President Ferdinand Marcos na mayroong monopolyo. Yun po lang yung issue ng Gascon versus Arroyo, hindi po yung ABS-CBN. Kaya ang pinakadetalye nga po nito pati nga yung claim ninyo sa PTV4 o claim ninyo sa gobyerno, talagang dapat lang malagay talaga doon sa ayos Doon namin gustong makita ang lahat ng ito kung bakit magkakaroon ng compromise agreement. Hindi namin po babawalan kayo na magkaroon ng compromise agreement, provided the compromise agreement was based on that arbitral award. Malinaw po kasi na ang kabayo po kasi dapat mauna sa kalesa. Hindi po pwede yung kalesa, hihilain po ng kabayo. Mr. Chair, the devil, sabi nga nila, is in the details. The compromise agreement will be the details. Ano po panggagalingan nun? Yung pong arbitration na pinanindigan ng sworn statement ni Attorney Augusto Almeda Lopez. Yun po yung dahilan kung bakit napaka-importante po ng record in order for us to be able to put a closure to this nagging, persisting issue of ownership. Salamat po.
Maraming salamat, Deputy Speaker Marcoleta. At bago ko po kilalanin si Congressman Edsel Lagman para sa kanyang maikling manifestation, ay i-reiterate lang po ng chairman ng committee ito na the committee secretary should exhaust all efforts para po makuha yung mga pleadings at minutes ng arbitration court na ginawa po para
Mr.
sa
Chair.
ABS-CBN.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, Congresswoman Mickey Violago, kakasabi ko lang pong kikilalanin ko na si
Sandali
Congressman
lang.
Lagman.
1 minute lang po.
Sige po.
Point of inquiry to Commissioner. Kasi sabi nila dito kanina, February 28, 1986 nabuo ang PCGG. No po, tama po. And yet, nung time na ito, it was President Corazon Aquino na po. Kaya gusto ko lang po matanong sa PCGG, bakit po wala silang record ng anumang arbitration agreement or documents? Si time ni President Corazon Aquino na ibalik sa ABS-CBN yung property nila. Tapos nung time din ni President Corazon Aquino din po, nabuo ang PCGG. Paano po nangyari na wala sila na anumang kopyang pinangahawakan samantalang nabuo sila nung panahon ng ating Presidente Corazon Aquino na siya din ang dahilan kung bakit naibalik sa Lopez ang ABS-CBN? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Congresswoman Violago, kung hindi po ako nagkakamali ay nasagot na po kanina yan ni Commissioner Jan Agbayani, pero papayagan ko pong siya mismo ang sumagot ng inyong katanungan. Commissioner Jan Agbayani,
Salamat po.
you're recognized.
Kaya nga po, pag nakita po ninyo yung compromise agreement dyan po sa arbitration na yan, hindi po kasali ang PCGG. Kaya ko po sinabi na we are not privy to that compromise. Normally po, wala po kaming record sa opisina niyan eh. Normally po kayo, kasi yung mga, normally po, under regular process, pag ang isang asset o isang korporasyon ay na-sequester, and then later on, it becomes a surrendered asset because of a final judgment or a compromise agreement. Ang susunod na proseso po dyan, ang PCGG po ang nag-i-initiate ng disposal ng assets na yan through the Committee on Privatization. During this time, in 1992, when the alleged compromise in that arbitration took place, ang nagdi-dispose po ng assets ng PCGG noon, ang Committee on Privatization, sila po nag-approve. Now, in this case of ABS-CBN, after the compromise agreement of Roberto Benedicto in October 2, 1992, which vested ownership on the assets of BBC, wala na pong disposal ang nangyayari in accordance with the regular process na may participation ang Committee on Privatization. So ang disposal na yan, kung yan ay naibalik man sa ABS-CBN, it was done through the arbitration. It was not done in accordance with the disposal process under Republic Act, I think Proclamation number 50, which created the Committee on Privatization. Kaya po siguro wala pong record sa amin yung disposal na yan.
Maraming salamat, Commissioner Agbayani. Congresswoman Violago, meron pa po ba kayong idadagdag na katanungan?
Wala na po, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Maraming salamat po at the chairman recognized Congressman Edsel Lagman for his brief manifestation.
Thank you, Joint Chairman. The following manifestation would be on the validity of the return to the Lopez family of the operations, facilities, and premises of ABS-CBN on the following grounds. One, there is no constitutional provision in the 1987 Constitution which was violated when the premises, facilities, and operations of ABS-CBN were returned in 1986 by the Republic of the Philippines under the Cory Aquino presidency to the Lopez family as majority owners of said corporation. 2. The alleged violation is based on the claim that the Lopez family did not pay any compensation to the Republic of the Philippines for reacquiring ABS-CBN. This argument is respectfully submitted to be flawed because of the following. A. The ownership of the Lopez family of ABS-CBN has long been established, even before the declaration of martial law, and this remain unchallenged up to the post-EDSA People Power Revolution. And B, since the Lopez family as majority owners of ABS-CBN is the aggrieved party, it stands to reason that it should be the one to be compensated for the illegal seizure of ABS-CBN during martial law and the short takeover of the same by the Ramos and relief forces in the aftermath of the EDSA People Power Revolution, which latter brief takeover was subsequently permitted by the Lopez family only for the duration of the crisis or the emergency. 3. Granting arguendo that there was any violation, the infraction was only civil in nature. However, any challenge or action has long prescribed after 34 years have elapsed following the subject return or reacquisition. The longest prescriptive period for filing an action under the new civil code is 30 years for the recovery of immovable or real property. In this case, 34 years have passed, for which reason prescription has irrevocably set in. But more importantly, no action has been filed questioning the subject return of ABS-CBN operations, facilities, and premises to the Lopez family. 4. The return of ABS-CBN to the Lopez family was not premature. It was demandable and seasonable since the Lopez family is the unquestioned majority owners of ABS-CBN Broadcasting Corporation. 5. The return was covered by legal orders for issuances like the following. A. Tacit approval by the Office of the President granting the request of Senator Lorenzo Cañada in a letter dated April 17, 1986, that the operations, facilities, and premises of ABS-CBN be returned to the Lopez family, as subsequently ratified by the subsequent action of the Presidential Commission on Good Government, PCGG, an office created by the first executive order of President Corazon Aquino under EO number 1 dated 28 February 1986. And B, consequently, an order dated June 18, 1986 of the Presidential Commission on Good Government, PCGG, was issued for the return of the pertinent frequencies to ABS-CBN Corporation, which effectively allowed the resumption of ABS-CBN operations and the return of the facilities and premises of ABS-CBN. 6. The reacquisition of ABS-CBN by the Lopez family is also confirmed by the following. A. Agreement to arbitrate, dated October 6, 1987. The principal purpose of this agreement is not to establish the right of ownership of the Lopez family over ABS-CBN because this has been correctly and previously acknowledged by the Republic of the Philippines in the prior actions of PCGG and the Office of the President. The main objectives of the agreement to arbitrate are: one, to effect the full return of the facilities and premises of ABS-CBN by PTB4 as the government television channel, and two, to settle the monetary claims of ABS-CBN for the government's use and operation of ABS-CBN's facilities, equipment, and premises, more particularly by the government channel PTB4. Although the whereas clause referred to the two previous requests as backgrounder only for the return of the ABS-CBN's operations, facilities, and premises, eventually the arbitral proceedings dealt on the return of PTB4 of ABS-CBN facilities and premises. It was occupying and the accrued rentals. This factual circumstance was confirmed by the Supreme Court in Gascon versus Joker Arroyo when it narrated that on 17 April 1986, the Lopez family, through counsel, ex-Senator Lorenzo Tañada, requested President Aquino to order the return of the Lopez family of TV stations 2 and 4. On 13 June 1986, the Lopez family made a written request to the PCGG for the return of TV station Channel 2. On 18 June 1986, the PCGG approved the return of TV station Channel 2 to the Lopez family. This was made on October 18, 1986. I'm still quoting the Supreme Court decision, Your Honor. Thereafter, the Lopez family requested for the return of TV station Channel 4. Acting upon the request, Respondent Executive Secretary by the authority of the President entered into with the ABS-CBN Broadcasting Corporation, represented by its President Eugenio Lopez Jr., an agreement to arbitrate. So according to the Supreme Court's narration of facts, what was subjected to the arbitral proceedings was the return to ABS-CBN of TV station Channel 4. Why is this so? Because previously, Channel 2 was already returned to the Lopez family. The latter narration confirmed that subsequently, the request of ABS-CBN Broadcast Corporation was limited to the return of TV station Channel 4 or the facilities being used by PTB4, and the import of the agreement to arbitrate was for the full return by PTB4 of the facilities and premises of ABS-CBN, because the return and operations of ABS-CBN over Channel 2 had been previously effected. Finally, however, the arbitral decision was limited to the money claims of ABS-CBN because during the pendency of the arbitral proceedings, PTB4 gradually returned the facilities and premises of ABS-CBN, which it was then using and occupying. B. The decision of the Supreme Court in Gascon versus Joker Arroyo, wherein the High Court ruled that the agreement to arbitrate is legal and valid. C. The grant of provision authority by the National Telecommunications Commission, NTC, in favor of ABS-CBN Broadcasting Corporation. D. The final decision, the arbitral decision, dated May 23, 1995, approving the compromise agreement between the Republic of the Philippines and ABS-CBN Broadcasting Corporation, under which the Republic obligated itself to pay ABS-CBN the amount of $97,500,000, payable in a non-cash basis like tax credit for the use of the government of the facilities and premises of ABS-CBN. With respect to this arbitral decision, let me underscore that the arbitral decision confirmed and approved the compromise agreement. This is so because the compromise agreement should precede the arbitral decision. Otherwise, if the arbitral decision would be before the compromise agreement, then that is the time when you can say that we are placing the cart before the horse. E. Decision dated June 23, 1995 of the Makati Regional Court confirming and approving the subject compromise agreement referred to in the earlier arbitral decision. 7. No challenge, petition, or complaint against the aforesaid proceedings confirmatory of the return of ABS-CBN to the Lopez family has been interposed up to now. 8. Any challenge to the reacquisition by the Lopez family of ABS-CBN has been put to rest. Let me underscore that, has been put to rest when Republic Act number 7966 was enacted on March 30, 1995, granting ABS-CBN Broadcasting Corporation a legislative franchise for 25 years. And 9, verily, distinguished Joint Chairman, the ownership of the Lopez family of ABS-CBN is a non-issue before the Joint Committee hearings. Thank you, Joint Chairman.
Maraming salamat po, Congressman Lagman. At bago ko po kilalanin si Congressman PD Barsaga, ang kahuli-hulihang mag-i-interpolate sa issue po ng pagkakabalik ng ABS-CBN sa Lopez family, ay pagbibigyan po natin ng 2 minuto upang maipagpatuloy po kanina ni Attorney Almedra Lopez yung kanya pong pahayag. Attorney Jake, the chairman recognized Attorney Jake Almendras Lopez.
Yes, maraming salamat po. I was trying to explain the debts with DBP, which was raised by Johnny Ponce Enrile, when I was interrupted by Congressman Marcoleta. Anyway, whatever it is, probably I would like to plead to the members of the House, the 300 members of the House, about the franchise of ABS-CBN. The franchise is not just Gabi Lopez or the PDRs. You know, ABS has 11,000 employees and 630 stars and artists. We are more or less the most popular station or network in the country. We have a payroll of close to ₱1 billion every month. In effect, what I'm saying is that we are contributing to the country. Maybe I should mention here, Mr. Chairman, that the Lopez family have contributed for 60 years for the development of the country, of industry. This industry started with just 50 cents. We now have more than 20 million cents. In a big, big way, that was the efforts of the Lopez family. And also, let me mention probably here that there are 2 stations now in the country, major stations, Channel 7 and ABS-CBN. If you were to take out ABS, in effect, you're depriving the viewing public half of the potential entertainment and news hours of ABS. it is not only the Lopez family that will be affected. You're talking of more than 11,000 employees. You're talking of the viewing public. You know, we have we have operations in 5 continents. We only don't have operations in the Arctic Ocean and Antarctica. Of course, it's very thin, but we are in that area. If you close us, that will be closed also. We have what you call the knowledge spammer, knowledge channel. That is a very, very important public service we're providing. I don't know if I should say it, but knowledge channel was even cited and awarded by the United Nations as one of the most effective public service programs in this country. It was not mentioned to me, but I did not rather say it, but it was mentioned to me that the first cousin of Gabi Lopez, Rina Lopez, who operates or manages a knowledge channel, went to New York, was presented the citation, and she gave an explanation of a knowledge channel. What I'm saying is that this ABS is not just Channel 2 and the DCMM. We're talking of ABS Foundation. This foundation is the first responder, or one of the first responders to any disasters in this country. I would imagine that it's even faster than the government. I remember that the first public service program that we had was the Ruby Tower disaster, when there was an earthquake long before martial law. And continuously we have provided service to this period. I mention this all because, you know, ABS-CBN is fighting for its life. I think it is my responsibility to, as a senior member of this company, to explain to the members of this Congress that really I think we deserve the renewal of our franchise. And that if you don't renew our franchise, you're going to deprive the public with so much entertainment, news, and more or less the building of culture. We have what you call the Bantay Bata. We have Bantay Bata. We have the Pasig River, and you know we have medical missions. What I'm saying is that, you know, Henny Lopez was the one who coined the term in the service of the Filipino. Before that, our slogan was ABS-CBN, the largest network. But it was just talking of broadcast. When you talk of in the service of the Filipino, that includes all of the public services that we render. So, I plead to the members of Congress that give ABS-CBN a chance to show its worth and contribution to the country. By the way, maybe I should mention that ABS-CBN has contributed a number of members of its, the alumnus, to public service. We have lots of alumnus who are governors, mayors, councilors, congressmen, senators. We even have an alumnus who's a vice president. For that matter, Mr. Chairman, maybe I should mention here that President Duterte used to have a program at ABS. He had program for more than 15 years. I think the name of the program was Gikan sa Masa para sa Masa. There were several stations in Davao, but he chose ABS-CBN. We thank him for the...
Congressman Remulla.
Well, we appreciate the remarks of the esteemed senior man of ABS-CBN, but I think that his remarks are really appreciated, but we cannot afford the time anymore.
Can you give me another 2 minutes? You know, we're fighting for our life. You have all of the time that you want. But, you know, we want to give to inform the other members of the assembly of what is the value of ABS-CBN. Anyway, if your group really feels that you have to oppose, you have to prevent the presentation of the case of ABS, then I leave it to you. But anyway, my plea is this, that Congress recognize the value of ABS-CBN, recognize the contribution of the 11,000 employees of ABS-CBN, and the contribution of ABS-CBN to the television industry in general. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Maraming salamat po, Attorney Almendras Lopez. And next to interpolate, nanghingi po ito ng 2 minuto.
Mr. Chairman, just
Yes,
before you continue,
Vice Chairman Defensor.
just an open invitation, Mr. Chairman, to the Honorable, the Attorney Jake
Almendras.
Almendras.
Almeda.
Attorney Jake Almeda, for him to intervene anytime, Mr. Chairman, because I think the information, the experience that he has had, the history that he had with ABS-CBN, that alongside all our hearings of the other topics, he is most welcome to intervene and to interject, because I think, Mr. Chairman, it is correct that ABS-CBN should answer for ABS-CBN. Ang akin po, mas maganda na talaga na ang sumasagot ay mula na po sa kampo ng ABS-CBN kaysa po yung, hindi naman po sa ano, pero may ibang third party ang nagsasalita para sa ABS-CBN. At ako po yung nagpapasalamat, yung mga binabanggit ni Attorney Jake Almeda, mula sa kasaysayan hanggang sa sitwasyon ngayon. Welcome po at any given time, Mr. Katigbak, and to the ABS-CBN group. Kung papasok po si Mr. Almendas, all he has to, Almeda is to inform our chairman. Welcome po siya mag-react. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That's all.
Thank you for that wonderful insight, Vice Chairman Defensor. Bago ko po kilalahanin si Congressman P.D. Barsaga, may nakiusap lang po na magpasok ng ilang katanungan at binigyan po siya ng ating chairman ng 2 minuto. Congressman Rufus Rodriguez, you're now recognized. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you. Can you hear me, Mr. Chairman? May I proceed, Mr. Chairman?
Of course, Congressman Rodriguez.
Well, first, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to appeal to the chair if we can be given more time. Other members have been able to go on a second and third round. This is my only second round that I can have on this issue. And I would like to take advantage of the presence of Attorney Belcisi because he is an actual participant, being the secretary of the Board of Arbitrators. And the issue
Hearing
is
suspended.
really to the Board of Arbitration. Can you give me more time, Mr. Chairman, so that we can be able to thresh out the allegation? Kaloy. Oh. Oh.
Hearing resumed. Congressman Rodriguez, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Can you hear me, Mr. Chairman?
Opo, naririnig po kayo.
Thank you. So may we request Attorney Belcisi to be on Zoom now.
Attorney C, nandyan pa po ba kayo? Attorney Belcisi.
Yes, Your Honor, I'm here.
Sige po, Congressman Rodriguez, pagpatuloy niyo na po ang inyong pagtatanong kay
Thank you.
Attorney C.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Attorney C. Taniera, can you again tell us the members of the Board of Arbitrators? Of the one that we had rulings
The
on?
members
Yes.
The members of the Board of Arbitrators are the former Justice Amorfina Milencio Herrera as the chair. Then the nominee of the government was then Government Corporate Counsel Oscar Garcia, and then the nominee of ABS-CBN was Attorney Andres Bautista.
Thank you. Who was counsel in the proceedings of the Republic, and who was counsel for ABS-CBN?
I could not remember it, Congressman, but I would like to ask for more time to peruse the documents.
To refresh your memory.
Secure.
Yeah. To refresh your memory, was it not the OSG who was counsel for the Republic? Because always under the Administrative Code, the OSG is the lawyer of the Republic. Can you confirm that?
Yes, Your Honor. Yes, Your Honor.
So the OSG was the representative counsel. Well, the nominee is Attorney Garcia. The counsel is the OSG for the Republic, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
And who is the counsel for ABS-CBN? Attorney Rendon?
If I remember it correctly, it was Attorney Carl Miranda.
Okay. How was the participation of Attorney Rendon?
No, actually, Attorney Rendor was my former schoolmate.
No, but
I could not
did he not-
recall his participation in the...
Okay, I will go to that later. I would like to know how long, because you were the secretary of the Board of Arbitrators. When did the arbitration start and when did it finish?
Sorry, Your Honor, but I could not remember it because it was it happened so many years ago. I really have to refresh my memory and then see the document. Your Honor.
Could you tell this committee how many hearings were conducted, or you cannot also recall that?
Because I was only invited just an hour ago, Your Honor,
Okay.
so I'm sorry. If I will be given reasonable time to peruse all the documents, if I will be able to secure those documents.
Were you able to receive a copy of the decision itself that you recorded?
Yes, it was emailed to me just this morning. The
And you have a copy of
the
that decision? Can you take a look at the decision?
It's in the computer. It could hardly be read, Your Honor, because it's actually...
Could you remember that
so blurred.
Could you remember, Attorney C, that about 97 million was adjudged by the arbitral, by the decision confirmed by the RTC of Makati? 97 million was adjudged in favor of the ABS-CBN.
I have yet to look at the document.
Mr. Chairman,
Your Honor.
I think
I'm
we
so
have to
sorry.
give time, Mr. Chairman. So could we request that we have to recall Attorney C, because what is an issue here is whether the proceedings of the Board of Arbitrators were transparent, had procedural due process, and all the parties were given the chance to present their sides, the Republic and the CBN. Could we therefore request that she be recalled so that I can continue my questions regarding the Board of Proceedings and the Board of Arbitrators? Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Congressman Rodriguez, earlier there was already a request for that from Attorney C to submit the official documents. We have documents submitted by ABS-CBN, but we would like to that to come from the Board of Arbitrators, Your Honor. So yes, your request is duly noted, and we have already ordered the committee secretariat. Please continue.
Secondly, Mr. Chairman, since it was stated by Attorney C that the counsel for the Republic was the Office of the Solicitor General, can we request also the records from the Office of the Solicitor General being the counsel for the Republic?
The committee secretary is directed to request the documents pertaining to the arbitration agreement, compromise agreement, and other pertinent documents relating to ABS-CBN and the Republic of the Philippines. So ordered, COMSEC.
Thank you. I'd just like to now ask Commissioner Agbayani. Can we have Commissioner Agbayani of the PCGG?
Commissioner Agbayani is recognized.
Good afternoon, Commissioner. Kindly unmute your, we cannot hear you.
Good afternoon, Congressman Rodriguez.
Thank you. You stated earlier that the PCGG did not receive the rentals that were due to the Benedicto Group. Would you confirm that?
Based on our records, Your Honor.
And do you also agree, because I'm sure you have read the arbitral decision regarding the payment of rentals? Are you aware of what was stated there in that in the decision?
I'm sorry, Your Honor, I have not read. I
Well,
have not read the copy, but I just heard it.
The decision was that there should be 97 million plus to be paid for ABS-CBN by the Republic. Are you aware that the Republic also secured, in terms of compensation, legal compensation, which became an agreement in this compromise agreement, that 52 million was paid, was offset, was by terms of offsetting. The Republic received 52 million to deduct from the 97 million. In other words, my question is, was it not that 52 million was in that decision adjudged to be in favor of the Republic? And in that particular decision, the Republic represented the Benedicto Group, the RPN and BBC. And in that particular case, therefore, the government was compensated under the lease agreement. That is paragraph 3. Would you therefore say that you have been paid, the government? Is it not that PCGG is part of the whole of the Republic of the Philippines?
It is an agency of the Republic.
And so therefore,
it has its own jurisdiction.
correct. And therefore, that particular claim, the lease agreement rentals, were now, because it was given by the by compromise agreement between PCGG and Mr. Benedicto, those rental agreements were represented by the Republic. You were represented by the Republic because in that agreement, there has to be an offset of the 97 million by the 252 million to the Republic, parenthesis, RPN and BBC, which has been given, which has been turned over to you. Is that correct?
Not entirely correct, Mr. Your Honor, because the PCGG has its own jurisdiction where it involves sequestered and surrendered asset, then it has to make its participation there. Unfortunately, in this arbitration between the Republic and ABS-CBN, assuming it involved the sequestered asset of BBC, I think it is just appropriate that PCGG should have been part of the compromise agreement.
But clearly, it is the Republic of the Philippines. Are you not part of the Republic of the Philippines, the whole government of the Republic of the Philippines that
We are.
represented you together with the OSG and OGCC at the time?
We are
You do not admit that there
We
was
are-
in fact payment of 52 million to because of the lease agreement.
Yes, Your Honor, we are part of the Republic, but the asset which has been the subject matter of the arbitration was being represented by another agency which has no involvement in the sequestration and in the acquisition ultimately of the sequestered asset.
Well, I disagree because that is already the Republic, which is already representing the Republic being represented the entire Republic, which includes
Yes, I
the
know.
PGG. Unless
Yes,
you have
I
a very
know.
strained, you have a very strained interpretation that you are not part of it. This is
We
the
are
entire
part of the-
Republic negotiating with ABS-CBN, correct? So it's not true
Yes.
that there is no payment because there is an offsetting of 52 million. Is that correct? Because you cannot insist on your own separate compromise arbitration between you because you are represented by the Republic. So, Mr. Chairman, with that, just to clarify, because the commissioner was saying that there was no payment done given because of the lease agreement of ABS with Benedicto. No, it is part of the compromise agreement that 52 million will be offsetted with the 97 million. So I hope that you can study the whole system of government, Commissioner, so that you will learn that you are part of the Republic. And it is also being represented by OSG, who is also your lawyer, correct? The OSG is your lawyer, right?
Yes, Your Honor. My point is when a sequestered asset or a surrendered asset is involved in another case, the PCGG, who has primary jurisdiction over this asset, should be appropriately represented. You cannot, the PCGG cannot be bound by another agency of the government, like a local government or Department of Finance. Although we belong to the same agency, what I mean to say, we have our own accountabilities, responsibilities, and jurisdiction. Now, in this case, Your Honor, as I have said, we do not have a record on any involvement of PCGG in the disposal of the sequestered asset. Why was it disposed by another agency?
Because
That is the
because it is the Republic. It is the Republic with the OSG, also your lawyer. And so therefore,
Yes,
I
Your
will just
Honor,
tell you that, would you admit that 52 million was paid by, through offset by ABS-CBN to the Republic, representing, in parentheses in that decision, representing RPN and BBC. Would you admit that?
I'm not aware because I have not read the decision.
But it is very clear. It has been stated in this particular hearing. So with that,
I
Mr.
submit-
Chairman,
I
with my
submit, Your Honor. Thank
reservation
you.
that we are going to again recall Attorney C to show that the arbitral tribunal really had many hearings and there were many witnesses that were brought into the hearing, and that both parties were fully represented by counsels, and that the arbitral compromise agreement is the arbitral award in our civil code, and in all arbitration, all parties for arbitration, Mr. Chairman, can decide that instead of going to litigate all the way to get an arbitral award, they can adopt a compromise agreement, which is in itself already the arbitral award, and this arbitral award became a decision fully recognized by the courts. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for the time and your consideration. Thank you to both chairmen of this committee. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Rodriguez. Maraming salamat po. Ngayon naman po itatawagin natin mula po sa Dasmariñas ang malapit na kaibigan ni Attorney Jake Almeida.
Hindi na makanswer si Steve.
If you can kindly mute the mic of the Honorable Rodriguez. The Honorable P.D. Barsaga.
Maraming salamat, Chairman Defensor. Unang-una, nais kong maglinaw lamang sa mga puntos na sinabi ni Commissioner Agbayani. Commissioner Agbayani, please.
Yes, Your Honor.
Base sa mga statement mo kanina, ating nalinawan na walang rate of sequestration na inisyu ang pamahalaan ni Cory Aquino, not even Secretary Ponce Enrile, laban sa mga pag-aari ng ABS-CBN. Tama po ba?
Opo, Your Honor.
Sa katunayan, alam natin na pagkatapos ng EDSA Revolution, possession ng mga properties ng ABS-CBN, specifically Channel 2, ay nakuha ng Lopez family. Tama po ba?
Yes, Your Honor.
At sapagkat nakuha na, walang writ of sequestration na inisyu. Para malinawan natin, si Secretary Ponce Enrile, pati na ang PCGG. Tama po.
Tama po yan. Ano, pwede po bang akong magpaliwanag ng
Pwede bang pakisagot mo na lang tanong? Sinabi
po.
mo rin kanina na noong March 2, 1986, nag-issue ng sequestration si Secretary Juan Ponce Enrile.
Tama po, Your Honor.
At ang mga
March 1.
Ha? March 1.
March 1.
At ang rate of sequestration ay covered ang mga properties na pag-aari ni Ginoong Roberto Benedicto, katulad ng BBC, Banahaw Broadcasting Corporation, IBC International Broadcasting Corporation, at yung RPN 9. Tama po ba?
Tama po, Your Honor.
At kailan nalip yung writ of sequestration involving the properties of Roberto Benedicto na subject ng sequestration order ni Secretary Enrile?
Noong pong nagkaroon ng compromise agreement at inapprove po ng Sandigan Bayan noong October 2, 1992.
So yung compromise agreement, iba yon sa compromise agreement na resulta ng arbitration proceedings na ang sabi mo kanina, hindi mo alam yung compromise agreement ng sequestration proceedings.
Iba po yun.
Iba po yun. Kaya nga ang sinasabi mo kanina, sapagkat ang mga properties ni Roberto Benedicto ay under sequestration, as a rule, walang makakagamit subject to the final determination of the issue pertaining to ownership. Tama po ba yun?
Tama po yun. Ang may control doon sa properties na yon ay ang PCGG bilang isang conservator.
Pakiulit po.
Ang pwede lang pong gumamit sa property na yon ay ang PCGG bilang isang conservator.
Okay. At yung pag-ari ni Roberto Benedicto, subject matter of writ of sequestration, nagkaroon ba ng final determination kung sino ang may tamang pag-aari?
Ang naging may-ari po noon ay nangyari ang determination noong na-approve na po yung compromise agreement noong October 2, 1992, whereby Roberto S. Benedicto vested ownership of his companies in favor of the government.
So, sa madaling sabi, tama ba ang aking impresyon na yung mga properties ni Roberto Benedicto, subject matter ng writ of sequestration, base sa compromise agreement, ay sinoole sa Republic of the Philippines by virtue of the compromise agreement dated October 1992.
Tama po.
And on the basis...
Yung ownership ang binigay ng compromise agreement sa Republic of the Philippines.
And because of that compromise agreement, katulad ng provision sa bawat compromise agreement, the parties are waiving their civil as well as criminal liability, which one may have over the other. Tama po ba?
That was one of the stipulations in the compromise agreement.
At sapagkat yun namang compromise agreement is not contrary to law, nor to equity or for any reason, inapruban niya ng ating sandigang bayan.
Pati po ng Supreme Court.
Pati ng Korte Suprema.
Opo.
So malinaw na ngayon, ang writ of sequestration ay yung pag-aari lamang ni Benedicto at walang writ of sequestration insofar as Channel 2 or other properties of ABS-CBN are concerned. Tama po ba yan, Commissioner?
Wala pong writ of sequestration against ABS-CBN Corporation.
Sequestration ang ABS-CBN, September 14, 1986, nasa kanila na ang posesyon ng ABS-CBN kung kaya't nakapag-eri na sila noong September 14, 1986. O hindi mo alam yon?
Tama po, sila na po nagkaroon ng possession noong mga equipment ng radio and television stations ng BBC based on the order of PCGG. But their possession is merely temporary, subject to the final adjudication in civil case number 34.
Mr. Chairman, maaari po bang makapagsalita at makagawa ng isang final statement?
Yes, go ahead, Honorable Barsaga. And after that, a short manifestation by the Honorable Villago. Congressman Barsaga, you're recognized.
Well, unang-una, alam ng bawat Pilipino na tayo ay nanonood sa ABS-CBN. Sa katunayan, kahit na ako ay isang abogado, nanonood ako ng mga palabas ng ABS-CBN. TV Patrol, yung kanilang mga soap opera, during my pastime period. Pero ang pinag-uusapan po natin dito, hindi yung mga palabas ng ABS-CBN, hindi po yung emosyonal na epekto sa ating mamamayan, kundi ang pinag-uusapan po ay yung legalidad at kung mayroong paglabag sa ating saligang batas at sa prangkisa na inisyu ng Kongreso ng Republika ng Pilipinas. Alam din po ng lahat na nagkaroon tayo ng EDSA Revolution. At base sa dokumento, as early as April 17, 1986, nagpadala na ng sulat ang dating Senador Lorenzo Tañada kay Ginang Cory Aquino para bawiin ang mga pag-aari ng ABS-CBN na kinuha ng panahon ng batas militar. Ang sabi nga po ni Ginang Cory Aquino, we have to be transparent. Kaya nagkaroon ng kasunduan ang ABS-CBN at ang Philippine government para magkaroon ng arbitration agreement. Ito pong arbitration agreement ay ginawa noong January 6, 1987. Ang pumirma po on behalf of the Republic of the Philippines ay yung ating Executive Secretary at the time, si Joker Arroyo, and on the part of ABS-CBN, it was Eugenio Lopez. At base po rito sa agreement to arbitrate, ito po ang nakalagay. Now therefore, the parties have agreed as follows, that they submit the claims of ABS-CBN for the return of the television and radio stations of ABS-CBN to the Board of Administrators composed of a chairman and 2 members for the final adjudication and entitlement, reserving into a future date to be agreed upon by the parties the submission of other claims related thereto. Ang kinatawan ng ating pamahalaan si Attorney Catalino Macaraig on the part of ABS, si Attorney Pastol de Rosario, at sapagkat ito ay arbitration proceedings, there must be a third party, and the third party was the former Justice Vicente Abad Santos. At alam na po natin ang nangyari. Hindi kaagad natapos ang proceedings sapagkat kinwestiyon ni Chito Gaston the validity of the arbitration agreement. At ang sabi naman ng Korte Suprema, valid yung pagkakaroon ng arbitration agreement sapagkat during that time, President Cory Aquino is exercising both legislative and executive powers. Sa madaling sabi, pagkatapos ng desisyon ng Korte Suprema, itunuloy ang arbitration proceedings. And because of that arbitration proceedings, finally, nagkaroon na ng desisyon ang arbitration board. Ang desisyon ng arbitration board ay naganap.
Payment of 95 million.
Ang desisyon ay May 23, 1995. Yun po ang desisyon at ang mga pumirma nito ay si Justice Melencio Herrera, si Oscar Garcia, representing the Republic of the Philippines, at si Andres Bautista, representing ABS-CBN. Actually, compromise agreement po ang nangyari. Sa madaling sabi, nagkasundo ang dalawang partido, ang Republika ng Pilipinas at ang ABS-CBN, kung paano matatapos yung kanilang arbitration. So there was no decision. Nagkakaroon lamang po ng decision kung sakasakaling hindi nagkakasundo. So this was a compromise agreement. At base dito sa compromise agreement, the Republic will pay ABS-CBN the amount of 97,500,000. Actually, hindi naman po payment to. Kasi ito ang sinasabi natin sa batas that this is a mutual set-off or compensation. Both parties, Republic of the Philippines on one hand, and ABS-CBN on the other hand, in their respective rights, ay both debtors and creditors. May pagkakautang ang Republika ng Pilipinas sa ABS-CBN, in which case debtor ang Republic of the Philippines, at ang ABS-CBN naman ay meron ding pagkakautang sa ating pamahalaan. Meron ding credit o kredito ang ating pamahalaan against ABS-CBN at merong kredito rin ang ABS-CBN against the Republic. Nakalagay po rito, 97,500,000 ang babayaran ng national government. In which case, yun po ang pagkakautang ng Republika ng Pilipinas, 97,500,000. At the same time, mayroon din naman pagkakautang ang ABS-CBN sa Republika ng Pilipinas. Ano ang unang pagkakautang? Number 1, 13,291,000, representing the total tax liability of ABS-CBN in CAGR case number 29557 shall be set off or deducted against the payment or obligation of the Republic of the Philippines. Yun po ang tinatawag nating unang component ng compromise agreement. Pangalawa, the amount of 54,294,867.55, yun po ang babayaran ng ABS-CBN sa Republika ng Pilipinas because ABS-CBN has a lease contract with the Republic regarding the properties of RPN9 and BBC. Yun po ang nakalagay dito at yun po ang sinasabi ni Commissioner Agbayani that there was a lease contract. At pangatlo, kung ano yung natitirang 29,913,737.45. Yun naman po ay i-credit sa mga taxes na ibabayad or chargeable against ABS-CBN in the future. Nais ko pong bigyan ng pansin at bigyan ng diin na itong compromise agreement ay ginawa o nagkaroon ng katuparan base sa agreement to arbitrate. Pero kung ating pong titingnan yung agreement to arbitrate, yun po ay ginawa para pag-usapan kung magkano ang claim or whatever damages regarding ABS-CBN Channel 2. Pero dito po sa final agreement, hindi po na nabanggit yun. Kaya ang sinasabi po natin, up to now, there is no official document evidencing the turnover in a proper manner of ABS-CBN Corporation. Kaya nga lamang po ang aking sinasabi, may sinasabi tayo, napakatagal na po nito. Talaga po, matagal na to. Nangyari pa to right after the EDSA Revolution in 1986. 34 na taon na po ang nakaraan. At ang sinasabi ng ibang abogado, prescription has already set in. Ngunit nais ko pong ipalaala na base sa probisyon ng Civil Code, Article 1108, Paragraph 4, to be explicit, acquisitive and prescriptive prescription, although it runs against juridical persons, ang exception is that there is no prescription against the government or the state or any of its political subdivision. Ang ibig pong sabihin, kahit na po 50 taon ang nakakaraan, kung mayroong karapatan ng ating pamahalaan na habulin ng isang bagay, pwede niyang gawin at marami na pong desisyon dito ang Korte Suprema ng Pilipinas. At ito lamang po ang aking masasabi. I am not against ABS-CBN Corporation. I am not in favor of ABS-CBN Corporation. Ang pinag-aaralan ko lang po rito ay tama ba ang naging proseso ng pagbibigay ng ating pamahalaan sa ABS-CBN Corporation right after the EDSA Revolution. Maraming salamat po, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, the Honorable Barsaga. I now recognize the Honorable Violago.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, may we request the Makati RTC Branch 65 to produce the original copy of the 1995 RTC decision?
This was the agreement that was approved by the Makati Court. Is that correct, the Honorable Violago?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Yes, the committee secretary is directed to avail of the documents which was approved by the Makati Regional Trial Court pertaining to the arbitration agreement, compromise agreement, or any other documents pertaining to the Republic of the Philippines and the ABS-CBN agreement. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I understand that the Honorable Juliet Ferrer would like to make a short manifestation. Is the Honorable Ferrer in Zoom? Well, at a proper time, because this was a request by the Honorable Ferrer, maybe at a proper time she can make her manifestation. I now go back to, well, I now relinquish the presiding duties to the Honorable Chairman of the Committee on Legislative Franchise, the Honorable Alvarez. Mr. Chairman?
Thank you, Chair Kong Mike Defensor. Atin na pong isinasara ang paksa ng pagkakuha muli ng Pamilya Lopez sa ABS-CBN pagkatapos ng EDSA Revolution. Marami pong lumabas na impormasyon na makakatulong sa mga members na magkaroon ng informed and fair point of view sa usaping ito. Bago tayo lumipat sa kabilang issue, nais ko lang po linawin para sa kaalaman ng lahat na ang invitation po kay Attorney Belcisi ay pinadala po yan kaagad noong Tuesday ng umaga kasi nga po tayo ay mag-alas 10 ng gabi natapos ng Lunes. So hindi lang po natin alam kung bakit po siguro na kanina lang po na nakuha ni Attorney C yung invitation, pero gusto natin ilagay sa record at para malaman ng lahat, Tuesday morning pa po pinadala yung mga invitation. So para lang po makorek kanina kasi twice po nabanggit ni Attorney C na 1 hour ago na lang nakuha yung invitation. Tuesday pa po natin pinadala yan. I-remind din po natin sa Attorney C na kung ano man po yung mga mahanap niyang documents na hinihingi po ng ating mga members ay sana po may bigay po sa committee ASAP po. So maraming salamat po.
Mr.
So ngayon,
Chair, Mr. Chair.
Kong Marcoleta.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Doon po sa paghingi po natin ng record, let us be guided by 2 items. Dalawa po yung agreements to arbitrate. Ang isa po ay may petsang 1987, yung isa po 1993. Gusto ko pong balikan yon para magkaroon po tayo ng guide kung ano pong dokumento ang hinahanap natin. Dalawa po kasing items ang binabanggit dito sa dalawang arbitration agreements. Babasahin ko na po, medyo malabo lang, pero ang sabi po rito dun sa 1987 arbitration agreement, number 1, that they submit the claims of ABS-CBN for the return of the television and radio stations of ABS-CBN to a board of administrators composed of a chairman and 2 members for final adjudication and settlement, receiving into a future date to be agreed upon by the parties, the submission of other claims related thereto. Number 2, for the rentals and other forms of damages for the use of said facilities by the Marcos government, etc., etc. Mr. Chair, dalawa po ito eh. Ang inihingi po dito, kauna-unahan, yung claims doon po sa pagmeme-ari. Pangalawa, yung claims po sa rental and damages. Maski na po doon sa pangalawa, ito nga yung 1993, dinistinggi rin po doon eh. Sabi po rito, whereas the ABS-CBN has filed a request with the Office of the President on April 18, 1986 and reiterated in a letter dated October 18, 1986. 1. For the return of all its television and radio stations together with the operating equipment and frequencies which were closed down upon the declaration of martial law and sequestered by former President Ferdinand Marcos on September 21, 1972. Pangalawa po, for rentals and other forms of damages for the use of said facilities by the Marcos administration, etc., etc. Dito po, lumilitaw po ang nangyari rito. Parang ang compromise agreement, yung pangalawa lamang po na saknong nitong arbitration agreement. Kahit kailan po, walang binabangkit doon sa kauna-unahan na objective kung bakit nagkaroon ng arbitration agreement. Ang sabi po, for the return of all the television and radio stations together with the operating equipment. Very silent naman po yung compromise agreement pagdating dito. Ang nalalagay lang ay yung pong rentals, damages, kaya nga nagkaroon po ng claims between the 2 parties, the government of the Philippines and ABS-CBN. Nasaan na po yung kauna-unahang item na kung saan dapat makita natin muna na-establish po yung ownership. Yun po yung sinasabi ko kanina. Kaya kung meron po talagang arbitral award, unang-una na po ipakikita, maaring na-establish na talagang ABS-CBN ang may-ari. At saka po lang lilitaw yung pangalawa. From the determination of ownership, malinaw na malinaw po, meron na silang right talaga to claim damages. So sabi nga natin, paano nauna po yung kalesa sa kabayo? So, ang inihingi po nating record, Mr. Chair, ay yung magtetestigo sa dalawang bahagi ng arbitration agreement na pinagpasyahan nga, na-determine nang walang kaduda-duda na ang pagmemeari ng pasilidad na kineklaim ng ABS-CBN na patunayan po sa ebidensya, sila po. Pangalawa po, doon pa lang magkakaroon ng compromise agreement. Parang hindi po kumpleto. Kaya pong inihingi natin record po. Salamat po sa paglinaw, Mr. Chair.
Maraming salamat.
Chairman Alvarez, if I may clarify.
Yeah, please proceed po, Chair Mike.
Yes, Chairman Alvarez, ang binabanggit po ng ating Honorable Marcoleta, yun din po yung dokumento na inihingi natin kay Attorney Belsi ng Board of Arbitrators. Doon po makikita natin yung mga dokumento, kung meron man po, kung binanggit na rin po ni Attorney Redonya nung mag-usap, sabi niya meron daw ginawang audit, doon po makikita natin lahat, officially, from the Board of Arbitrators. Sa kaso naman po ni Congressman Villago, yung binabanggit po niya from the Makati Regional Trial Court, meron po naman din dito sa submission ng ABS-CBN, but we wanted to make it official from the Makati Regional Trial Court. And also from the PCGG, may mga hinihingi din pong dokumento kanina tungkol doon sa mga usapin dito po sa ating mga dokumentong pangangailangan. So yun po, Mr. Chairman, yung mga dokumento na sinabi na rin po naman natin sa ating Committee Secretariat. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Maraming salamat sa clarification na Kong Mike. Reiterate ko lang sa ating COMSEC na take note po yung lahat po ng mga hinihingi para po maging malinaw po at ma-furnish po natin mga members natin as soon as possible. So para po sa pinakaunang magtatanong dito sa ating sunod na issue is on the 50-year constitutional limitation of a franchise. Pakinggan po muna natin ang ABS-CBN sa kanilang pahayag tungkol sa issue na ito. ABS-CBN, you have the floor.
Mr. Chair, may I request that Attorney Ayo Bautista be recognized?
Attorney Ayo Bautista, you are recognized. Unmute lang po si Attorney Ayo.
Magandang hapon po. Nalilinig po ba ninyo ako?
Malinaw po, Attorney Ayo. Please proceed po.
Salamat po. Good afternoon to the Honorable Chairman of the Joint Committees. Good afternoon to the members of the committees and sa lahat po ng ating mga congressmen at congresswomen. Ang sinasabi po ay dapat i-deny ang franchise application ng ABS-CBN dahil po ito ay lumalabag sa Section 11, Article 12 ng ating 1987 Constitution. Specifically po, sinasabi na ang prangkisa daw ay dapat 50 years lang. At kung ang isang public utility ay mag-ooperate in excess of 50 years, ito daw ay labag sa batas. With due respect, we disagree with this proposition. Ang nakalagay po sa Section 11, Article 12 ng 1987 Constitution is as follows, and I will read it. No franchise, certificate, or any other form of authorization for the operation of a public utility shall be granted, tapos may mga salita po, for a longer period than 50 years. Ang interpretation po nitong provision na to, ang issue ngayong araw with respect to the public utility 50-year limitation. Ito pong Section 11, Article 12 ng 1987 Constitution ay nanggaling sa Section 8, Article 13 ng 1935 Constitution at sa Section 5, Article 14 of the 1973 Constitution. Yung tatlo pong provisions na ito ay exactly the same, similarly worded. Wala pong pinalitan sa pananalita ng provision na ito. Ang aming pong submission is that on its face, the 50-year limit applies to each franchise certificate of authorization and does not prohibit the grant of a new franchise to the same entity. Hence, the Congress may grant several franchises to the same public utility. Wala pong pagbabawal dito. Yun po ang fair reading of the provision as it is written. Ang sinabi po ng Korte Suprema ay, and I quote, where the words of a statute are clear, plain, and free from ambiguity, it must be given its literal meaning and applied without attempted interpretation. It is a well-settled principle of constitutional construction that the language employed in the Constitution must be given their ordinary meaning except where technical terms are employed. Ito po ang ruling ng Korte Suprema sa Chavez versus Judicial and Bar Council, 17 July 2012. Let's presume na hindi po klaro yung provisions on the 50-year limitation. Ang sinabi po ng Supreme Court, in the construction of a doubtful and ambiguous law, and we submit po na hindi naman doubtful at ambiguous itong provision na to, the contemporaneous construction of those who are called upon to act under the law and were appointed to carry its provisions into effect is entitled to very great respect. Yan po ang ruling ng Supreme Court sa Ting versus Central Bank of the Philippines, 24 September 1958. Ngayon, sino po ba ang government agency na nag-i-implement at nag-give effect to this provision? Sino po ba ang nagbibigay ng franchises? Alam po natin lahat that it's Congress. At ang mga ginagawa ng Congress sa prangkisa, una dadaan yan sa Legislative Franchise Committee, pagkatapos dadaan sa plenary Congress itself. Pag makalipas po kung makaraos po yan sa Congress, dadaan naman po yan sa Senado, and after the Senate, it goes to the President, who will either decline or approve the grant of franchise. Yun po ang proseso ito. So, tiningnan po namin ang mga jurisprudence ng Supreme Court with respect to the construction of the subject provision. Wala po kami nakita. So, ang pinag-aralan na lang po namin, ang research namin, ay yung mga prangkisang binigay ng Congress through the years. At may I add, na yung, gaya ng sinabi ko ng umpisa, no? Itong provision na to ay nasa 1935, 1973, at 1987 Constitution. Ang ibig sabihin po nun, yung framers ng 1987 Constitution were satisfied with the implementation, interpretation, construction of the government with respect to the franchises, specifically on the 50-year term. Ngayon, nag-research po kami ng mga prangkisa na binigay na ng Kongreso. Ito po, we based on the website at congressional records. Ang Manila Electric Railroad and Light Company po, ang Meralco, ay 126 years na po. Unang-una sila nabigyan ng prangkisa, Act number 484, noong October 20, 1902. Ganun na po katagal pala ang Meralco. Ang Philippine Long Distance Telephone Company, PLDT po, ay 100 years na po in operation. Ang kanilang unang prangkisa ay nakuha noong November 28, 1928. Totaling 100 years ang PLDT. Ay tinignan din namin po ang mga power companies, light companies, hindi na sa Luzon, kundi sa buong Pilipinas. Ang Visayan Electric Company po, VECO, ay 102 years na po. Ang una pong binigay na prangkisa ay through Act 3499, issued on 8 December 1928. Sa Davao po, Light and Power Company, 95 years na po yan. 95. Nagulat nga po ako at tatanda na pala ng ating mga public utilities sa buong Pilipinas. Ang una nilang prangkisa ay nakuha noong November 26, 1930 by virtue of Act number 3716. Ang Philippine Airlines po, ang ating national carrier, ay 93 years old na po.
It started on November 14, 1935 through Act number 4271. And it has been continuing its operations as a national flag carrier since 93 years ago. Pati po sa Cotabato, nagulat po ako, Cotabato Light and Power Company, isang taon na pala yun. 100 years na po. Nag-umpisa sila June 18, 1939 through Commonwealth Act number 487. And down the line po yan, no? Tinignan rin po namin ang mga telco, radio broadcast, TV broadcast, at media. Ang PT&T po ay 76 years old na. Ito po ay telecommunications company. Ang Catholic Bishops' Conference po na meron broadcasting and TV stations ay 75 years na po. Ang Iglesia ng Cristo, meron din po silang radio stations. Una silang binigyan noong June 16, 1965, and they have a total of 75 years. Ang GMA7 po, sila mismo po, sinasabi nila sa kanilang mga announcements, they are 70 years old in their operations. So, with the rest of the broadcasting company po, ABC5 is 62 years, IBC 13 is 70 years. Sa totoo po, nung pinilang namin lahat ng TV broadcast media stations, lagpas po 10 ang meron pong franchise terms na in excess of 50 years. So ang aming pong submission ay wala pong nalalabag na constitutional provision, kundi kaya po yung aming application for a new franchise exceeding 50 years, or in operation 50 years. Kasi sinasabi po, 60 years kami ngayon. Ang malaki pong in closing, I want to highlight na kapag ang finding po ng Kongreso ay kailangan 50 years lang in operation ang isang public utility, lahat pong itong mga korporasyon na binanggit ko ay violative of the Constitution yung kanilang prangkisa. So wala na tayong Meralco, wala na tayong PLDT, wala na tayong Philippine Airlines, wala na po tayong mga TV stations, wala tayong radio stations. Kaya napakabigat po yung bintang na kailangan 50 years lang ang public utility. Sa totoo lang po, sa SEC, any corporation can exist for as long as it is renewing its articles of incorporation and filing for an extension. Ang nakalagay po sa ating saligang batas, no franchise, no certificate, no authority shall be in excess of 50 years. Kung ginusto po ng constitutional framers na ilimit lang yan sa 50 years, sasabihin po nila categorically na a public utility company or a telco company or a media company cannot operate more than 50 years. Yun po ang aming submission. Marami pong salamat.
Thank you, Attorney Bautista. The first to interpolate.
Kong Mike,
I'm sorry, Chairman Alvarez.
ang una pong mag-interpolate ay si Congressman Lawrence Fortun na may dagdag na 5 minuto na binigay ni Congressman Amatong. Congressman Fortun, you have 10 minutes.
Mr. Chair, can I be heard now?
Yes, malinaw po. Please proceed po.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Ang una ko pong tanong, Mr. Chair, ay para sa Department of Justice. Meron po ba tayong representative from the DOJ?
Comsec, meron ba tayong taga-DOJ na kasama ngayong hapon?
We have a representative from DOJ, ASEC-T, and State Council Cambaliza.
Okay. So any of our representatives from the DOJ may answer, Mr. Chairman. Babalikan ko lang yung Article 12, Section 11 ng ating Constitution. It says, no franchise, certificate, or any other form of authorization for the operation of a public utility shall be granted except to citizens of the Philippines or to corporations or associations organized under the laws of the Philippines, at least 60% of whose capital is owned by such citizens. Nor shall such franchise certificate or authorization be exclusive in character or for a longer period of or for a longer period than 50 years. Tanong ko sa DOJ, based on this provision of the Constitution, can a corporation be issued a single franchise for a public utility, say mass media, for a period of 50 years? Diretsong 50 years for a single franchise. Because the practice has always been for Congress to grant 25 years franchise. I have not known of any Republic Act na agad-agarang 50 years ang binibigay. Is it legal or is it constitutional to issue a franchise for a period of 50 years?
Magandang hapon, Mr. Chairman, at magandang hapon, Congressman Fortun. Salamat po sa tanong mo. Unang-una, ang provision nito ng Constitution, in Article 12, Section 11, specifically nag-a-apply ito sa public utilities. Ngunit, maaari nating sabihin na mag-a-apply ito by analogy sa mga mass media company. Specifically dun sa tanong ninyo, kung pwede bang exactly 50 years ang franchise na ibibigay ng Congress sa isang aplikante. Para sa DOJ, maaari naman po ito gawin, ang limitasyon na linalagay ng Constitution at 50 years at ang Kongreso ang Congress ay may kapangyarihan na magbigay ng kahit anong term as long as hindi ito lumampas ng 50 years.
So a single franchise can be for a period of a maximum of 50 years. No? That's what we're saying. Now, after po mag-lapse itong 50 years na binigay ng Kongreso sa isang korporasyon, can Congress again issue another franchise? This time for a shorter period, say for 25 years.
Yes, Your Honor. Congress can once again issue a franchise to the same applicant, to the same grantee. Tulad ng sinabi ni Attorney Bautista ng ABS-CBN, ang qualifier, ang limitation, ang 50-year limitation under the Constitution pertains to the franchise itself and not to the grantee. And for that renewal franchise, for that new franchise, once again, Congress has the discretion to fix the term of that franchise as long as that term does not exceed the 50-year limitation.
Okay. In other words, what is not allowed is for Congress, to give a single franchise of a period exceeding 50 years. But it can be an accumulated period of more than 50 years, basta iba-ibang prangkisa, none of which exceeds 50 years. No? Klaro yun.
That is correct, Your Honor. Congress can issue multiple franchises that collectively can exceed 50 years as long as the individual franchises do not exceed 50 years.
Okay. Tatanong ko lang din po. When the Constitutional Commission crafted the 1987 Constitution, it is safe to assume that when the members included this provision in the 1987 Constitution, the Commission was completely aware that this provision was exactly the same provision provided for in the 1935 and 1973 Constitutions. Is that correct? Well, siyempre, nung ginagawa nila yung 1987, tinitingnan nila yung 1935 and 1973 Constitution. And having that in mind, the Constitutional Commission knew that in 1987, there were already corporations with existing franchises with a period of over 25 years. No? Assuming in 1987, there's an existing corporation with a franchise of 25 years earlier and renewed for another 25 years. At kung ang naging intent ng ating Constitutional Commission is to limit the franchise to only 50 years, the whole operation for only 50 years, the Commission was well aware na in a few years, marami dito ay magsasara na. Is that correct?
Your Honor, it's difficult for us to go into the minds of the framers of the Constitution. But we could say that your premise, your presumption that the framers of the Constitution were aware of the existence of certain entities that operated public utilities beyond 50 years, we would say that is a good supposition.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Chairman, Chairman Alvarez.
Remulla.
Yes, I cannot understand the quality of the reception of the words of ASEC T are not clear. Can we have a better signal, please? Because I cannot understand anything you say.
ASEC T.
Your Honor, I opened the door already. Hopefully, the signal will improve.
Okay po. Kong Fortun, please proceed po.
Yes. In fact, Mr. Chair, my question to the DOJ, in fact, if it was the intent of the Constitutional Commission to limit franchises to a period of only 50 years, no? Max na yon. Siguro 5 years after the 1987 Constitution was promulgated and became effective, marami na sa mga corporations na ito ay dapat nag-shutdown na, nagsarado na, dahil inabot na sila ng sobra ng 50 years.
That is correct, Your Honor. Counsel for ABS, Attorney Bautista, pointed to several examples of entities that have operated for more than 50 years under multiple franchises. And had the interpretation been, had the view been that the 50-year limit applies to the grantee, it would be fair to suppose that those entities would have long shut down.
Yes. In fact, in 1987, when the Constitutional Commission was crafting a new constitution, marami sa mga korporasyon na to 50 years in operation na. If that was the intent of the Constitution to limit it to 50 years, a year later, sarado na tong lahat na to. No? Now, I shift my question now to the National Telecommunications Commission, NTC. May NTC po ba?
Kong Fortun, nandyan po yata si Commissioner Cordova.
Okay. Para sa NTC, may mga binanggit kasi kanina na mga corporations, si Attorney Bautista, specifically, no, yung mga broadcasting corporations. He mentioned about GMA and some others. Pero hindi na na-mention yung iba. But I also made my own little research, no, from the website also of the House of Representatives of Congress. And I also saw other broadcasting corporations. No? Ang operations ay sobra-sobra na talaga. And I'd like to ask the NTC, no, tungkol dito. For example, the Manila Broadcasting Corporation was first issued a franchise in 1950. Tapos in 1994, meaning 44 years later, in 1994, binigyan ng another 25 years. So diyan pa lang lagpas na. And in 2018, another 25 years. So that makes it 50 plus 44, 94 years na lahat-lahat ang prangkisa binigay sa Manila Broadcasting Corporation. Then we have Cebu Broadcasting, 1950, ang unang prangkisa. In 1995, that's 45 years later, 25 years na naman na prangkisa ang binigay. And in 2019, only recently, 25 years again. So that's a total already of 50 plus 45, 95 years, no, na period ng prangkisa. You have the Philippine Broadcasting Service, 1950, binigyan ng prangkisa. 45 years later, another 25 years. And 25 years later, another 25 years. I have a long list, no, of many broadcasting corporations whose operations are even much, much older, no, than that of ABS-CBN. Kasi I understand ABS-CBN got its first franchise only in 1950. Itong mga to, mas matagal pa yung iba kaysa ABS-CBN. Now, ang question ko sa NTC, has there been any instance that the National Telecommunications Commission questioned the issuance of these franchises that have exceeded already the period of 50 years pag pinagsama-sama mo lahat ito?
Can you hear me, Your Honors? Malinaw po ba?
Malinaw, Commissioner Cordova, please proceed.
Okay. Your Honors, what happens po kasi is that once we get franchise from Congress, at natanggap po namin ito, and if it's a valid law, duly enacted by Congress, duly signed by the President, or pinalapse into law po, then we recognize the validity of that franchise na inisyu po ng Congress.
Was there any instance that the DOJ, for example, not only the current DOJ but the previous leadership of the DOJ advised the NTC to refrain from giving appropriate authority, no, to these corporations that have been issued franchises by Congress on the ground that the franchise given by Congress already violated the Constitution because the period given to these corporations to operate broadcasting companies have already existed, exceeded 50 years. Wala po nangyaring ganon ever since.
As far as I know, Your Honors, wala po akong naalala nangyari na gano'n, Your Honors.
Thank you very much for that. Para po ulit sa DOJ. In other words, sirs, Congress, no, when it gave several franchises and renewed these franchises, tapos yung accumulated period na to ay sobra-sobra na sa 50 years, Congress action of passing legislations, no, giving franchises and renewing these franchises for periods exceeding already 50 years, Congress's action has always been constitutional. Is that correct? From the DOJ?
Paki-unmute mo yan.
Okay. I'm unmuted already, Your Honor. Yes, Your Honor. The 50-year period pertains to the franchise itself. So Congress has acted within the bounds of the Constitution in renewing the franchises of the same entity for which collectively reaches periods that exceed 50 years.
Kasama na rin po ang pagpirma ng ating Pangulo sa mga batas na ito, no? Mula nung 1920s hanggang sa kasalukuyan, and under the current administration, I have here as far as broadcasting corporations or broadcasting companies are concerned, we have Manila Broadcasting Corporation 2018, tapos Cebu Broadcasting Corporation 2019, ang Philippine Broadcasting Service noong 2019, itong Far East Broadcasting Corporation noong 2017, GMA 2017. All of these were signed into law by our President Rodrigo Duterte. In other words, the President was right, no, in signing this into law, and his action of signing Republic Acts into law was not unconstitutional.
That is correct, Your Honor. Both Congress and the President acted within the bounds of the Constitution in renewing those franchises, even if renewal would mean that the entity would operate beyond 50 years.
Okay. And finally, Mr. Chairman, as a last question, in the case of ABS-CBN, if Congress grants ABS-CBN another franchise of 25 years, itong dinidinig natin ngayon, and I feel very strongly that after all these deliberations, Congress, no, would eventually, no, issue or pass a legislation giving ABS-CBN a fresh franchise of 25 years. If we do that, no, is that action by Congress constitutional?
Your Honor, that action of Congress would be constitutional insofar as the 50-year term limit for franchises is concerned.
Okay. And if the President signs that into law or does not act on it and the same lapses into law, that new law cannot be attacked as unconstitutional for having exceeded the period of 50 years already.
That is correct, Your Honor. That new law cannot be assailed for being unconstitutional for the ground of exceeding the 50-year limitation.
Okay. Thank you very much to the DOJ and to the NTC. Mr. Chairman, that's all. Thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you, Congressman Fortun. Next po sa list natin si Congressman Kaloy Zarate na binigyan din ng additional 5 minutes ni Congresswoman Arlene Brosas. Kong Zarate, you have 10 minutes.
Mr. Chairman is out of the plenary hall. Or out of the meeting room.
Balikan na lang po natin si Kong Zarate. Punta na po muna tayo kay Congressman Marcoleta. Binigyan din ng additional time ni Congressman Epcas, Datol, De Jesus at Guya. Congressman Marcoleta, you're recognized.
Maraming salamat po, Mr. Chair. Ang pinag-uusapan po natin ngayon ay itong provision sa ating saligang batas, Article 12, Section 11, na kung saan ay sinasabi nga po yung phrase na or for a longer period than 50 years. Dito po kasi, talagang sinasabi niya explicitly, no longer period than 50 years. Ngayon po, ang sinasabi natin, katulad po nung ako'y unang tumindig dito, ang sabi ko, kung ang ABS-CBN ay mag-aspire pa ng panibagong prangkisa, baka babangga na sa provision na ito. Bakit ko po sinabi yun? Sapagkat sa totoo lamang po, dalawa po ang magiging interpretasyon dito. Alin man dito is within the complete prerogative of Congress. Yung pong restrictive or strict interpretation o kaya yung liberal interpretation. Totoo po na in the final analysis, it will be Congress who will use its discretion kung palalawigin yung maximum na 50 years. At sa maraming pagkakataon, totoo rin po, na lumampas ang maraming mga kumpanya sa limit na yon. Bakit ko po sinabi, in particular, ang ABS-CBN, sa aking palagay, ay hindi na kailangang lumampas pa doon sa limit na yon. Mr. Chair, in my own analysis, I am applying the restrictive and strict application or interpretation of this provision of the Constitution. Unang-una po, isa-isa po nating ipinakikita yung nakikita nating napakaraming paglabag sa ating mga batas, lalong-lalo na po sa ating saligang batas. Kung discretion po ng Congress ang mag-extend, discretion din po ng Congress na tingnan niya na maaaring hindi na po niya extend. Bibigyan ko po kayo ng halimbawa. Ito pong sulat ng ABS-CBN sa ating chairman, Honorable Franz Alvarez, na may petsang May 28, 2020. On the issue, does the ABS-CBN application violate the Constitution requiring that franchise should only be for 50 years, considering that the company has allegedly been using a legislative franchise for more than 63 years? We submit here a list of companies granted legislative franchises. Ginawa po nila itong Annex G. At dito nga po sa Annex G, binanggit kanina ni Congressman Fortun, nauuna po rito yung Manila Broadcasting Company at yung 12 po na nasa baba. Pwede ko po bang itanong sa ABS-CBN, ito po bang 13 mga kumpanya na kinalap ninyo na di umano'y lumagpas pa sa 50 years? May nilabag po bang batas ito sa record ng Kongreso? Nung po bang ito ay pinagdidebatihan, and when all these companies in their applications for franchise within so many periods, lumitaw po ba yung maraming paglabag? Halimbawa po, Manila Broadcasting Corporation. Hindi ba dapat kayo pong magpatunay na meron silang paglabag? Hindi po kami ang gagawa nun. Kayo po dapat ang nagbigay sa amin ng katibayan na lahat ng 13 ito ay lumabag din sa napakaraming mga batas. Po pwede nyo ngayong questionin ng legislature. And dami rin palang nilabag nitong mga ito. Bakit kami? Ayaw nyo kaming pagbigyan. Meron po bang isa man dito sa 13 kumpanya na nilista nyo rito may papakita nyo sila, lumabag po sila, at sa kabila ng mga paglabag binigyan sila ng prangkisa sa maraming pagkakataon. Mr. ABS-CBN.
Mr. Chair, hindi ko po masasagot yan dahil wala naman ako sa proceedings ng franchise application po nila.
Yun nga po. Yun nga po Kaya po binigyan ng higit sa 50 years. Wala pong paglabag. Ito lamang po yung most laudable conclusion dito Kaya po, ang sinasabi ko nung ako'y unang tumindig, mukha pong ang Congress ngayon, baka bigyan po ng mas striktong pananaw yung 50 years na yon. Ang katotohanan po nito, wala naman po kasing, maski po tingnan po ninyo yung record ng Constitutional Commission of 1986. Wala pong binanggit na dahilan kung bakit napaka-strict niya na 50 years. Ni wala pong sinabing renewable of another period Basahin po ninyo yung Constitutional Commission records. Hindi po nakalagay. Pwede po bang matanong si Attorney Bautista kung meron po siyang nakitang discussion on the intent of the framers of the 1987 Constitution, kung bakit po sinabi ng Constitution na for a period or for a longer period than 50 years. Meron po bang explanation doon ang framers ng Constitution, Attorney Bautista?
Good afternoon po, Congressman Marcoleta. Salamat po sa tanong.
Meron pong record o wala po?
Ano po yun?
Tumpo dun sa phrase na or for a longer period than 50 years. Ito po kasi yung limit. Meron po bang discussion o meron po bang paliwanag kung bakit sinabi ng mga framers ng Constitution na hanggang 50 years lang?
Wala po sinabi.
Wala po. Totoo
Gaya
po
po
yun.
ng in-explain ko earlier, yan pong 1987 framers of the Constitution.
Hindi po, yung tanong lang po.
To know that under the 1935 and 1973 Constitutions, which have exactly the same wording as the 1987 Constitution.
Attorney, ang sagot niyo po, wala po, di ba? Wala
As
po.
to how the Congress, the Senate, and the President have interpreted and implemented that provision. Hindi naman po nila pinalitan. Kaya ang aming pong intindi is they are accepting the way Congress, the Senate, and the President, through those many decades, have interpreted and implemented the 50-year provision, which is to limit it to the franchise or certificate only and not to the operation of the public utility.
Attorney, sorry po, Attorney. Para hindi po tayo magtagal, kung ano po yung tinanong lamang, ang tanong ko lamang po sa inyo, meron po bang further discussion? Ang sabi po natin, wala. Yun lamang po.
Wala po.
Okay.
Pero kailangan po bigyan ninyo kami ng pagkakataon na magsalita rin po.
Ito nga po, may susunod pa po akong tanong
Okay po, sige
Okay. Wala rin po sigurong nakalagay sa discussion ng mga intensyon ng ating framers ng 1987 Constitution tungkol sa pagpapalawig. Ang totoo nito, wala pong sinabi ron kung palalawigin pa ng the same year. Hindi po ba totoo na wala ring record tungkol doon, Attorney?
Wala rin po.
Salamat
Sa totoo
po.
Pati sa Supreme Court, wala kaming nakita.
O yun nga po, susunod ko pang tanong sana, meron na po bang desisyon na nanggaling sa Korte Suprema na kung saan napagtalunan doon at in the final analysis, the Supreme Court made a decision explaining that the 50-year franchise limit is renewable. Wala pa pong kaso ngayon
Wala po.
Salamat po. Bakit ko po sinabi na kung ako pong tatanungin ninyo, ay ililimit ko na lamang sa 50 years at hindi ko na po papalawigin. Sorry po. Kabisado po ba ninyo, Attorney Bautista, yung Republic Act 5730?
Ano po ang title niya? Hindi yata.
An act amending the title and certain sections of RA 511 entitled An Act Granting Bolinao Electronics Corporation, etc., etc.
Hindi po ako familiar dyan.
Okay po, para po malaman po ninyo, ang ibig ko sabihin, nakalagay po kasi sa Section 1 noon, subject to the provisions of the Constitution, the ABS-CBN Broadcasting Corporation is hereby granted a franchise for a period of 50 years. Ulitin ko po, ABS-CBN Broadcasting Corporation is hereby granted a franchise for a period of 50 years from the approval of this amendatory act. Ang date po nito, Attorney Bautista, is June 21, 1969. Familiar po ba kayo sa Republic Act 5731, Attorney Bautista?
Ito.
Ito po ay batas na pinagtibay June 21, 1969 uli po. Kaparehong araw po, nung binanggit ko kanina. Ang title po, An Act amending the title and certain sections of Republic Act numbered 1343, entitled Granting the Manila Chronicle a Permit to Construct, etc., etc. Sa Section 1 po ng batas na ito, babasahin ko, subject to the provisions of the Constitution, the Chronicle Broadcasting Network is hereby granted a franchise of 50 years from the approval of the Amendatory Act. So kanina po, may 50 years, dito po another 50 years, 100 years na po yun. Attorney Bautista, kabisado po ba niyo yung Republic Act 5733?
Ito.
Ito po may petsang June 21, 1969. Pare-pareho po ito, isang araw lang po, 3 batas ang pinagtibay. Ang title po nito, An Act amending the title of certain sections of Republic Act number 512, entitled Granting the Bolinao Electronics Corporation a Temporary Period, etc., etc. An Act Granting ABS-CBN Broadcast Corporation a franchise to construct blah 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 for a period of 50 years. Ito pong 3 batas na ito, Attorney Bautista, para sa ABS-CBN po lahat ito. Hindi po totoo na nung kayo'y mag-merge ng Alto Broadcasting Corporation at saka yung CBN, isang prangkisa lang po yun. Kapag sinuma ko po ito, 50 plus 50 plus 50, ito po ay 150 years. Kanina po sabi ni Congressman Portun, wala pa naman daw naging batas na kagad binigyan ng 50 years. Ito po 3 batas na ang recipient po is ABS-CBN Corporation and Chronicle Broadcasting Network. 150 years po ang suma ko. Ngayon kung bibigyan pa po kayo ng another 50 years, 200 years na po yun, Attorney Bautista. Napansin niyo po ba itong 3 batas na ito?
Congressman Marcoleta, maaari po ba ako magsalita?
Sige po.
Salamat po. Yung pong binabanggit ninyo ay mga batas na pinasto ng Kongreso at inaprubahan ng Presidente ng Pilipinas. At yung sinasabi ninyo, pagpalagay na natin kung totoo, kasi po sinasabi ko, inaamin ko, hindi ko alam, I'm not familiar with the provisions of those laws which you cite. But if it is true that you're saying that ABS-CBN was given 50 years or Chronicle Broadcasting was given 50 years or whatever, that reinforces our argument that we can exist for more than 50 years. That supports our theory, our position, that we can go beyond 50 years. It does not diminish or weaken our position. On the contrary, it reaffirms our position. At yung pong sinasabi ninyo na 50 years, ang bintang po ay hindi po dahil we violated any law or the other mass media companies violated any law. Ang subject tulong natin ay Article 12, Section 11 of 1987. Constitution. Whether a public utility or a mass media company can operate more than 50 years. Given na po that you have the discretion to grant our franchise or not, hindi po namin may question yun. Ang sinasabi lang namin ay kung i-deny ninyo, hindi po dapat dahil nilabag namin ang Section 11, Article 12, 1987 Constitution. Pwede po magsabi kayo ng ano pa, kahit na walang dahilan, kung gusto ninyo, i-deny ninyo yung prangkisa namin. But you cannot say that we violated a constitutional provision on the basis of the 50-year limit. Yun lang po.
Mr. Chair, can I reply?
Kong Marcoleta, please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, there is no debate. I myself would concede that the 50-year limit is subject to the discretion of the state. A franchise is a special privilege. Only the state, subject to its discretion, can extend the 50-year limit. Ang pinag-uusapan po nito, kung sakasakali po ang isang applicant ay mapapatunayan na napakarami pong paglabag at questionabling hindi pagsunod sa mga kondisyones ng kanyang prangkisa, katulad ng napapatunayang isa-isa sa pagdinig na ito. Nagamit ko na pong halimbawa yung isang manliligaw, sapagkat kahit karapatan niyang manligaw, Mr. Chair, kinakailangan naman po sigurong ipakita niya na deserving siya kung sakaling sagutin man siya nung kanyang babaeng napupusuan. Ito po ay isang special privilege. Isang pribilehyo para sa isang binata na ibigin siya ng isang babaeng napupusuan niya. Kung halimbawa po, kakakitaan siya ng hindi mabuting asal, palagay ko po yung babaeng nililigawan, Mr. Chair, hindi magdadalawang salita, nabiguin niya po yun. Ito po ngayon ang punto ng pinag-uusapan. Isa-isa pong napatutunayan kasi. Ang dami na po ng paglabag. Nandun pa lang tayo sa citizenship, reacquisition of ownership, pagkatapos nandun tayo sa PDRs, ngayon po dito naman, sabi ko nga, this is a subject to the state's discretion. Kung ako pong tatanungin ninyo, hindi ko na po palalawigin. Saan pa po kayo makakakita ng isang kumpanya na sa isang araw lamang, ulitin ko po yun, sa loob ng isang araw lamang, 3 batas ang pinagtibay para bigyan ng ABS-CBN at ang kanyang subsidiary ng 150 years. Isang araw lamang po yun. Saan po tayo hahanap ng isang kumpanya na nagkaroon ng ganong pribilehyo? Pagkatapos makikita po natin sa pagdinig natin ngayon, ang napakarami nga pong nakikita nating alingas-ngas dun sa pagsunod sa mga kondisyones na inilatag sa sarili nilang prangkisa. Kaya po sabi ko, kung akong tatanungin ninyo, I will apply the strict and restrictive application of that discretion on the part of the state. Wala pong debate na pwedeng palawigin. Ito pong 13 na kumpanya na inyong isinumiti rito. For the record, Mr. Chair, itong 13 ito, wala pong report na kinakitaan ng paglabag. Kaya po siguro ako naniniwala, pinalawig ang kanilang prangkisa. This is not the way to prove an argument, Mr. Chair. The burden of proof is in the application, in the applicant. Hindi po kami ang tatawag isa-isa rin dito. Ibig po ba ninyo sabihin, tatawagan namin ang Manila Broadcasting, Cebu Broadcasting, Philippine Broadcasting kung bakit kayo nabigyan ng prangkisa for more than 50 years? At the very least, Mr. Chair, siguro, pinuntahan nila, in-interview nila, nakita nila kung ano-ano yung mga paglabag siguro, tsaka natin siguro iisa-isahin. But this is not a comparable case, Mr. Chair. 13 in-approve ng Kongreso, maaaring sumobra sa 50 years. That there is no iota of evidence that these companies who were awarded repeated franchises ever committed any violation in the respective franchises. Unlike and in contrast to ABS-CBN, which is under the consideration of this August Hall. Salamat po, Mr. Chair.
Maaari po ba ako mag-comment, Mr. Chair?
Sige, Attorney Bautista, one last na po bago tayo lumipat sa next
Maraming
interview.
po salamat. Thank you po, Congressman Marcoleta. Unang-una po, kami po ay humaharap sa Kongreso to. Dahil sinabihan kami, nabibigyan kami ng patas at patag na hearing. Ang purpose po nitong Congressional Franchise Hearings ay to determine the truth. Yan po ang sinabi sa amin. Ang ibig pong sabihin nun, bibigyan po kami ng due process. And an element of due process is a fair and impartial tribunal. Yan po ang nakalagay sa batas natin, due process. Kaya hindi po dapat nagko-conclude kaagad na ang ginamit pong salita, nag-aalingas-ngas at meron po kaming violations. Hindi po namin tinatanggap na meron kaming violations. Sa aming pong puso, wala po kaming violations. Yun lang po.
Maraming salamat po, Attorney Bautista.
Salamat po.
Ngayon po, susunod po si Congressman Edsel Lagman para sa kanyang manifestation. Kong Lagman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is a manifestation or statement disputing the allegation that the more than 50-year operation of ABS-CBN Corporation disqualifies it from securing a renewal of its franchise under Section 11 of Article 12. The purported ban on the grant of legislative franchise to companies which have operated for more than 50 years is definitely another non-issue based on the following reasons. One, there is no constitutional provision or statute which prohibits the renewal or grant of a congressional franchise to corporations which have been in operation for more than half a century. The question is not whether Congress can grant a renewal or new franchise for another 50 years to the same franchisee, but the issue is whether Congress can deny a franchise because the applicant has already operated for more than 50 years without offending the due process guaranteed in our Constitution. In fact, there are innumerable corporations which have been granted legislative franchises despite their long period of operation of more than 50 years, like GMA7, Bohol Chronicle Radio Corporation, the Catholic Bishops' Conference of the Philippines, Raha Broadcasting Network, and Associated Broadcasting Company, or TV5. Among others, not to mention power or electric companies and telecommunication companies which have operated for more than 100 years. The provision in Section 11 of Article 12, which reads, and I quote, "No franchise, certificate, or any other form of authorization for the operation of a public utility shall be granted, etc., for a longer period than 50 years," only means that there must be a cap of 50 years for each franchise that the Congress may issue at a time. The limitation of 50 years pertains to every single franchise, but not on the accumulated years of operation by a corporation as a franchisee. Section 11 of Article 12 does not prohibit the renewal or grant of a legitimate franchise to the same franchisee after the lapse of 50 years. A contrary interpretation is errant and counterproductive because it would be fraud and unconstitutional policy of disqualifying a corporation from securing a renewal or grant of a franchise because of, quote, old age, unquote. Corporations, like wine, become better due to the passage of time. Corporations which have been in operation for more than 50 years have tremendous investments, have gained invaluable experience and expertise, and have indubitable patronage. They should be allowed to continue serving the public and the nation instead of retiring them to oblivion. With respect to mass media, there is a special and more pertinent provision under Section 11.1 of Article 16, which reads, and I quote, "The operation and management of mass media shall be limited to citizens of the Philippines or to corporations, cooperatives, or associations wholly owned and managed by such citizens." Unquote. Nowhere in the provision is the effective life of a mass media enterprise begged to a terminal of 50 years. Senior corporations must be recognized and awarded for the longevity of their public service instead of being discriminated against in the renewal or grant of legislative franchise. The Constitution did not envision or intend that the badge of uselessness must attach to corporations which have reached the golden age. Thank you, Joint Chairman.
Maraming salamat po, Congressman Lagman. Sunod po, babalikan na po natin si Congressman Caloy Zarate na binigyan nga ulit ng 5 minuto ni Congresswoman Arlene Brosas. Kong Caloy, meron po kayong 10 minuto.
Salamat, Mr. Chair. Nailinaw na po ito ng aking mga kasamahan yung usapin ng interpretasyon doon sa limitation ng 50 years under Article 12, Section 11. At kahit na ang mga tumututol dito sa pagbibigay ng prangkisa sa ABS-CBN ay inamin na rin na hindi ito usapin. In fact, Mr. Chair, in the first place, dapat hindi nga naging issue kung constitutional issue. Kung pwede bang ang isang kumpanya, pagkatapos may mabigyan ng prangkisa for 50 years, ay pwede pa ba uling bigyan ng Kongreso ng panibagong prangkisa for another 50 years? No? Dahil malinaw doon sa ating saligang batas na yung limitasyon na 50 years na yon ay for a particular franchise, no? Sa isang franchise na ibinigay ng Kongreso. Ibig sabihin, kung natapos na ang prangkisang yon at mag-a-apply uli ang kumpanyang yan, ay nasa karapatan o prerogative ng Kongreso na pwede siyang bigyan muli ng another 50 years or mababa sa 50 years. At yan po ang malinaw lang na limitasyon ng Kongreso. So hindi ho usapin dito, gusto lang ho nating linawin, Mr. Chair, no, na wala pang, kaya nga nagkakaroon pa tayo ng mga pagdinig ngayon, gusto nating malaman ang lahat na bahagi ng mga issues na ito at sa aking pagkapalagay ay hindi pa tayo nagkakaroon ng desisyon. No? Ang committee ito na may nilabag ang ABS-CBN sa kanilang prangkisa at dapat hindi na siya bigyan ng panibagong prangkisa. No? Dahil ang pinag-uusapan natin ngayon sa isyong ito, ang isang kumpanya ba katulad ng ABS-CBN, pagkatapos ng kanyang current franchise ay mag-lapse, pwede pa bang bigyan ng panibagong prangkisa? At malinaw po, I think, as admitted, even by those who oppose the grant of a new franchise to ABS-CBN, na pwede pa naman. No? Ang sabi lang doon ay pag walang nilabag, nasa prerogative ng Kongreso yan. No? So, hindi ko na po papalawigin na napakalinaw ng probisyon na yan ng ating saligang batas. May gusto na lang akong itanong sa ABS-CBN, Mr. Chair. No? Kanina nabanggit na ang prangkisa ng ABS-CBN ay naigawad noong June 21, 1969 for a period of 50 years. No? So kung susumahin natin yon, ang 50 years na yan, ay dapat yung prangkisa na yan ay nag-lapse na noong 2019. Siguro ang katanungan ko po, Mr. Chair, ay ganito. Bakit ang prangkisa ng ABS-CBN ay umabot pa ng May 4 of 2020 kung ang prangkisa nito ay nag-lapse, yung 50-year franchise na ay ibinigay pala ng Kongreso sa pamamagitan ng isang batas noong June 21, 1969, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, may I be allowed to answer the question?
Please proceed po.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. The franchise that was mentioned, the franchises that were mentioned were issued in 1970. Then martial law was declared, and in 1974, President Marcos issued his Presidential Decree 576-A, which terminated all congressional franchise by 1981. So that was the reason why there was a need for another congressional franchise in 1994, which ABS was able to secure in 1995.
Thank you for that answer, Attorney Poblado. So, nung magdeklara ng batas militar, tinake over ang lahat ng mga broadcast facilities ng ABS-CBN, and then nabanggit ninyo, in 1981, naglabas ng isang kautusan si Marcos na ang lahat ng prangkisa ay wala nang silbi. No? So ang tanong ko po, in 1986 when ABS-CBN went back on air, no? April or September of 86, ano po ang naging basihan? Until 1994, ano po ang naging basihan ng inyong operation? Attorney Poblador, Mr. Chair.
Thank you for the question. We should go back to Act 3876 of 1931. That Act of 3846 is the first law which required congressional franchise for TV broadcast. However, with this PD 576-A, the congressional franchise under that act were all terminated effective 1981. After the termination of the congressional franchise, the permission was all granted by a regulatory agency, which was later on transferred to the NTC. Because of the cancellation of all franchises by PD 576-A, there was a confusion. Kailangan ba talaga ng congressional franchise or si NTC pwede na mag-issue ng permits? Nagkaroon ng understanding ang KBP, ang NTC, at saka ang Committee on Legislative Franchise that while this confusion still exists, the understanding is that the NTC will issue permits, but those who will be receiving those permits will have 2 years to apply for congressional franchise. And this understanding was confirmed by the Supreme Court in the case of Associated in 2003, which precisely identified this confusion.
Okay. Salamat, Attorney Poblador. Nabanggit ninyo kanina na in 1994, ABS-CBN did apply for a franchise which was granted by Congress. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Ang tanong ko ngayon, yung prangkisa ba na yan, binigay noong 1995, was for a 50-year franchise or lower than 50 years?
It's for 25 years.
Okay. So it's for 25 years, beginning 1995.
Yes, Your Honor.
At ito yung franchise na hanggang May 4 of 2020.
Hanggang
May 4
yes,
of 2020.
Yes, that's the one. that
Salamat, Attorney Poblador. So, nabanggit rin kanina, in 1969, 3 prangkisa ang ibinigay. One for ABS-CBN, one for Chronicle Broadcasting Network, one for another one. Sa inyong pagkakaalam po ba, pag ang isang kumpanya ay binigay ng 50 years, at ang isang kumpanya rin, another 50 years, and another one for 50 years, ibig sabihin ba, ang karapatan ng mga kumpanyang ito na mag-broadcast will be for 150 years? Mag-total ng 150 years?
Mukhang hindi ho. The reason why there were 3 franchises, they referred to one franchise referred to radio, the other referred to TV broadcast. I'm not sure about the other one, but they are all separate franchises.
Your Honor, dadagdag ko lang po na yung ikatlong prangkisa was not an ABS-CBN franchise po. No, so yung isa po was a TV franchise for ABS-CBN, yung isa po was a radio franchise for ABS-CBN, yung ikatlo po hindi po ABS-CBN yan. Salamat po.
Thank you, thank you po. So ibig sabihin, kung may prangkisa ang radio for 50 years at ang TV ay may franchise for 50 years, ay hindi ho pwedeng pagsamahin nito para 100 years both radio and TV can operate. Hindi po ganon.
Hindi po ganon.
Hindi po ganon. Dahil malinaw nga po sa ating saligang batas na ang isang prangkisa ay talagang 50 years lang ang bisa niya. No? At kung ibigay man ito sa isang korporasyon, hanggang 50 years lang ang prangkisang yan. At ang Kongreso ay mayroong prerogative na ang prangkisang yan ay pwedeng hindi ibigay for 50 years. No? Gaya ng nabanggit ninyo kanina, nung mag-apply kayo in 1994, your 1995 franchise na binigay ng Kongreso ay 25 years lang ang binigay ng Kongreso. So, I think, Mr. Chair, malinaw na ito at ito ang pwedeng magiging ating batayan sa pagdinig na ito kung sakasakali na mabibigyan ng prangkisa ang ABS-CBN, ay usapin ito kung ito ba ay bibigyan ng 50 years or lower than 50 years, gaya ng binigay natin in 1995. Dahil malinaw sa ating saligang batas na walang prerogative ang Kongreso na magbigay ng prangkisa sa isang pagkakataon sa pamamagitan ng isang batas nang lumampas ito ng 50 years. Dahil yan lang po talaga ang nakasaad sa ating saligang batas. So, dahil sa paglilinaw na yan, again, gusto kong irehistro dito, Mr. Chair, na nandito pa tayo sa usapin ng pagdinig ng prangkisa ng ABS-CBN. At I think the Chair will also confirm na hindi pa tayo nagkaroon ng desisyon ang committee ito na meron ngang mga nilabag na ang ABS-CBN magmula doon sa unang issue na ating pinag-uusapan hanggang umabot tayo dito sa usaping ito kung ang 50 years ba na yan ay lalabagin ng ABS-CBN kung bibigyan uli sila ng prangkisa. So, I hope na malinaw yan, Ginoong Chair, para po pagpunta natin sa iba pang mga usapin, ay ganun din kabukas ang ating isip sa pagtingin sa mga issues na ito. Maraming salamat, Mr. Chair.
Maraming salamat, Congressman Zarate. Ngayon, bago po natin ibigay kay Congressman Rufus Rodriguez, meron lang pong maikling manifestation si Congresswoman Biolago.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Simple manifestation lang po. Ang RA 5730 was franchise for TV station for ABS-CBN only. And RA 5733 was a radio franchise po because the TV and radio were not granted in a single franchise. And then RA 5731 was a franchise for Manila Chronicle, which is not ABS-CBN. It's a totally different company po, Mr. Speaker.
I disagree, Mr. Chairman.
Kong Remulla.
I have a copy of the law here. Section 7 of the said law on chronicle broadcasting is here, and I will read it as a point of order, probably. The title of the same act is hereby amended to read as follows: an act granting ABS-CBN, the Chronicle Broadcasting Network, a franchise to construct, maintain, and operate radio broadcasting stations and stations for television in the Philippines. That is Republic Act 5731. Republic Act 5730 and 5733, just for discussion, at least to clarify this, one refers to radio of ABS-CBN and the other refers to television. So you have two franchises, one for radio, one for television, and one for Chronicle Broadcasting Network, which is still an ABS-CBN corporation. For the record, Mr. Chairman, all three franchises were passed in the same day.
Thank you, Kong Boying. Thank you, Kong Mickey. Next to interpolate, Congressman Rufus Rodriguez, na kung saan binigyan din siya ng additional time ni Deputy Speaker Arenas, Congressman Tambunting, Congressman Garbin, at Congresswoman Violago. Kong Rufus, you are recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. And, good evening to all our colleagues and our resource persons. First, I would like to ask questions to Assistant Secretary Professor T, if he is available in Zoom.
ASEC T.
Hello, Congressman Rufus. I am here.
Good evening, Professor T.
Good evening, sir.
As Assistant Secretary of the Department of Justice, which renders opinion as to different legal issues. You've read Article 12, National Patrimony, and Section 11. And do you see any ambiguity or doubt as to the import of this provision that no franchise certificate, other forms of authorization for the operation of public utility shall be granted except to seats in the Philippines, etc. And then the last phrase is for a longer period than 50 years.
For us, Your Honor, there is no doubt as to what the 50-year limitation qualifies, and that the 50-year limitation qualifies the franchise itself.
Yes. And so therefore, there can be no doubt, there is no room for any interpretation, whether liberal or strict, because clearly that it just says that no franchise shall be over 50 years. And therefore, if the law is clear that every franchise, every issuance of a franchise from Congress cannot be more than 50 years, that is clear itself in the law. Is that clear? Is that clear to you, Assistant Secretary?
Yes, I would agree, Your Honor.
Thank you. And of course, in the case of the leading case of Republic Flour Mills Incorporated versus Commissioner of Customs 39-269, it was stated there that when the law is clear, it is the duty of courts to apply the law. Is that correct?
Your Honor, I would have to refresh myself on that particular case, but on the principle that you stated, that is the correct principle, Your Honor.
When the law is clear, therefore, we apply the law. There is no need for Congress to consider whether to give a strict interpretation through this Section 11 or to have a liberal interpretation, because the law is clear and there can be no more room for interpretation. And I would also ask you about whether when the law is clear and there is no interpretation, according to the Latin maxim, index animi, sermo est, speech is the index of intention. Speech is the index of intention, as decided in Alamo Garments versus NLRC.
268 SCRA 497, indeed, the speech that is written into this clearly states that every franchise, no franchise, can be issued but not more than 50 years. Is that again very clear in the law, ASEC T?
Your Honor, I'm not completely familiar with that particular maxim, but it appears to be just a version of what you stated earlier, that if the law is clear, we must not give further meaning to it. So I would agree, Your Honor.
Yes. So in that particular case, also, it comes to mind that there is another Latin maxim that is very clear in this particular case on the clear provisions of Section 11, Article 12. And it says, verba legis non est rescindum. From the words of the statute, there should be no departure. Would you agree with that particular saying, that when the words of the statute is clear, there can be no departure, there can be no putting of words into the section when it is very clear that the words of the statute say so?
Your
Do you
Honor,
agree
we would
with this
agree with
verba
that.
legis non est rescindum?
Yes, Your Honor, we agree. We agree with the verba legis principle.
Thank you very much. And so therefore, in this particular case, is there a provision here that after this, is there a provision in the section that says that no franchise shall be renewed by Congress? Is there anything that is found here?
Your Honor, the Constitution does not mention anything to that effect.
Yes, so it just says that for every issuance that no franchise more than 50 years. In other words, the Constitution says that Congress can issue franchises not more than 5 years at one given time. Is that correct?
Not more than 50 years at one given time, Your Honor.
That's correct. And so therefore, it is the view of the Department of Justice that as it is, this franchise, this particular provision is clear, and that therefore, we just have to apply the law. Is that correct?
That would be a good supposition, Your Honor.
Yes. And of course, also in the case of Ordilio versus Comelec, 192 SCRA 100, it is also established that in statutory construction or constitutional construction, like in this case, the language of the Constitution as it is, from the words no franchise up to not more than 50 years, should be interpreted in the sense that it has in common use and given ordinary meaning, that there will be no excess at one instance of more than 50 years. Do you agree with that, the case of Orvillo versus Comelec?
Your Honor, I'm not familiar with the case, but the principle that you stated on constitutional construction, we agree with it, Your Honor.
Thank you. And so it has also been decided in the central bank case that here the Supreme Court has not any occasion to rule on the issue because nobody will bring this to the courts because it is very clear. So it will be thrown out by the court if somebody would question that it is more than 50 years for a franchise given successively, not simultaneously, not one time more than 50. And so in this particular case, would you agree that the contemporaneous construction of this Constitution, there's still no judicial construction? The contemporaneous construction is that you can see that Congress has construed this particular provision by repeating and repeating the issuance of the same franchise after the 50 years or 25 years. They're given another 25 or 50 years, and the construction of Congress, and it is public notice, judicial notice, that our laws are there. You can search it and all the search methods, and that Congress, ever since it was established in 1907, a Congress had been able to really just approve renewals of franchises already given before. Do you agree with that? The Congress has a contemporaneous, yes, construction of this, correct?
Your Honor, we acknowledge that there's no Supreme Court decision yet that specifically tackles this issue, but at the same time, we also acknowledge that Congress has repeatedly issued legislative franchises that would confirm the view that the 50-year limit pertains to the franchise and not to the grantee. And we
That's
likewise
correct.
confirm that continued performance of Congress, continued behavior of Congress would suggest an interpretation by Congress that the 50-year limit does not apply to the grantee but to the franchise.
Thank you. So therefore, in the case of, I mentioned here just about four franchises on broadcast. And for example, the Philippine Broadcasting Service was given a franchise in 1950, again given in 1995. That will certainly be over already the 50 years plus. The third one is 2019, which will make it almost 100 years, because from 1950 for the Philippine Broadcasting Service, the same also with the Manila Broadcasting Corporation. These are all 1950 different broadcasting corporations. Manila Broadcasting, GMA Broadcasting Incorporated, Manila Broadcasting. These four are 1950s, and so therefore, up to this time, we say that's already 70 years. And because they were given 2019, then they have additional 25 years. The other one is 2018 and 2017. And so clearly, three times, the Congress has construed this provision that it is constitutional and it is proper to be able to give additional period of time, even exceeding, if you accumulate it, exceeding 50 years, as long as it is one franchise at a time, not more than 50 years. Do you confirm that?
Yes, Your Honor, that would appear to be the case.
Yes. So therefore, in this particular case, Congress has already made its own construction by acting, by giving almost three times for this particular broadcasting companies, and it will go to 100 years if you add all of this, including the new ones that were the third franchise is given to these corporations. Now, it has also been stated earlier that the President and the Office of the President had signed this particular new extensions of renewals of 2019 for Philippine Broadcasting Service, to 18 for Manila Broadcasting, 2017 for GMA Network, and the President and the Office of the President had clearly have a contemporaneous construction of this law, seeing that there's no violation of it, had therefore construed this provision that it is clear and that therefore it is the President, Office of the President's construction contemporaneously that these particular extensions or renewals are valid and constitutional under the Constitution. Is that correct?
Your Honor, we cannot speak for the Office of the President, but
they signed.
Yeah, yes, but of course we can confirm that they signed these different legislative franchises, and by signing those legislative franchises, we can say that they believe that they weren't performing anything unconstitutional.
That's correct, because these are now existing laws, and they became law because of the signature of the President. So we thank you, ASEC, and I would like go now to the NTC, because the NTC also had contemporaneous construction under the central bank case of this particular franchise. So thank you, ASEC and Professor T. Thank you for your answers. And let me go now to Commissioner Cordova, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Present pa po si Commissioner Cordova. Kong Rufus, please proceed po.
Yes. Good evening, Commissioner Cordova.
Comsec, unmute po si Commissioner Cordova.
Ayan. Magandang gabi po, Congressman Rufus Rodriguez.
Good evening, Commissioner.
Apo.
I would like to ask that we lost you, or
Nandito po.
okay, good. You're back on the screen. And mentioning about, for example, Philippine Broadcasting Service, 1950, franchise for 50 years, 1995, 25 years, 2019, 25 years. Now, do you agree that in the franchises given to them, the ones I mentioned, four of them, given in 1950, the same year, and
were also renewed for twice renewed. The franchise requires that after the franchise they go to the NTC, correct?
Yes.
And what is the action according to the franchise? What should the NTC do after a franchise is given to, for example, these four companies, including also ABS-CBN?
They would ask for the provisional authorities, Your Honors, dun po sa kanilang mga radio stations and television stations.
Yes. And so, you being the commissioner of the NTC would confirm that successively, the Philippine Broadcasting Service, Manila Broadcasting, GMA Network, the Radio Mindanao Network of 1961, these particular franchises, you gave commensurately, gave the provisional authority, and later on the certificate of convenience and necessity. Is that correct?
That is correct, Your Honors.
So therefore, as a body which has primary jurisdiction under the doctrine of primary jurisdiction, you have also contemporaneously constructed interpreted the Constitution by saying that there is really no obstacle in you giving two renewals that would exceed the total of 50 years for these particular companies. Is that correct, that you have did issue this even if they are over 50 years already?
Actually, Your Honors, we just follow the law which is issued by Congress. Pag in-issue po ng Congress, that is a valid law at valid naman at okay naman po siya, then we just follow it and issue the required permits and licenses, Your Honor.
So therefore, you admit that Congress, the laws passed by Congress, including franchises, unless it is decided by a court to be invalid, is valid. And therefore,
Yes,
you yourself have been giving the provisional authority and giving the frequencies to these companies, even if they were more than 50 years already in existence.
That is correct, Your Honor.
Yes. So therefore, we can say that the NTC has been able to give that, and the companies, through the doctrine of appetitive fact, realize that their particular provisional authorities and certificates are valid because the NTC had been issuing after every franchise, even if it exceeds in total 50 years, but each franchise having a maximum only 50 years, then you therefore are saying that you have done this act. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honors. That is correct.
And in all of these companies, these are all broadcast companies, in all of this, which you have given certificates of provisional authority, even if you cumulate them, it is more than 50 years you have given them. Has there been any instance where your certificate of public convenience on a second issuance or third issuance of the provisional authority, knowing that there may be over 50 years in total, had there been a question of your issuance of the subsequent provisional authority by anybody, and has there been any case that questioned you issuing to this GMA Network, Manila Broadcasting, Philippine Broadcasting, and ABS-CBN? Had there been a question of your act as the primary jurisdiction body to any court? Has there been any question?
As far as I know, Your Honors, wala naman.
So nobody has questioned this, because also everyone really agrees that there is really a very clear provision in the Constitution. And so therefore, you therefore agree that you always confirm that you have issued all of this as a matter of course and following Congress and following the law, and that all of these companies are still operating up to now.
Yes, Your Honors.
Thank you very much, our Commissioner of the NTC, for confirming that. So, Mr. Chairman, in conclusion, it is very clear that the Department of Justice, who gives opinions to our executive branch, has admitted that there is no ambiguity on Section 11. And therefore, when there's no ambiguity,
there is no need for Congress in deciding to give this particular franchise or not, would take into consideration that is over 50 years. That is not a consideration, Mr. Chairman, in the grant. Other issues are there, but certainly this is a non-issue at all because certainly this is particularly a situation in the Congress in the Constitution that it is very clearly stated in this particular provision of Section 11. So clearly, also, contemporaneous acts of the Executive Department has already gave imprimatur to all these renewals that will already exceed 50 years if you total the different renewals. And to repeat, the Congress had already passed through all the procedure from the filing to the first reading, second reading, and then third reading, then goes to the plenary, and then the third reading, then goes to the Senate. And so, therefore, it is clear that we in Congress, we always have been saying and implementing this Constitution without interpreting it and implementing it, that it will be for only no franchise, not more than 50 years at one given instance, but then it has been renewed, and Congress has given its approval of this kind of observance of Section 11. Likewise, we always also have the President. No less than President Duterte had signed the GMA Network 2017, Manila Broadcasting 2018, and Philippine Broadcasting Service 2019. And therefore, the President and the Office of the President and the legal Office of the President has given the President the advice to sign it because it does not violate any constitutional provision. And finally, the body which has the jurisdiction, primary jurisdiction on this particular matter of allowing the operation and giving the frequency of agency or a company that has been given a franchise, has also confirmed that they have been extending and renewing this and giving the provisional authority. Therefore, Mr. Chairman, it is crystal clear, very crystal clear, that this is an issue and we should proceed now to other issues because this issue is again dead. This issue is very clear. It is clear in the Constitution, clear by extemporaneous construction, and therefore this issue had no bearing at all in this franchise application of ABS-CBN. Thank you, distinguished chairman. Thank you, my distinguished colleagues. Thank you, our resource persons, and all my colleagues in Congress. Thank you and good evening.
Thank you, Kong Rufus.
Mr. Chair.
Next, I would like to recognize Congressman Lito Atienza.
Mr. Chair, can I interject?
Kong Marcoleta, si Kong Lito po muna and then kayo po sunod.
Okay po, salamat po.
Can you hear me, Mr. Chairman?
Yes po, Kong Lito. Please proceed po.
Thank you for finally allowing me to join the discussion. Malinaw na po yung paliwanag ni Congressman Rufus na yung ating konstitusyon ay hindi po nilalabag ng ABS. Yung kanilang application may be acted on by Congress. Pwede natin bigyan ng 1 month franchise up to maximum of 50 years. Yun po ang konstitusyon eh. Congressman Marcoleta lang po naman ang merong ibang impression, ibang interpretation. And again, he cites the Constitution and a violation thereof in this particular issue. Can I ask the gentleman representing ABS, Attorney Bautista, a simple question? Pwede po ba? Andiyan pa po yan? Andiyan pa po ba si Attorney Bautista?
Attorney Bautista? Andyan pa po, kung dito.
Nais ko lang liwanagan yung ulit-ulit na sinabi ni Congressman Marcoleta na meron siyang sinasite na 3 batas na nagbibigay ng 150 years franchise sa ABS. Totoo po ba yan o hindi? You were not given a chance to answer that very clearly. I'm asking you now. Did you ever enjoy a 150-year franchise?
Hindi po. We never did.
Alam ko po yun. Alam ko, and I agree with you. I just wanted that on record because Congressman Marcoleta was browbeating you. He was not giving you a chance to answer. Again, he's alleging a constitutional violation, but there is none.
Okay lang po yun. Okay lang.
Ang nakuha niyo yung prangkisa, kailan po ba? Yung latest?
79. I think Attorney Poblador can answer that question. I'm not sure when we got it.
I will answer it. 1995.
1995, 25 years.
Kaya nga po, paso na ngayon. Ngayong 2020, it is now terminated or expired. That's the reason why you are applying for a new franchise.
Yes, sir.
So malinaw po sa akin, hindi lang malinaw kay Congressman Marcoleta, na unang-una, wala kayong nakuha.
Mr. Chairman, I object to the language being used by the gentleman from the party list, Buhay. He used the word bro-beating, very unparliamentary language, and I move to strike off the record the remarks of the gentleman from Buhay party list, which have to do with Congressman Marcoleta in the sense that he demeans the character and person of Congressman Marcoleta.
I'm not willing to be corrected by you because you also have
Move to strike, Mr. Chairman.
These proceedings. This is a congressional
Mr. Chairman,
hearing.
can you kindly suspend the rules, Mr. Chairman?
Suspended for a few minutes. Hearing resumed. Congressman Atienza, you have the floor. Pero remind ko lang po sana na refrain po natin na tukuyin yung ating kapwa at para hindi po maiwasan po natin na meron tayong arguments.
Mr. Chairman, may I know what the action of the committee is on my motion to strike off the record the unparliamentary remarks of Mr. Atienza?
That's a motion by Congressman Remulla. Any second?
Second, Mr. Chairman.
We object to that. We strongly object to the objection of Congressman Remulla because he's also one who has been monopolizing these hearings. We are a 305-member Congress, and this committee represents the Philippine Congress. Kaya sana'y maging mas papagbigay sila. Immediately magre-react siya ng ganyan. Nangangahulugan lang, tama po yung aking damdamin, na itong hearing natin ay hindi po natin inilalagay sa tamang direksyon. For us to be very parliamentary and strict about our language, I think you should also respect the feelings and sentiments of those who may not be agreeing with what you're saying, with what our colleagues are stating on
Mr.
the
Chairman,
floor.
I'm asking for a ruling, Mr. Chairman.
Hearing suspended again for a few minutes.
Session resume. Sa ating pong kagalang-galang na Honorable Lito Atienza, sa ating pong elder statesman, ang hiningi lang naman po ng ni Congressman Remulla ay yung pong wag po tayong magtukuyan dito sa loob ng ating hearing sa ating komite at kinikilala naman po yung mga puntos na niraise ninyo. Doon po sa binanggit nyo, Honorable Atienza, tungkol po doon sa pagkakasunod-sunod ng mga nagtatanong at nagsasalita, pagpaumanin nyo, hindi po kami ang nagde-determine yan yung nasa floor. Everyone is welcome to attend the committee hearings. Ito po yung dinedetermine ng chairman ng Legislative Franchise Committee and the Committee on Good Government. So, Congressman Atienza, with your indulgence, I will rule to strike off the word probity and your reference to Congressman Marcoleta. Pero maaari na po kayong magpatuloy sa inyong mga pagtatanong. So ruled. Congressman Atienza?
Mr. Chairman,
Opo.
may we continue by way of manifestation. Dahil wala na po yung issue constitutionality nitong franchise application.
Opo.
Under the Constitution, it's very clear. No one franchise should be more than 50 years. They're not applying for a 51-year franchise. They're applying for a renewal of their 25-year franchise. So it is within the powers of Congress to determine this. And all I request, Congressman Marcoleta, who is enjoying, obviously, immense advantage in these hearings because pag siya nagsasalita, hindi po niyo ini-interrupt. Hindi po niyo pinipigil. Pag kami po nagsasalita, masyado kayong maigpit. Ngayon, gusto pa ninyong paalis yung aking ginamit na kataga. Wala pong masama rin sa browbeating.
Atienza,
meron po kayong...
with your indulgence, Congressman Atienza, yung pong nangyari po kasi sa kay Congressman Marcoleta, yung pong mga oras ng iba ibinibigay sa kanya. Pero if you recall, Congressman Atienza, he never refers to anyone or any member of the committee. And if I may, Congressman Atienza, you're raising a good point. Please continue with that. Kung maaari po sana, wag tayo ang mag-away-away kundi po dun sa issue ng Constitution. Congressman Atienza, salamat po.
Anyway, gaya na sinabi ko po, tapos na yung issue sapagkat malinaw po ang saligang batas. Hindi po totoo na hindi pwedeng tumagal na mahigit 50 taon ang nag-e-enjoy po ng prangkisa. Pwede pong 100 taon. At kailangan korekin ko lang yung sinabi ni Congressman Marcoleta na nabigyan daw ng 150-year franchise itong ABS noong 1969. I'd like that question to be answered by him. Pwede po bang tanungin siya? Saan po ba ninyo nakuha yung impression na nabigyan ng ABS ng 150 years franchise noong June of 1969? I want that answer for the record. Dahil for the record, sabi niya, ang swerte naman itong korporasyon na ito. Nabigyan na ng 150, gusto pa ng additional. Mantalang marami kaming question on the constitutional violation. Again, ako po'y sinundan ko itong hearing na ito. From the beginning, although ting mag-a-apply ako for interpellation, ako'y number 30, 34, ngayon naman number 17. Kaya pinagsagaan ko na. Dahil gusto ko namang marinig yung tinig ko. Kami po sa Buhay Party List, patas. Kami po'y nagtatanggol ng karapatan ng lahat upang magkaroon tayo ng mas maayos pamumuhay. Buhay Party List kami. Anyway, to manifest my continuing strong sentiments on the continued allegation of violation where they have not proven anything up to this point in time. After 7 hearings, wala pa po silang napapatunayan, humihingi sila ng records, meaning they're on a fishing expedition. Congressman Edsel Lagman talks from records existing. Congressman Rufus Rodriguez talks from records that he's holding. Yours truly, although I'd like to accept some of their allegations, kaya sinusundan ko, baka merong sasabihin talagang may katotohanan na ang ABS na nag-violate. Katulad po nung pagkakasoli sa kanila. Ako po'y isa sa mga players ng EDSA Revolution. Kaya I am very well aware of what transpired during that period. How the Lopezes were deprived of their property. ABS network was taken away from them. Use whatever word you would want to use. Hindi nagbayad, ginamit ng administrasyon ni Mr. Marcos. Noong dumating ang revolusyon at nanalo ang taong bayan, isinauli yung kinuhang ari-arian. Ano pang pinag-aaralan natin? Ang tanong ko nga sa marami, kung kayo, yung bahay ninyo, inagaw ng isang opisyal ng militar under martial law, huwag na si Mr. Marcos, nawala sa inyong kontrol, nawalan kayo ng bahay at ari-arian. Nanalo ang revolusyon ng bansa, naibalik sa inyo yung bahay. Pagtatalunan pa ba natin? O may television dyan bago, o meron dyan oven. Unfair, illegal, unconstitutional. Kaya po medyo nababagabag po naman ang inyong lingkod. Baka kung saan mapunta itong hearing eh. This is not an investigative court of law. Kaya yung mga hinihingi po mga dokumento, at mga prueba to prove their points, para sa akin po hindi tugma na dapat natin ginagawa. Ang pag-aralan natin, yung pakinabang ng bansa sa operation ng ABS-CBN. Ako po hindi tao ng ABS at nireklamo rin po ako. Sapagkat nung kampanya ng 2016, ako po nagbayad ng mga advertising spots. Tananggap naman yung pera ko. Pero hindi po in-air yung aking spot. Kaya right after election, sinulatan ko ng formal ang ABS. Solid nyo yung aming binayad. You pay it before breakfast. It's one-sided. You charge us, we pay, and then you don't air, you have to give us back our money. Immediately, binalik ko naman ang ABS at nag-apologize. Dahil talagang sumobra ang kanilang kinuhang spots, advertising spots, hindi nila na-air lahat. Ang aking pakiusap sa mga kasamaan, sama na po si Congressman Marcoleta, Congressman Barsaga, Congressman Remulla, nakikiusap ako sa iyo. Luwagan natin ang ating pananaw sa hearing na ito. Let us stick to the genuine issues of whether ABS has violated the Constitution or not. I've heard the Department of Justice, the Immigration, and one of the most prominent immigration commissioners we've had in the country is Commissioner Rufus Rodriguez. Siya po ang maraming reformang nagawa sa immigration. Narinig na rin po natin ang SEC. Wala pong violation sa PDR. E ngayon po, pinag-uusapan itong nagpas na sa prangkisa ang ABS sapagkat limitasyon daw. Yun ang interpretasyon. And I have to mention the name because talagang galing sa kanya. Yung kanyang allegation from the very start, ABS violated the Constitution repeatedly and one of which is applying for a franchise where they have already in operation beyond 50 years. But they have not gotten any franchise for 50 years even. Congress has the power to give a one-day franchise or a 50-year franchise. But the ABS has not enjoyed a franchise more than 25 years so far. So that, I am constrained to clarify everything so that we may proceed with care. Kung gusto ninyong pagbigyan si Congressman Marcoleta sa kanyang repeated questioning on the constitutionality or violations of thereof, okay lang sa akin. Total, ang boboto po dito noon sa plenaryo tayong lahat. Yung boto niya isa. Yung boto po ni Congressman Atienza, isa rin. And therefore, in the final analysis, ito yung desisyon ng buong Kongreso. Subalit, huwag naman tayong magmukhang one-sided, bias sa mata ng tao. Ang tanong po sa akin sa labas ganun lang palagi. Kayo ba talaga bang desidido kayong magbigyan ng prangkisa? Sabi ko, bakit gano'n ang impression ninyo? Napapanood po namin yung paratang ng isa ay paulit-ulit na hindi binabago. Bagamat nagsasalita ng autoridad. Paniniwalaan ba natin yung kasama nating congressman who may not agree with the Department of Justice, with the immigration officials, with the Securities and Exchange Commission? Yung citizenship issue, hanggang ngayon, issue pa rin sa kanila. Malinaw na malinaw po dual citizen. Hindi naman dininay ni Mr. Lopez.
I am an American citizen by virtue of my being born in America. Under American laws, that makes me an American citizen. Ang reaction mo, ang swerte mo naman. At talagang swerte nga siguro. Kaya pag pinanganak kayo sa Amerika, American citizen kayo. Pero ako, personal, hindi po ako naiingit doon. Hindi ko masasabing swerte kayo. Maraming problema Amerika ngayon. I wouldn't want to be an American citizen. But Gabi Lopez is a natural-born Filipino. But my point is, why can't we accept the answers of the other side? Lest we be branded as biased, and we are already decided on the issue. So to clarify it, Mr. Chairman, I have my highest regard for you. You are an old friend. I've been a member of this committee for so long, and you already are very familiar on how we have dealt with applications for franchises. Itong application na ito ay isinampa dito sa committee ninyo. Ang hinihingi ko lang, take better control of the proceedings, as this is not a committee of one congressman or two congressmen or 3 or 4. This is a committee of 305 members of Congress duly elected by the people. And the earlier we agree on this, isampanan ninyo sa plenaryo. Pagbutuan na natin, anyway, narinig na natin lahat ng argumento. Hanapin pa ninyo yung pagkukulang ni Cory, pagkukulang ni makakapagbigay po ng malinaw na sagot yan, ang Pangulong Cory. Under the Freedom Constitution, she was free to become a lawmaker and the chief executive. Alam ni Congressman Rufus yan. Binanggit nga niya, we were under a revolutionary government at the time. We had a suspended constitution. We had a freedom constitution. So I don't know what they are looking for. Even if they are able to find any fault, sasagutin lang po yan ng mga abogadong batikan. Wala na po yung taong nagkamali. Sino po ang ating parurusahan yung tumanggap ng benepisyo? Palagay ko hindi po. Usgahan natin ang ABS on the basis of their contribution to national development and, of course, the protection of the rights of every citizen and public service all the time. Yun po ang nakikita ng marami sa ABS. Kaya marami po tayong ipaliliwanag pag dito nagkamali tayo ng ating pamamaraan. I urge the chairman of both committees, Chairman Defensor is another member, another chairman of another committee, be more magnanimous and be more broader in your vision and appreciation of facts. Hindi yung gusto lang ninyo. Ano ang batas at ano ang katotohanan. Maraming salamat po sa pagkakataon, Mr. Chairman, and I trust that you will take heed to my admonition and my simple advice. Ituwid natin ang pamamaraan sa committee ito. Salamat po.
Thank you. The Honorable Lito Atienza of the Boy Party List.
Pong Mike.
Yes.
May dadagdag lang ako, no? Congressman Atienza, simulat sa pool naman, ang ginagawa nating committee is binabalanse po lahat. Ngayon po, kung labas po, ang dating po sa inyo ay one-sided, at tingin ko po, I beg to disagree kasi tingin ko po, patas naman po, lahat po may chance magsalita. Tulad ng sinabi niyo, matagal na po kayo member ng committee ko. Lahat po, kahit nga po hindi membro ng committee, hinahayaan ko po magsalita dahil gusto ko po lahat magkaroon ng chance na mailabas ang kanilang side. So dito naman sa committee na to, hindi rin po natin naman maisisisi kung Atienza, kung marami pong nagbibigay ng oras na iba nating mga kasamahan, kila kung Marcoleta, kila kung PD, o kung sino pa man. At hindi naman po yan na sa kanila lang marami nagbibigay ng oras. Kay Kong Rufus, marami rin po nagbibigay. So patas naman po ang ating pagpapatakbo ng ating hearings dito. Yan po ang amin talagang pinagsisikapan kung Atienza. So doon po sa inyong observation na one-sided, I take exception po kasi pinaghihirapan po talaga namin ni Kong Jonathan na gawing patas po dito. So maraming salamat po Kong Atienza, and doon po sa inyong reklamo po na kayo po ay lagi napapahuli sa listahan. Siguro po mas maganda niyan, kung meron kayong tatanong, mas maaga po kayo magpalista no, sa ganyan, malagay po kayo sa medyo taas. Maraming salamat po. Mike Defensor.
Thank you, Chairman Chicoy Alvarez. Paalala lang po, maraming salamat Congressman Alvarez, maraming salamat Congressman Atienza. Paalala lang po sa ating mga kasama, sa ating pong pagdedebate, no, we recognize the decorum of the committee. Now we conduct ourselves. Kung pwede po, wala ho tayong referral to one another. We address the hearings and we conduct ourselves and we address the chairman, the presiding officer of the committee. Maganda po yung mga inisyo nyo, Congressman Atienza, and I understand you, Congressman Alvarez. Talaga pong yung pagbabalansa ninyo ni Kong John Alvarado sa isang isyong napaka-init, talaga naman pong napakahirap. Hindi lang po yung issue, mismong yung mga miyembro ng komite, kung paano nyo ho ililinya kung sino yung magsasalita. So with that, I now recognize...
Mr. Chairman,
yes.
may I raise a point of order, Mr. Chairman? We are now here debating about a franchise or discussing a franchise that has expired. And a CDO was issued by the NTC. We're talking about the law here, Mr. Chairman. The NTC, a cease and desist order was issued by the NTC asking ABS-CBN to cease and desist from broadcasting. Now, we were in receipt of a provisional authority of the NTC given to ABS-CBN on May 14, 2019 on digital migration. And in here, there was a phrase which said, wherefore, premises considered, then I will detract from that, the Commission hereby approves the conversion from analog television service to digital terrestrial television broadcasting station of ABS-CBN Corporation using Channel 43 in Metro Manila, predicated upon its congressional franchise under RA 7966. Meaning to say, this provisional authority was granted to TV Plus. TV Plus, a product of ABS-CBN, migrating to digital. The question here, Mr. Chairman, is that earlier I saw a television set where there was a teleradio program airing on TV Plus. Teleradio, or DCMM, was broadcasting on TV Plus. By what authority is the teleradio broadcasting on TV Plus, Mr. Chairman?
Honorable Limolya, without point of order, without waiting for the explanation of NTC, I'm ordering NTC to make a written explanation for our next hearing. If that explanation can be given to us even before that hearing, it will be better if it can be sent to the committee secretariat at pwede pong ibigay sa atin.
Ang punto mo, Mr. Chairman,
ang sinasabi ni Congressman Rimulya, ang point of order niya, ginagamit yung free air, ginagamit to sa TV Plus, and therefore, you're calling the attention of NTC. Tama po ba?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, because the CDO should also apply to TV Plus and all activities of ABS-CBN on TV Plus, just for the record, because we were in receipt of this provisional authority from them. Therefore, they must be obeying the same authority, the provisional authority that they granted.
Okay, thank you. NTC is ordered to give us a written explanation, and because that will be the subject of discussion in the next hearing. So ordered. Congressman Marcoleta is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Before you continue, I will now relinquish the presiding duties to Honorable Alvarado.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, may I ask a few questions from the representative of DOJ?
Maaari po.
Nandyan pa po kaya siya, Mr. Chair?
Habang po hinihintay natin yung representative ng DOJ, ipaalala po natin sa lahat na kung po inyong nasubaybayan ng ating hearing, ay pinipilit po talaga nating maging patas ang ating hearing. Sa sobra po nating patas ay lahat ng sumobrang oras na kinonsumo ng mga nagtatanong ng antay sa prangkisa ng ABS-CBN, yung mga kontra po sa prangkisa ng ABS-CBN, ay ibinigay naman natin sa mga kampi sa prangkisa ng ABS-CBN. Sana po ay huling pagkakataon na pong masasabihan na hindi patas ang pagdinig na ito. Gayon din po ay parati pong kinakausap ng mga chairman ng joint committee ito, ang ating mga panauhin. Kung meron silang mga panaghoy na gustong sabihin sa chairman, ay tutugunan naman natin. Maaari na po kayo magpatuloy sa inyong pagtatanong, Congressman Marcoleta.
Salamat po, Mr. Chair. Nakikinig pa po ba yung representative po ng DOJ?
Nandito pa po ako, Your Honor.
Salamat po. The first question po ay, is your office, the DOJ, competent to interpret any provision of the Constitution?
Your Honor, whenever we render opinion for different government agencies, our opinion is always, the focal point of our opinion will always be the law and the Constitution. So yes, Your Honor, this is one of our powers, Your Honor.
You're saying that your office is competent to interpret the Constitution?
Your Honor, we render opinions, but these opinions are not binding, unlike court decisions. They are merely persuasive.
But you are limited to issuing opinions, is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
And it is Hamburg doctrine that whatever opinion that you formulate in the DOJ is only tentative. It's preliminary. It's not conclusive, and it is not even binding to the court.
Your Honor, the more appropriate word for us is persuasive. The opinions of the DOJ are not binding. They are merely persuasive.
Mr. Chair, medyo nahihirapan po kung what did you say?
Sorry, Your Honor, mahina po signal. Our opinions are not binding, but they are persuasive. That is the word that we usually use to describe our opinions.
They are persuasive, but they are not conclusive and binding to the court, correct?
They are not.
Yes.
They are not binding on the agencies to whom we render opinions. The agencies are free to disregard our opinions if they want.
And the answers you have just given to the questions of our colleagues earlier were also opinions. From your point of view, these are basically opinion, and they are not binding to this body. Is that correct?
That is correct, Your Honor. They are merely persuasive to this body as well.
Because only the Supreme Court is empowered by our Constitution to finally settle dispute, legal dispute, and even in interpreting any provision of the Constitution.
That is correct, Your Honor.
Okay. Yun pong mga sagot po ninyo kanina sa mga nagtanong pong mga kasama namin, they are persuasive at most, but basically, we may or we may not rely on those answers. Is that correct?
You may disregard these answers, Your Honor.
Okay. As a matter of fact, even the NTC, as an administrative agency, or any quasi-judicial body for that matter, if ever they make any opinions, the same treatment is accorded. They might be persuasive, but basically tentative, and again, this will not bind the court, not even this body. That is correct.
That is correct. You are free to disregard.
As a matter of fact, sir, even the House of Representatives is not even competent to interpret the law because only the Supreme Court can do it. That is correct.
Your Honor, if I may qualify. Your Honor, the House of Representatives, and especially the executive, the DOJ, and I would think any other department or agency in the executive should be allowed to perform their function of executing or administering the law, even in the absence of any Supreme Court decision. It doesn't mean that if the Supreme Court has not ruled upon a particular issue, that we can just simply wait and not do anything. In the absence of Supreme Court decision or Supreme Court
Asek, pwede po ba kayong gumamit nung yung ang tawag na earpiece? Yung pang ano? Pwede po ba kayong gumamit ng kasi talagang medyo mahirap po, garbled po ng konti. Mayroon po kayong microphone. O lumapit po kayo ng konti sa...
Dito sa bahay. Your Honor, tama po kayo na Supreme Court ang final arbiter ng kahit anong mga legal issues natin dito. Ngunit, mahirap naman po sabihin namin sa executive na kailangan kami maghintay ng sabi ng Supreme Court bago i-execute ang isang batas, no? O ang konstitusyon. Na kailangan namin hintayin ng Supreme Court na bago magbigay ng opinion, lalo na kung hinihingi ito ng isang body tulad ng Congress. So habang wala pong interpretasyon ng Supreme Court, ang ginagawa po namin ay to rely on principles of statutory construction as well as jurisprudence to come up with our opinion, Your Honor.
Tama po yun. Wala po tayong pagkakaiba sa pangunawa doon. At kagaya nga po nito, naharap po tayo sa isang issue kung saan yung 50-year limit ay binibigyan po natin ng kaukulang pansin. Mapapansin po ninyo kung babasahin po natin yung provision kanina, ito po yung not more than 50 years, not longer a period of 50 years. Maniniwala po ba kayo kung sasabihin ko sa inyo na wala namang binabanggit doon na talagang renewal? Wala pong salitang renewal, hindi po ba?
Tama po, wala pong salitang renewal sa provision ng Constitution na yun.
Basta hindi po siya open-ended. Basta sinabi, not more than 50 years, period. Wala pong sinasabi na pwedeng i-renew, hindi po ba?
Ang sinasabi po niya, the franchise shall not exceed a term of 50 years.
Opo, basta wala pong mababasa doon na, let's say, subject to renewal. Wala pong ganun. Basta period na po siya, not more than 50 years. Period. Tama
Wala
po?
Walang nakalagay na subject to renewal.
Ngayon po, dahil sa wala namang napagbabasihan na record sa Constitutional Commission na pinag-usapan man lang nila na naulinigan man lang natin na nakalagay, pwede ba nating i-renew ito o kaya ano kaya sa tingin natin? Gusto mo bang ilagay natin yung condition na pwedeng i-renew? Wala po tayong mababasa kasing nakalagay doon ASEC, hindi po ba?
Opo.
Okay.
Opo.
Kaya nga po, kung tutuusin talaga, talagang nasa wisdom na lamang po ng Congress, discretion niya po talaga, kung i-renew niya po. At yun naman talaga ay nasa kapangyarihan naman ng Kongreso, nahatulan po, hindi po ba?
Tama po yun. Pwedeng i-deny ng Congress ang renewal.
Opo.
Ngunit hindi po pwedeng basehan ng denial na 50 years ang maximum term ng isang holder ng franchise.
Kaya po, dahil sa naharap po kami sa usapin na ito, ang aplikasyon po ng renewal ng ABS-CBN, nakalatag po sa harapan namin ngayon. Kaya dinidinig po natin, para sa ganon, magkaroon ng kaukulang batayan po kung ito po ay i-renew o hindi. Ang naging posisyon ko nga po, kung ako po yung tatanungin, kasi sa pagsusuri ko, ganito po yung aking nakikita. Kaya dahil sa ang Kongreso na mayroong prerogative na either i-renew niya o hindi, wala naman pong makapagsasabi na basta't nag-apply ka, automatic pong i-renew sapagkat hindi nga nakasulat. Tama po?
Tama po yun. Consistent po yun dun sa sinasabi natin na ang franchise ay isang privilege. At ang Congress ang kinatawan na magbibigay ng privilege niyo.
Tama po, sapagkat ito ay isang special privilege na binibigay po ng Estado natin.
Tama po.
Okay. Yun lamang po, Mr. Chair. Salamat po ng marami.
Maraming salamat, Congressman Marcoleta. At para po sa huling magtatanong ngayong gabing ito, kinikilala po si Senior Majority Leader Boying Remulla, isa rin sa mga Vice Chairman ng Joint Committee ito. Nabinigyan po ng oras ni Majority Leader Romualdez at Deputy Majority Leader Sharke Palma.
Mr. Chairman, I think that we have discussed this already fully, this issue. So rather, I would just file my favorite motion. Move to adjourn, Mr. Chairman. Or move to suspend until Monday, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Deputy Majority Leader. Hindi mo nagamit yung 15 minutes mo, Vice Chairman.
I will use it for the next meeting, for the next hearing, Mr. Chairman, on the next topic.
Sige po. papaalalahanan lang po ang ABS-CBN na kailangan na po ninyong magsumiti ng mga kaukulang dokumento tungkol sa labor bukas. Hanggang alas 3 po bukas ay hihintayin po ng committee ito. Lahat po ng isusumiti ninyo para sa usapin po natin sa Tuesday. 1 p.m. po ulit, 1:00 ng tanghali, Tuesday, magkita-kita po ulit tayo. At sana po ay mas maayos na po yung hearing natin kaysa po sa hearing na naranasan natin ngayong gabi. Ang chairman po isa po sa mga chairman ng committee ito, ang inyo pong kuya, ay nalulungkot sapagkat nagkaroon ng konting kaguluhan, ay patapos na ang araw ng ating hearing. Sana po mas maging parliamentary at mas maging maayos po tayo sa susunod na hearing. Ito po muli ay gagawin sa Tuesday. Sa Lunes naman po ay magkakaroon tayo ng hearing. Hindi naman po kasama ang Legislative Franchises, ang Blue Ribbon Committee, ay magkakaroon naman na hearing patungkol sa social amelioration nakatuon sa DSWD. Para po sa may mga katanungan tungkol po sa usaping ito, kayo po ay inaanyayahan via Zoom at dito sa loob ng plenaryo. Maraming salamat po sa inyong lahat. There's a pending motion to suspend, duly seconded, hearing no objections, hearing suspended.
Hearing suspended.